For the past 14 days, I have found, built, trained, and managed an entire new setter team from scratch, and I've documented everything from where I find my people, to my hiring scripts, to my interview process, to even training the team, to the SOPs and everything else. And I'm going to show all of that to you raw and live in this video. So this is going to be a long one. I'm going to give you a ton of value. You can watch this yourself to become a better setter, or you can use this to train your own setter team. Comment down below your biggest takeaway, because learning is defined as a change in action after exposure to information. So if you do not change your behavior, okay, or your actions after learning stuff here, you haven't learned, okay? So comment down below what you're going to change so you can make more money. Otherwise, enjoy the video. So I'm building a brand new setting team to train a bunch of guys for about 2 weeks to get them up to speed and then place them inside of all the agencies that I run with my partners. And I figured, why not record and document this entire process to show how to actually build a fucking solid setter team. So first thing is first, there's two things that I did. Is number one, I got experience, right? I've built multiple setting teams, and I've also done multiple setting, cold calling, sales stuff, etc. So I kind of know what I'm doing. Then after that is you need to go get setters. And so I made a post. I'll share with you where I made my post. I made one. I made them inside school communities, Discord groups, and Facebook groups. Okay. You can also post on Instagram and do ads. I just like to do this. It's simple. And all I did was this: is everyone. I give a bit of context. Just started a brand new agency, scale 10K, 19 days, proof below, right? So they can see that they're working for an established agency, right? You want to share like just whatever you kind of have that like shows that you have credibility, that people want to work with you, right? Looking for a few setters to help on the front and back end, right? So front end, cold calling, setting from SMS, back end, perhaps later on with fulfillment and stuff with, calling leads, etc., right? I will personally train you in everything and also rent you for free. This only works because this is in my own Discord where people know me, and so therefore I have some frames, so this works. If you don't have frame, like you notice I don't here, I don't mention that because it's not as cool. I play more to like what people would want, okay? Requirements: good English, not stupid, Mamba mentality, work ethic. And I probably should have put can commit 4+ hours a day to this, right? Then just a screenshot of the Stripe account to show the proof. DM me setter if you're interested. Right, and of course I'll pay you. I forgot to add that, so make sure you put in there, they'll pay you. Here's my example of hiring post in a school community. Okay, looking to pay 3 people to work inside my agency. Past 3 years, go through agency, past 6 figs. Everyone says luck. Decided to start a new one. Next 19 years later, 10K cash collected for 3 people to bring aboard inside my agency setter. You get paid. Part of killer team and plan to do in-person events. All you need is this. I probably could have made this better and added like some more dream outcome, maybe like some OTE. Shared a bit more about the offer, etc. But there's not like. There's multiple different offers which I'm going to place them on, so therefore I couldn't just say one offer. If you have one offer, share the offer, share the OTE, right? The projected earnings, share like OTE stands for on-target earnings, right? Share what they're like, projected to make, share like what their commissions could be, and any other requirements. So I should have put time commitment here, right? And obviously, once again, the same picture. And then I just made this post, right? And I said, DM me or comments. This post has been up for like not even 20 hours. I've already got like, I think like 5 DMs, 1 comment in my Discord. I probably got like 20, and I've put this in a few other groups as well. Collectively, I probably had like over 30, 40 applicants. Now, what I did after is I just DM'd this guy. I'll even just show you, right? He was like, yeah, man, yo, want to be a setter? Yeah, sure, man. Where do we go from here? I was like, send me a loom with a bit about you to make sure you're a good fit. And so the reason, like, I'm very loose with this, some people like to do forms. I don't, because I want to get to know and see the person. And if they can't send me a loom, it shows me they can't follow instructions. They're probably never going to work well on the team. Okay, and so I ask for a loom because then I get to gauge their English level. I get to gauge just their tonality, how they speak, how they communicate, etc. I get to gauge their body language. I get to just see who they are, so I get to meet them a little bit, and I also get to see how much effort they put in. I sent this to a couple of guys. A couple of guys end up making entire presentations, sharing their life story and why they would be a good fit. Right, really selling themselves on me. Hired on the spot. Right, you're obviously a great culture fit. That's one of the biggest I'm looking for is when I'm hiring. I guess I should have insight. I'm looking for culture fit. I don't care how good you are at sales. I don't care how good you are at setting. I don't care how good you are at the skills. I care how good will you be culture fit wise, right? Will you fit the culture? Okay, that's all I care about is when building this, is right. Will you fit the culture of the team? Will you mesh well with myself and everyone else, right? So I'm trying to build a killer team. I want killers on the team. Okay, so yeah, I asked them to send me a loom. After they send me a loom, I just watch the loom, and based on that, I either say, hey man, things look good, I'll message back with you in a day or two to give you the updates and talk about next steps, or if they don't look good, I'll be like, hey man, really appreciate your loom, spots are filled up, or not sure if this would be a good fit at this time, but we'll stay in touch later if anything changes, in case you need to go back to them, right? But I just tell them a no, that way they can move on with their life, right? So very simple, watch the looms. take as many applications as you want. You can also do a Google form and have them submit the form with a bunch of stuff. Once again, I don't care about their experience or their answers to the questions. I care about how good of a culture fit, because when I'm looking for what I'm hiring for, I'm looking for soft skills, the skills that you can't teach someone, right? How good is someone in English, right? It would take me years to teach someone how to speak English. I want to make sure they're good at English, right? What is their work ethic? What is their even just as simple as like saying send me a loom. If someone sends me like a Google Drive, I'm like, you can't listen. And I know it's small, but it matters, right? I've had people like, oh, here's a Google Drive. Like, I didn't say Google Drive, I said loom. If you can't follow instructions here, you're not a good fit for the team, right? And so just automatically, this disqualifies so many people. And I also get to hear their mic and see their camera, just some other things. If they won't show me their face, I'm not hiring them, right? Some guys will be like, oh, I don't want to send a video. Cool, you won't be on my team then. Because my team is cameras on every single day, daily calls, etc., right? So yeah, that's what I'm looking for. And right now I'm just building like the 2-week setter training sprint, like the plan. And so just going over, like, I want to make sure that when everyone's on board, the number one thing I want to make clear is expectations, right? So I want to make sure everyone is on the exact same page of what's going on, right? What their trainings will look like, how they'll learn, what they'll progress, what's going to happen after the training, where they're going to get placed, how much they're going to make, what the time commitment is looking like. I want to make sure like everyone knows everything. I want to be upfront. I want to be honest. Okay. A big thing also with building a team day one, expectations and foundations, making sure everyone has the proper sales foundations, proper communication foundation, just proper foundations of just what appointment setting even is in the first place. Also expectations of, what's expected of you, what's expected of me, et cetera, just so that we're all on the same page. So that's what I'm working on now. Going to draft out this document and create a 14-day plan of exactly what trainings will look like in every single day. And really, like, just so you know, day one is just going to be a big group call where we all get to know each other. And then every single day after that is just going to be training. Like, it's just going to be training. So the first couple of days will probably be more me talking, just training, telling them things. After those couple of days, once they've kind of understood it, it's going to be just call reviews, role plays, call review, role play, call review, role play, call review, role play, call review, role play. That's it, right? Until, and the more times you call review, the more times you get to iterate. And the more times you do it, the better you get, the faster. So yeah, I will add more onto this as I build this team and kind of show you some of the trainings and stuff we kind of go through. But this is the first part to building a team, is making sure this is a set. And also a big thing I'm really, really big on is when I build a team, I build it like my family. Like, these guys, I love them to death, and I want to make sure everyone feels that way. And so, yes, we have an environment where people push to get better. Yes, we're hard, but that's also because we love each other and we want people to perform, right? Because we want people to live up to their expectation, right, and become great. So and make that very clear when I hire people is, hey, this will be tough and it'll be difficult, right? But that's the whole point, because I want you to grow, and I want you to get better, and I want you to learn, and yada, yada, yada. And that way I'm making sure I'm hiring the right people. So I will continue this later when I have some more stuff to update you on. I forgot, it's been a hot minute, so let me kind of update on what I'm doing for the setter team. So real quick, I ended up taking my final applications. I went and I made some posts in school, in a Facebook group, on my Instagram story, and I even just asked people that I knew for referrals. I took some extra calls, and then everyone that was qualified, I gave them the role inside of my Discord. Now, what I did is I first welcomed everyone, and then said apologies for the delay. Here's what you can expect, okay? Next day, following up on my promise, just said, hey, it's mandatory you watch this loom. Give it a quick view. And I'll even just pull up what I said in this loom. Basically, long story short, I set the tone. Alrighty! I set the tone for what's going to happen. I set the expectation for what's going to happen moving forward. I set the expectation for work ethic, set the expectation for the team culture. I just set really good expectations. Everyone knows what's going on, right? What to expect, what to do next, etc., etc., etc. And I just really get them hyped up, right? That's all this video is for, just expectations and hype, expectations and hype. Maybe not every single day, but we will still hopefully call at least 1, 2, 3 times a week. Those are daily calls, and I expect to see each and every single one of you on every single call. I don't care if it's 4 a.m. I don't care if it's, right? So setting expectations, right? I don't care if it's 4 a.m. It doesn't matter. I'm building a savage team. I don't care, okay? So boom, that is what I do. Once everyone views this, I'm getting them vote. What time works best for you, right? So I told them, hey, action step as part of this, as part of watching this, is to vote on what time works best for you for these daily calls we're going to be setting up. So people are now voting for that. Once everyone votes, anyone that doesn't vote, I'm going to message them and be like, hey, you better vote in the next 24 hours or I'm booting you out, right? Very strict culture here. It's going to be great, but it's going to be strict. Getting everyone to vote, and then we're going to start training. So I've made this little training document, which is a 2-week training sprint. This has none of the information in it. It's just a guideline for me to go through what I know I'm going to teach. So first things first, I'm going to set expectations, right, of the commitment, the feedback, right, future, kind of expectations, team vibe, attend daily calls, understand this be harder, worth it, lead by example, we are a family, help everyone get better. Just some basic sort of values that we can all cling on to. Day one, expectations and foundations and mindset, right? So first off, what is the goal here and what's the expectation? What will happen after the 14-day training sprint? Meet the team, so get to meet everyone. Foundation and mindset. So we're going to talk about tonality, conviction, offer, pitch, opener, purpose, prospect, clarity, certainty, and then just mindset in general around setting and just, having that killer mentality. Okay. Day number 2 is going to be a recap of day 1 to make sure everyone's on the same page, and then double it on the foundations as it is the most important thing. If your foundations are wrong, everything is wrong. We're going to do some baseline skill level training. So quick call review to make sure everyone is kind of at the same sort of baseline. Then we're going to talk about what the prospect thinks when you're calling, and then mindset again of like sales and becoming a new person so you can just dominate the world, right? Day 3 is going to be call review and role play. We're going to watch a bad call, talk about why it's bad. We're going to watch a good call, talk about why it's good, so they can start to see what is a good call, what is a bad call, and start to pick up on some of these tactics we're going to be talking about later. Day 4, scripts and data, right? So how to write scripts, when to use them, how to use everything in between, why they suck and are useless, booking and expectations, trackers, how, why, and when to use them. Okay. After that, we're going to spend a whole day on objection handling. And then after that, we've gone through all the basics. It's just going to be listening and conversation and then call review. Right. So we're going to put a huge emphasis on how to listen to prospects, how to keep a conversation, and then how to we're just going to be call reviewing calls that we've already done and role playing together, right? Until everyone is just like becoming really good and understanding how to say exactly what they should say, and just how to become a good setter is really what we're going to be talking about. Most important thing I want to mention, this is what I'm realizing as I'm building this team, is culture. Like literally the most important thing is the culture. And so I'm trying to do a really good job by leading by example, right? Lead by example. Right, so setting the culture, right? That's the biggest thing in a team, is making sure that you are somebody people want to be like, and you are somebody people admire to some extent, to where they want to work with you and they respect you and they listen to you, etc. Right? It's one of the most important things, and it really comes to how you lead, right? If you tell someone to do something, you better be willing to do it yourself. Okay, so that's kind of what's been going down now. I'm just really trying to make sure that over the next 2 days, 2 things happen. 1, everyone's on the same page, and 2, we start kicking this thing off. That's it. That's really all I'm working on. And then we're going to kick this thing off ASAP and start getting on calls and training. And hopefully I'll be able to show you guys some of the training calls that we actually end up taking, just so you can kind of see how they go, how they work, what I do, what it kind of looks like, and how I actually train my setters, and what you can kind of take from it and apply from it for your own guys. So, quick update there, and I guess I'll see you next time. This whole team, just like super fun. Like I want to make this like a brotherhood, like all of us become best friends for years to come. Like I remember the first ever like kind of like group I joined many years back when I started my entrepreneurial journey is literally the guys who I'm moving in with in 2 weeks. Like I'm literally moving in with 3 of those guys in 2 weeks, which is super cool. Now that's pretty extreme, but my goal is for all of us to just become really, really good friends and help each other out, not just in employment setting, sales, business kind of thing, but also in life, right? Like the whole goal is to level up in all aspects everywhere. And so I've trained every one of my teams ever. My goal is to make this like a brotherhood, right? So yes, I will be tough on you. Yes, I expect you guys to be tough on each other, but that's because I want the best from you guys, right? And the way I see it is, right, you're here perhaps and you want to get here. Therefore, I'm going to hold you to the standard of the things that this person does, not what you do. Right? Like if I was a personal trainer and I had a fat person, they wanted to get fit. If I held them to the standards of a fat person, they would never get fit. I have to be brutal on them and be like, hey, you're fucking fat. Get your ass in the gym in order to make them better. Okay. And I expect all of you guys to hold those same standards for each other. Okay. Because it's unfair. It's unfair if you guys are easy on each other. Right? I don't know how many of you guys actually have brothers in here. I have 2 younger brothers. I can tell you this. I am so fucking hard on them. It doesn't matter what we could be playing hockey outside. We could be doing a card game, playing Fortnite, making food. Hey, you're fucking shit. You suck. You're terrible. Right? And it's not because we hate them, but it's because we're trying to we're trying to get them to become better. Okay? So just want to set the expectation from the bat. We'll repeat this, Tyler. You're fucking late.
Okay? You're late, Tyler. You're late, man.
Yeah, I joined with the wrong account there.
Yeah, that's what they all
have
say.
You guys seen my anime girlfriend on my profile picture there?
We would have rather preferred that.
All
right. Anyways, hopefully a couple more people will join. If not, we'll get right into it and they can watch the recording because I don't want to wait for them. Real quick, if you do ever miss a call, just let us know in the fucking chat. Right? Like I get it, life happens. For context, I expect you guys to jump on every call because every day is going to be an insane and fun training. My goal is to make this fun and valuable at the same time. Okay, like I want you to have a fucking good time when you leave this call. Like when you leave here, I want you to feel excited, right? Like you're like, let's fucking go. Like you're happy, you're pumped. Okay.
Let's
And I
fucking
encourage you guys.
go.
Yeah, I encourage you guys to get to know each other as well. So like, if you guys haven't chatted a bit in the Discord, like message each other, get to know each other. If you guys want, you can create a voice channel for you guys to hang out and talk, right? Like, fucking like this world. Let me tell you, is so fucking lonely, right? And having people that have the same mindset, that are learning the same things, it like nothing, like literally nothing beats that. Okay, so I encourage you guys to do that, and obviously I'll facilitate whatever I need to, and I'll hop in there. I'll do whatever the case is. All right. With that being said, for today's call, I'll share with you guys the entire agenda of what I kind of have and what I want to go through. And we can do like some questions at the end. I'm sure some of you are probably like, still like, what the fuck's going to happen? Or maybe there's just some things you want to know. My goal is I can clarify everything today. Today will be probably the most boring of all of the meetings we ever have. Transparently, it's the first meeting. I'll try and make it exciting, but it can be difficult to do so. So let me present this. I feel like I'm back in like school, like, oh, present your screen and show this. I've made a 2-week setter training sprint. Now, granted, this will probably change as we go. Like I've created this as it is now with, team expectations, day 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. It'll probably change as we go, but we'll be adaptable. Okay. I'm pretty adaptable. I think you guys probably are as well. So we'll just adapt as need be, as that's a good skill to have. Okay. First I want to do, I just want to cover expectations on my end and your guys' end. And then I want to get right into it. I don't really want to wait. If you guys have any questions now, just type it in the chat and I'll get to it when I can. Otherwise, we'll do it all at the end. But I want to just lay it out so you guys understand what to expect from me, what to expect from each other, what I can expect from you guys, etc. And the first thing, which most of you guys have caught on, or all of you, is cameras on for every meeting. The way I run my teams is you have your camera on. Like there's no exception. It's you have it on, that's it, period. All right, like simple as that. Okay. Anyways, let me go through this.
Wait, I have some questions though before you get into this.
Okay, what's your question?
Two questions. Number one, what's the niche? Number two, what's the offer, bro? I still don't know what's the niche and what's the offer.
So we're gonna get into that because that's like a good question that some of you probably want to know. Okay, so give me a minute, and I've made the whole doc for this. Okay, so here's I just want to set some expectations, and for context, if for whatever reason you feel you cannot meet these, let me know and we can wave goodbye. And I say that in the most loving way possible, but like if we're not on the same page, it'll never work. And I don't want to force you to do something that you can't do, and vice versa. Okay, because I want all of us to be on the same page. I don't want one of us to be holding each other down because you can't commit the same way that other people can't, right? So for those of you showing up here, congrats, you already got half the fucking gig done. For the people that aren't here, we'll have to see what they're up to. Okay, so that being said, here's my expectation for you guys. It's not much. Okay, I expect that after this whole training period is done, you can commit at least 4 hours a day to making money and setting. I think that's pretty reasonable. Okay, if you don't, you can let me know and we can part our ways. Second thing is I expect to be open to feedback, myself included. So if you have feedback for me at any point, more than happy to hear it. Okay, like I'm still always learning myself, and there's probably a plethora of things that you guys know that I do not. All of us have lived different lives, encounter different things, right? Like Brian is in the fucking military. Okay, Javon is a fucking pro tennis player. Like all of us are just we are all so different. Okay, so I'm open to feedback, and I hope that you guys will be as well. Otherwise, we can never grow. Future setting placements. So I'll touch on this more in a second, but long story short, like I've said, some of you know, some of you don't know, I run a couple different agencies with a couple different partners, and my goal was like, fuck, some of them are training setting teams, and truth be told, they're not that good. They just don't understand how to build a proper setting team. And I was like, what if I just build one because I find it fucking fun? I can give you guys a bunch of value, and then simultaneously, hopefully give you guys all the chance to make a bunch of money by setting you in those agencies that I actively work with. And so all of you, for context, will be working with me, okay? But some of you might just be in different agencies with different partners, okay? And I can cover more on like offer and stuff for different agencies. Obviously, they're all fucking different. At the end of this, we'll find out who's best for what agency, and we'll put you guys in there, okay? But I want you guys, all of you guys are going to have a plethora of choices and stuff that you can go on to set and make a bunch of money, okay? Because let me make it very clear. My goal is for all of us here to make money, Like, I'm not going to beat around the bush and say, oh, no, I'm here to. No. My goal is for all of us to make money. Okay? And how? If I make you guys really, really, really fucking good, you'll set a lot of appointments. If you set a lot of appointments for my agency, I make more money. Like, that's just as transparent as I can be, right? So I will do whatever it takes to make you guys incredibly fucking good. And my goal is that you guys can make a fuck ton of money with this. Like, genuinely a lot. Okay? And if that means helping you guys, become transition into a closer, into an SDR manager, heck, even starting your own agency, while it would be sad to see you go, I will also happily do that. Okay? I just want you guys to win. Right? That's the whole goal is I want to create a group of winners. I picked you guys all for a reason. I probably had over like 40, 50 applicants for this, like a lot of looms that people sent to me. I was pretty ruthless of just like telling people no. I even had like a 13-year-old girl from India trying to like apply for this, and it was really hard to try and tell her no because she's 13 and from India. That's a bit of a hard one. So I just said legally I wasn't allowed to take her on for my team. That's a whole different story. Super sweet girl. Probably one of the hardest workers I've ever seen. Like, dude, you should have seen the loom she sent. It's crazy. Okay. Anyways, I picked you guys for a reason because I believe in you guys. Okay. Next expectation is team vibe and messaging. We're gonna have a good vibe. We're gonna have a great vibe with each other. My goal is for you guys to really enjoy being part of this. And if not, that means I'm doing a bad job and I need to get better myself. And I encourage you guys and I expect you guys to chat more often. So my goal is that I don't see a bunch of my own messages in the Discord. For those of you in there, my goal is that you guys will be chatting with each other, whether that's asking questions to each other, whether that's asking me questions, whether that's just sharing things you've learned. Like, I expect us to operate as a team. And if you guys have ever been part of any fucking good team ever in your life, people talk with each other and get to know each other, etc. I've played team sports my entire life growing up. I've been part of some really, really shit teams. And even I remember once I was the captain of a hockey team and our team was by far the worst in the league. Like, I got traded from the best team with literally my really good buddies. Actually, my twin, I call him my twin. We have the same birthday on the same day. We've always been best friends. We were on the best team. We're winning everything. This is house hockey. I got fucking traded. I don't even know how you get traded in house hockey, but I somehow got traded onto the most shit team in the world. Okay, but because of that, they fucking loved me because I was good. And so I got to play a lot, so I was kind of happy. And we ended up becoming so good, not because we were actually good. We had girls on our team. We had kids who had never skated before. Our team was abysmal, but we created such an environment where we were always hanging out before the games, after the games. We were just always shooting the shit in the Snapchat group chat. On the bench, we were laughing and just having a good time to the point where we had such good chemistry. We played really, really well together. And so despite not having the good skill, we were so good chemistry-wise, we actually ended up playing pretty good. Okay? So even if you're not the best, as long as you have a good team, it helps a shit ton, right? So that's that. Expectations, next one is the 10 daily calls. Like, if you can't show up, just let us know. Like, I get shit happen. I understand. Just let us know so we know why you're not here, right? For those people who are not here right now, like, I don't know why they're not here because they didn't tell me. It's fine, they're not here. Just let us know. Okay, if you're gonna miss a hockey game, let your coach know. It's fine, you're gonna miss the game. Just let us know why. All right, I love hockey. If you couldn't tell, so I'm gonna use that analogy until the day that my team, the Edmonton Oilers, wins a cup. So that'll be a while. Next thing is I want to make this clear. This won't be some like get rich quick scheme. You make $1 million tomorrow. It's gonna be easy. Like this, it will be hard. Okay, but everything that's worth it in this life will be difficult, and I'm sure all of you guys can attest to that in your own regard and to different things in life. Like, if something is good, it's gonna have some sort of pain that comes associated with it, right? And that is learning something, getting to know 100 times on the phone, kind of hurts your soul a little bit. I remember the first time I ever cold called, I mustered up the courage for like 45 minutes, only to press dial to call this realtor, who within the first 5 seconds said, no, do not call me again, hung up. And I just sat there like, wow, this is what I signed up for. And then I called again, and the next person actually said the same thing. That was demotivating. Okay, which we'll talk about later today is motivation. Alrighty. Next thing is lead by example. I am going to make it my goal to lead by example by showing up to calls on time, by chatting with you guys in the Discord, by being open to feedback, and I encourage all of you to do the same. Okay, and so my goal is that I'm good enough at leading to inspire you guys to be good enough at leading each other and everyone else. All right, like, I don't want this to be like some hierarchy where like Stefan's here, you guys are down here. Like I said, we're all human beings. We all have good skills. Yes, okay, I know, like, woohoo, I'm building this fucking team. who cares? You guys are all amazing in your own regard, and so I expect all of you guys to lead, right? Whether that's taking the charge by messaging someone that's not here, or letting us know why you're not here, or helping each other out, like whatever the case is, just lead by example, right? My goal is to build a fucking brotherhood, and that's not by having one person, being this superiority complex to everyone else. Last two things: we're a family. Help everyone get better. Okay, I don't care if it's setting wise, sales wise. I really don't care. I'll help you with anything. Okay, I've been famous for making my team members training programs. I once had a guy that wanted to learn powerlifting. For context, I was like, it's a long fucking story, but I was on the best powerlifting team in all of Canada. Some of the guys on that team have won worlds. Like it's crazy how fucking good these guys were. I was never that good, for context, but I learned a lot because the coach, like the guy who ran the team, lived 20 minutes away from me, and I would train at his gym. I also filmed for him. That was kind of like my in, and so I did all the content for the team. I obviously got trained by him as well, and he taught me a lot of stuff because working with him so often. Point is, I've made some powerlifting programs. Okay, a lot of you in here probably know more about different things than each other. Help each other out, right? Like, and it doesn't have to be just sales. Okay, of course we're all here to make money. It's the main thing, but like, help each other out in life. If you broke up with your girlfriend, bring it to the fucking team. Okay, bring it to the boys. Okay, we'll help you out. Alrighty. Last thing, it says YouTube in here. Long story short, I might turn parts of these training videos into a YouTube just to post it, right? To kind of share like, hey, here's what I'm doing to like train a fucking team. Woohoo. Simple as that. If any of you have any objections, sorry, gonna have to let you go. So hope it isn't a big deal for any of you guys. If it is, you can message me personally, and we can just chat it out together. Otherwise, figure out, just let you guys know, just so you're aware. Okay. Whew. I talk a lot. I'm used to this. I don't know why I'm pretending it's a big deal. All I do all day is hop on calls and talk to people. This is my 8th consecutive call today. Fun fact. All right. So that being said, does anyone have any quick questions they want to ask about anything we just covered before we kind of dive into day one and go from there? You can talk. You're loud.
Yeah, I know I can talk. So yeah, I want to actually ask a question. You said in the first 2 weeks you're gonna give us training. My question is, are we still gonna cold call him during these 2 weeks? And because you said you are gonna set us with another agencies, another agency from one of those that you are working.
My agency.
So now we will be cold calling for your agency right now, and after 2 weeks we will be cold calling for another agency. Is that right, or
no? So the way so the way I was gonna do this is do a 2-week, 10-day intensive training to get you guys all up at the same speed, at the same pace, the same knowledge base, etc., and then place you guys. I know some of you are already setting for different agencies for yourself, whatever the case may be, and you're already setting appointments. That's amazing. I encourage you to keep doing that. As a matter of fact, if you guys are like, if any of you in here are like, hey, I would love to call in the meantime, I can set you guys up right now already with one of my agencies, or an offer that you can start calling for right now as you start learning. But my objective was, hey, let me take this core group of guys in for 10 days and do a 10-day intensive every single day, hands-on, become really fucking good, and then put you guys, for context, continue to train. Like, I'm gonna make it very clear. We will continue to train after I place you guys. Okay, and you guys all have jobs, etc. Like, I want this group to stay forever, and maybe even expand in the future if we get some other people in. This will always be the core group because this is just who's here. But yeah, does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
okay.
It does.
Perfect.
So yeah, actually, I prefer that you set me up with another agency, because I was just cold calling for another agency for Vachi. So I know a thing or two about cold calling.
Yeah.
But yeah,
so yeah,
we can chat about this later on my Discord.
Yeah. So actually, for anyone in here, if any of you are like, hey, I would love to already start calling, just send me a message and I can set you up and we can get that going, because there's no harm in you already doing so. You'll just be better in 10 days. And for context, I know myself, I'm huge on this. I hate being bad at stuff. And so my goal was, let me make you guys good and then call, because then you'll have a more fun time. So yeah. Jaden, what's up?
We have an agency together. We have cold callers right now. Should we get him on the call, or should I just do my own call?
No, you're gonna train them yourself, and you're about to see how to train them properly.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah. Otherwise, this would be too chaotic if I took on every single cold call in every single agency. That would be wild.
I got you, Mark.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet. So let's do this. Obviously, in theory, we technically only have 12 more minutes here. If you guys have a hard stop at 2:30 PST, whatever time it is for you, by all means leave. For this meeting scheduled for 30 minutes, if you got to go. We might run a little bit over. Okay, so if you can stay, great. If not, see ya. That's not a big problem. Okay. I also want to do an introduction so we all get to know each other. It's just I really want to get through this. That way, all the expectations have been set, so we're all on the same page. Right? And then I really want to like actually make sure everyone knows each other. We can do like a fucking little stupid game that they do when you go to like that. You know, you go to like a camp when you're like a little kid for like summer, and they're like, all right, let's get to know each other.
An icebreaker.
Yourself. There you go. Yeah, there you go. An icebreaker. That's what they fucking call it. Yeah, we'll do something like that. Except, does anyone have like fun ways to do it? Okay, we'll figure that out after. Okay, let me do this. Expectations have been set. Okay, that's it. We're all on the same page. Everyone's cool. Phenomenal. I really want to dive into foundation and mindset. It's going to be hard to do this in 11 minutes, so this will probably carry over into tomorrow. As you can see, we're going to double down on that and go back to mindset. But yeah, what's the goal here? We already talked about that. What will happen after the 14 days? We just talked about that. We will continue to train. Okay, it's a 10-week, 2-week intensive training. We will continue to train after that and be a team and grow together, etc. It's just the 2-week intensive is to get it all ramped up and then going from there. Okay, meet the team. We'll do that in a second because I really just want to talk about this. The most important thing, I'm just going to stress this right now. Literally the most important thing when it comes to setting sales, it doesn't even matter, business in general, is your mindset and your confidence. I'm literally about to film a video on why people are stuck below 10K with an agency, and it only comes down to one thing, your mindset. A lot of people, the reason why they're less than 10K is because they don't see themselves as somebody that is capable of making 10K. What happens? They charge way less money because they don't feel capable of charging more. They're not confident when calling. They're not confident on the sales call. They display a lot of uncertainty, and prospects can see that. Like when you everyone in here has a good intuition, right? Like if two people are in front of you and one person knows what they're talking about and one doesn't, you'll be able to know almost 100 out of 100 times because we have this intuition for like knowing when people are telling the truth, etc. And just like a good gut feeling. Most of us have that, right? And so one of the most important things is literally how you view yourself. Like if you view yourself as some little stupid fucking idiotic peasant, you'll be capped at that. You won't book a lot of appointments, okay? You won't close deals, right? And I see this with a lot of guys I've coached in the past. The reason why they're stuck is not because they're bad. It's not because their offer is bad. Not because their service is bad. But because they view themselves as some little peasant. I know it sounds fucked up, but they do. And their mind is like, I don't view myself as someone capable of making 10K or charging 2, 3, 4K because of all these limiting beliefs. And as a byproduct, they don't, and they don't make money, okay? And so especially on the call, right? Whether you're doing inbound or outbound calling, it doesn't matter. They can't see you, okay? So they can't see your body language. They can't see what you look like. They can't meet you. All they're going off of, okay? There's only one thing they're going off of. It's your tonality. It's how you sound. And I'm about to give you guys some fucking sauce, okay? When it comes to trusting, right? When people are like, oh, should I trust what this guy's saying? Because there's 1,000 people calling all the time. So why do some people book and some people don't book, right? Why do some people book way more than other people? It's how they make the person feel. Let me fucking hone in on this. It's a feeling. Okay, people are like, oh, how do I get someone to trust me? And they think like if I show them a bunch of case studies and tell them I've worked with 100 people that they're going to trust me. No, because trust isn't a logical like, A equals B. You know what I mean? Like 1 + 1 = 2. It's not like, oh, you show me case study, I trust. That's not how it works, right? It's like, it's a feeling. When you trust someone, why do you trust them? I don't know. They feel trustworthy. It's a fucking feeling. So when you are calling, okay, the only thing the prospect is going off of, whether you're telling the truth or not, is a feeling. And that comes from how you speak. It comes from your tonality. It doesn't come from the words you say, because all of us right now could call the same 100 leads and we could all use the same script saying, hey, we work with 30 realtors and we get them 3 deals in 90 days. And some of us would book 0 meetings and some of us would book 10. Why? It's how we speak. It's how you talk. And that really comes from your mindset and your confidence, how you view yourself. If you view yourself as some little stupid peasant, okay, you will talk like a little stupid peasant. Okay, and that's not going to help you book meetings. Okay, once again, these people on the phone know nothing about you. They don't know whether you're telling the truth or not. They don't know whether you're lying or not. They don't know whether you're good or not. They know nothing about you. All they're going off is, how does this person sound? Do they sound competent? Do they sound good? Do they sound convicted? Or do they sound shy and nervous, right, and uncertain? And based on how you sound is whether they will trust you or not. It's not what you say. I'm going to make this very clear. On the phone, it's not about what you say. It's about how you say it. Okay? Simple as that. Okay? And so as you can see here, some other things like tonality. It's the most important. Conviction, right? Like how convicted you sound. If you're on the phone and you're like, yeah, so we work with one sec, let me check. Yeah, we work with a couple of people. We actually, we work with 100 realtors across the U.S. No one's gonna believe that, but it sounds good. It's 100 realtors across the U.S. That's so much social proof. It's not about the words. It's about how you say it. Okay, so that's what I want you guys to really focus on. It's never the fucking script. Okay, right now I can give you Kevin Hart's script, and you can go on stage and you can speak it and say it word for word. Would people laugh? Well, maybe, just not for the right reasons. Okay? And so it's never the script, right? And if you ever think it's the script, just ask yourself, if I gave Hermosi or Jeremy Minor or insert famous good sales guy and they use this script, would they book more meetings than me? Probably. Okay. So it's a skill deficiency, not a script problem. Now, granted, the script can be the issue, just very often not the case. Alrighty. Anyways, tonality, conviction, offer. We don't really have to talk about offer too much. You guys won't be making offers, but just know that how good your offer is a direct proportion to how many meetings you will book. Granted, good skill is way more important, but offer is a huge thing. Okay. Pitch, opener, purpose, prospect, clarity, and certainty. Okay. So I really quickly just want to go through, like, once again, just some foundational stuff. When you're calling someone, they're thinking three things. Okay. And I approach, sales and cold calling and even inbound calling from a perspective of the prospect most people don't do. If you get a cold call right now from someone, like, as a matter of fact, I just got a phone call while we were on this meeting, and I was literally thinking, who is this? Okay. Now, if I picked up the phone, I'd probably be thinking, who is this? What do they want? Why are they calling me? And guess what? That's what every prospect thinks when you call them. Who are you? Why are you calling me? What do you want? And so you want to be able to answer those questions for them as quick as possible so you can continue the conversation. Okay? So just know that whenever you call, whoever you call, whatever script you use, whatever you use, try and answer those three questions for them, because that's what they're already wondering. And the faster you can answer those questions and answer them in a way that satisfies them, right? Like, obviously, if you say, hey, my name is Paul, and I'm calling from Nigeria to sell you a credit card, and I want your money, like, that's not going to go anywhere. Okay? And we all, like, it's pretty obvious, right? And so you got to make sure you say it in a way that sounds interesting. So, like, you can't just call and say, hey, I'm Stefan calling from this company, and we're calling to sell you ads because we want money. Now, granted, I guarantee you, if you called like that and said those same words in a good tonality, you could book. And I say this because there's a guy called, I recommend you guys all look him up. His name is Cameron Profit on Instagram or TikTok. I don't know. You'll find him. He's like he's an Australian redhead. Okay. Insane cold caller. Like, so fucking good, so much confidence. And I've seen him book a meeting where he was like, hey, yeah, I'm calling you to sell you some SEO shit. That's what he said to the guy. And the guy's like, what? He's like, I'm just calling to sell you some SEO shit. The same shit everyone else is calling about. We're just better. And the guy booked the fucking meeting. Why? Because it's not about the script. It's about how you say it. And this guy speaks with so much conviction. He's so good. I'll be referencing him a ton. I'll share with you guys the videos. It's so good. Watch him. You'll just see that it doesn't. He's cold called people, and he'll say random words like skiddly boopity boop in the middle of the cold call. Still book a meeting. Why? Because it doesn't fucking matter. Like, it doesn't matter what you say. Matter of fact, 2 years ago, for one of my agencies, I built a cold calling team. 4 guys, just literally like brain dead high school idiots. Okay, one guy is some like emo Asian kid. The guy, that's just what he was. Another guy was this guy from Brazil. All right, who had like a pretty big accent. And one day we decided to all cold call pretending to be Indian. We cold call with Indian accents, and we still booked meetings. As a matter of fact, at the same rate we normally would. Because it doesn't fucking matter. Like, it literally doesn't matter. Okay, which is I want you guys to understand. It doesn't matter what you sound like. Like, obviously it does matter, but like, it doesn't matter about your accent or the words you say or like if you're stupid or not. Like, it just comes down to how you carry the conversation. Okay, and how well you can start to understand the prospect. Alrighty. Clarity and certainty. One of the biggest things, once again, and you're gonna hear me repeat this 100 times over and over and over. on the call, okay, they can't see you. They can't fucking see your screen. They can't see your body language. All they're going off of is your voice. And so you have to project clarity and certainty so that they believe you. Because once again, let's see, we're going to do a little quiz. Trust and belief is a what? Is a blank. Insert the word. Type it below. All of you. Trust is a blank. What is it? Let's see. Who remembers?
Feeling.
There you go. It's not typing it, but there you fucking go. You got it. That's fine. No. I love that. I fucking like that. I fucking like that. Being on the fucking ball. It's quicker than all you guys. All you guys are fucking slow. Brian's still sitting here like shell shocked. Doesn't even know. He's just like shell shocked. That's kind of, dude, is that fucked up? I just said that when you just came back from the military. If I did anything bad, I apologize. Otherwise, please forgive me. Oh my god, I didn't realize. All right, anyway, a feeling. It's a fucking feeling, boys. Okay? So whether the prospect books or not is based on the feeling you give them. Okay? This is the same with women. Like, it doesn't matter if you are 6'7", jacked and a millionaire. If you don't give her that feeling, she gone. Okay? It's a feeling. Same with these prospects. It's a feeling. Okay? That's what you have to give them. So here's what we're gonna do. For those of you that have to go, thank you for being here. See ya. If those of you are gonna stay, I've got a couple minutes, then we'll skedaddle out of here so we can all get back to our days and doing whatever it is we love to do. I want to talk about the purpose of the cold call because no one knows this. As in, most people forget about this. Let's find out. Let's do a little quiz. Okay? I'm gonna stop sharing and see. What is the purpose of a cold call? Or even an inbound call. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's outbound or inbound. They're both the fucking same. We're just going to say cold call because it's easier. What is the purpose?
To book a meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now, what's funny is all of us know this, but we all forget it. There's only one purpose of the call. It's to book a meeting. Okay? Yet most people forget this, and guess what they try and do? They start trying to do discovery and ask the prospect 1,000 different questions and start asking random questions that have nothing to do with booking the meeting. The whole purpose of the call is to do one thing and one thing only. Book a damn meeting to continue the conversation later when you didn't call them out of the blue. Okay? That's it. And so to book a meeting, we don't need to have hour-long conversations. We don't need to ask them every question about their business. Heck, we don't need to do half the stuff a lot of people do want to call because it's useless. Okay? We have one goal in the call, one call only. It's to book a meeting. You know how many times I have reviewed a call where someone has made a call and they've gone on the call for 6 minutes and then the call ended and they didn't even ask them to book a call. They were just like talking, and eventually the prospect's like, you know what? I'm not interested, and hung up. You spent 6 minutes on that phone call and you didn't even get to ask them. You didn't get to ask them to book a meeting, which is the only reason you called. Okay? So I want you guys to remember when you were dialing, okay, which all this will be soon, your one goal is to book a meeting. Forget everything else. Your one goal is to book a meeting. Alrighty? So here's what we're going to do. Since I know a couple of us left and, a couple of you probably have other stuff that you want to go through. I did pretty good today. I went through most stuff I want to go through. Tomorrow, what I really want to cover is just a bit more of the basic stuff. And I know the basic stuff is boring, but there's once a good quote from Dan Kennedy, one of the best marketers of our entire generation of all time. He was at a big marketing event, and there was, at the end, they said, hey, there's two sides. There's a basic side and the advanced side. And every marketer went to the advanced except for one person, who? Dan Kennedy. When asked, hey, why did you go to the basic side? He said, because if there's one thing I'm doing wrong in my business, I sure as hell don't want to be the basics. Because the basics usually account for most of the results, right? Even if you think of anything in business, like if you just do the basics right, you'll probably be on a good path. But if you do the basics wrong, but you do the high level stuff right, like imagine if you don't know how to conduct a proper sales call, you don't know how to ask good questions, you don't know how to listen, you don't know how to pitch, you don't know how to handle objections, but you remembered how to ask that one consequence question for Jimmy Miner. Do you think you'd close the deal? Probably not. Even if you use the dark psychological advanced stuff. Okay? It doesn't matter without the basics. Right? It's like, what's it like? Let's just think of something ridiculous that would just make no sense. It's like, you know what? This is so stupid. It's like building a car and you like make the car look really fancy on the outside, but you forget to put an engine in. It's like, it doesn't, you can make it look as good as you want. It's not going to run. It's not going to do anything. All right. So like the more you learn the basics, the better you'll become in every aspect. And I've realized this, just like so many people don't even know the basics because It's not sexy. It doesn't sound good. No one wants to learn it. Okay. That being said, tomorrow we're gonna recover a little bit what we covered today, just so you guys are on the same page. We're all good. Then I really just kind of want to talk about just calling as a whole, right? Like a bit more what the prospect are thinking, what a normal call structure looks like, and maybe answer any questions you guys may have that you may not be sure of. And then we're just going to really be doing a quick call review to see what a good call looks like, or even a bad call. What the prospects think when you're calling. We already talked about that. And then kind of like the mindset becoming a new person, which we kind of touched on today. So that is what I have in the books for tomorrow. And hopefully, if everyone is there, we can do a quick little team roundabout meet and greet. I know we kind of do that in Discord. Maybe we'll do another one where we just kind of get to know each other a little bit better. But yeah, that is what I have. So, real quick, does anyone want to say anything? You can just say whatever you want. You can ask a question. You can talk. You can do whatever.
Love you, Stefan. No homo.
Yeah, I got socks on. Let's see. Can I show you? Ah, look at that.
Relax.
There you go.
Yeah, I think we
super.
should do that icebreaker if you guys have time.
Okay, well then let's do this. Wait, shoot, one sec. Oh, wait. Hold up. Oh shit. The call I was supposed to have 5 minutes ago said, can we push 30 minutes? Let's fucking go. W. All right, so I'll be here for another little bit. Let's do a bit of an icebreaker. I think that'd be good for us. That's a great one. I want to do it again when there's other people here. So whenever the new people jump on, we'll do that. But based on what I said today, does anyone have any questions, things you want to go over, just clarifications or anything else before we do this icebreaker and meet again tomorrow? Okay. I will take that as a no. Let's see who said something.
Okay, I'm going first. So let me segue this a little bit because I kind of do have a question. But first I'm going to introduce myself. So I'm Brian. I'm just the guy that works for the grocery store. I'm not proud of that, but I'm also comfortable talking about that. I do a kick-ass job. I'm not some fucking slacker. I could talk to you about that too. I have a college degree. Can't get a great job because I feel like AI took my job or my options or something. But that's where Stefan's got me thinking about, I guess, confidence and stuff like that. And maybe that's where I have room to grow. Also, you could say I'm great at customer service, but I think I have a habit of saying sorry. If you noticed it earlier when I spoke up or whatever, I answered a question and Stefan was like, yeah, thanks for that answer. But I still said sorry after that. So I'm thinking about it, and especially as he's going on with it more, I'm thinking, man, maybe this is like spilling over. This is not a good habit to have. So I want to cut that out. I'm going to stop saying that word. And yeah, I'm totally open to feedback. So if you guys want to talk or just do some cold call practice or something like that, I need some more experience.
Wherever time zone you're in, good time zone, good whatever it is for you. If it's morning, good morning. If it's night, good night. If it's afternoon, good afternoon. If it's middle of the night, like what would you even say to that? Like imagine you meet someone, it's like 2 a.m. Like good morning, but it's like it's too early. Good night, it's too late.
Yeah, for me it's like 11 p.m. now.
Okay, so we could say good night. That's fine. And that's fine. Okay. Real quick, just out of curiosity, does anybody here have any calls that they've ever made? No? No one has any recordings of calls?
Yeah.
Does anyone here?
I have many
have
recordings. I have many recordings. I have a library of recordings, bro.
You're good. Good, that's good to know. Jaden, Taha, where the fuck are your video cameras? There we go.
Look at me. Look at me, man. Like
fine, bro. We want to look at your pretty face. And Taha, what about you, bro? There we go. Okay, now we're talking. This is way better. Right? Like we're all humans. Like I'm so scared that one day like we're gonna like jump on a call and everyone's gonna have their cameras off and it's just gonna be a bunch of AIs. That's like why I don't know who here did online school. Did they make you turn your cameras on?
No, bro. I was playing Fortnite.
Really? Anyone here like hack the system and like put on like a repeating video loop of them? No. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Anyways, let's get down to business. Like I said yesterday, I want to do a super quick recap, and then go straight into today's training. I do want to do like a call review just to kind of like show you guys, just like, because I don't know about you guys, I'm a huge believer that you get better by doing. I was actually just at the rink with my buddy shooting some pucks, and he's like trying to get better. He's like, "How do I get better?" I'm like, "Dude, you just gotta fucking play more." Okay? And so I'm a big believer that the best way to learn what's good and what's bad is to do it. And obviously, since we're not calling quite yet, I figured I might as well show you. With that being said, let's get right smack dab into this bad boy and talk a little bit. The grants, I noticed something I didn't do, which I want to do, is make this more engaging, but I find it just ends up being me talking. So if you guys ever want to interrupt me, do so, because I find that it's terrible that it's just me talking all the time. And so I will try and make the days moving forward more fun. As a matter of fact, like, it's just by nature the first couple days gonna be boring. My goal is after the first couple days and like we get through like the bulk of the stuff, when we're doing a lot of call reviews, I want to have like you guys reviewing the call, and like we're gonna do a call review and all of us are gonna like share one thing that was bad, one thing that was good. We're gonna do like some live role plays between each other, and so it's gonna be a lot more fun, a lot more engaging. But by nature of sharing new things, it's gonna be a bit boring. So apologies. Anyways, with that being said, what the fuck am I hearing? There's like some weird ticking sound out there. Anyways, let's just get right into it. Day 2, recap day 1. Okay, so real quick, the most important thing in sales is how you sound. It's how you make the prospect feel. All right. Now, I've noticed that this is even more important on actual sales calls. Like, there's a guy I'm working with, and before we started working together, he was making ads to promote a free ebook to business owners who weren't yet business owners, so he could then sell them on a website. Now, long story short, he never made any fucking money, obviously, as you can tell by what I just said, but he also wasn't good at sales. Like, when I say wasn't good at sales, he hopped on the call, and he literally was like, "Hey, man, your website sucks. I'm going to tell you why you need a new website." And proceeded for 30 minutes straight to tell this guy why he needed a new website and why a website was going to fix his business. Obviously, it's not how you sell somebody something. And so guess what? At the end of the call, not only did the guy say no, the guy said, "This sales call was so bad, let me give you tips." The prospect gave the sales guy, the closer, tips. What the fuck? Now, to summarize a long story short, we just collected just under $16,000 in the last 30 days. And the only thing that changed on his sales ability was him thinking that he was good. Like I didn't actually teach him much about sales. I gave him a little bit of framework, and then I just made him think he was really good, which he was when he thought he was good and when he was doing good things, and he closed a bunch of deals. Okay. Why is my brother here? Hey, I'm on a call. Hurry up. Anyways, you're about to see some gay kid walk by me. Look at that gay fuck. Okay. Fucking loser. All right. Anyways, take your shoes off. Little kids, man. Can't be fucking asked. Okay. Very fitting. We talked about the whole brotherhood yesterday, and my brother comes in. The first thing I say is gay, and he's a loser. Anyways, you get the point. Okay. That's a fucking recap yesterday. We could talk about everything else, but you guys were there, and so I'm not going to repeat myself. So let's get into today and make this a lot more fun. So, double down on foundations, most important. We just fucking did this. Okay, all of us should understand, have a good understanding of the foundations, what the purpose of a call is, how a call is structured, and I'll actually explain it because I don't think I went too in detail. Typical setting call, any sort of call is structured with an opening, okay, some sort of pitch, and some sort of close. Like, yes, you could argue there's more stuff in there. I really like to keep it simple. There's an opening part, which is the first little bit of the call, which is where you get the prospect to say, "Yes, you can continue talking to me." There's the pitch, right, which is where you tell them why you're calling and what you kind of want from them. And then there's the close, which is where you ask for the fucking thing you want and you handle the objections. That's it. Like, there's no build rapport, like none of that fucking bullshit. Okay, there's none of that. Like, we like to keep it simple. People that try and do extra shit are the ones that end up hopping on the call for 20 minutes and never booking, even asking for an appointment, which we don't want to do. Okay, because that would be stupid. I want to talk about what makes people book. Okay, so the psychology. What makes someone book? Very simply put, someone books a meeting with you when they think it would be worth their time. Crazy, right? They book a meeting with you. They say yes if they think it would be worth your time. So all you have to do is understand the prospect on an okay enough level and pitch something that could be of interest to them. That's it. All right. Now, I want to put a huge emphasis on that. How you frame the call is a huge indicator into whether or not someone will say yes and also showing up. Okay. And so, how you frame the call. Okay. So, we're going to talk about framing the call here. When you go to frame the call, don't just say, hey, let's book a call so we can talk to you. You want to frame the call as something beneficial to them in relation to them that will help them out with something they're trying to do. So, instead of saying, hey, let's just book a call so I can sell you, right? You would be better off saying like, okay, based on the fact that you said you're looking for more clients, would you be opposed to jumping on a call with our team, where we'll show you what we're doing for our guys right now to get them an extra XYZ jobs per month, and showing you those same systems so you can just see what we're doing for yourself and see if it's in alignment with what you're looking for. Now, you could even do way better than that. I'm just giving you an example, right, of how that would be more compelling than, hey, let's just jump on a call. Okay, because let's just jump on a call. What does that mean? What's the purpose of the call? Right? Like, if you don't give the prospect the purpose of the call, they're not going to show. Which, trust me, I see this all the fucking time. Okay? Am I going too fast? Did I explain this okay? Anyone have anything? You want to interrupt me? Yes, you want to interrupt me? No, you don't want to interrupt me? You're allowed to turn your mic on. I encourage you to talk. Say something. Anyways.
This is a good tempo. This is a good speed.
Okay. Good. We're going to keep rushing through because I want to get to the fun stuff. Because admittedly, this is boring for you guys and for me. I know it. Okay? Trust me, I'd rather sit here and review calls and roleplay than do any of this stuff. But it's important. We talked about foundation is important. Okay? There you go. That's what makes people book. Right? Just think like, and something I think people don't do enough is this. Think about yourself. Like, well, let's be selfish here, right? Think about yourself. If someone were to call you, what would make you say yes to booking a meeting? What would make you say no? Like, I find it so crazy how so many people do things that if someone did to them, they wouldn't like, right? Like, just ask yourself, if I cold called myself, if I were to hop on a call with myself, would I say yes? If the answer is no, just ask yourself why. And you will literally learn so much more. Like, people don't use their fucking brain. If you guys use your brain, you'll be better than 99% of people who've ever touched the phone. Ever. Like, genuinely ever. Just ask yourself, would I book a call with me? And you'll get a pretty good answer. And if you say no, you'll have a pretty good idea of why. Okay, and you know what to get better at.
He literally gave sauce, guys, because he literally gave sauce. Today I did the same exactly what he said. I was booking a call for my realtor and literally giving value, explaining to them why they're gonna be benefiting. Literally got them on the call. So that's sauce right there.
Yeah, boom. There you go. Look at that. This shit works. Psychology why people book. We just talked about that. Whoops. Baseline skill level training. Quick call review. Let me do this in 2 seconds. What prospects think when you're calling? We talked about this yesterday, but I'm going to retouch on it once again. When someone calls, they're thinking 3 things. Can someone write in the chat or even fucking say it aloud? What are the 3 things the prospect thinks when you call them? Let's see. Let's see if you guys remember.
Number one. Why the heck he's calling? What does he want? And why the heck he's calling? What does he want?
Yeah. Who are you? What's the purpose of this? And
yeah.
I forget.
Well, you guys together got it.
Why the heck you're calling? And
yes, together you guys smashed it. Who the fuck are you? Why are you calling me? What do you want? Right? If someone calls you right now, that's literally what you're thinking. And so as the person calling, we want to answer that for them as quick as possible, comma, in a way that makes them want to stay on the phone. Okay? Because if you say to them, hey, my name's Stefan, I'm calling from this company, I'm calling you because we want to sell you something, and I want your money, they're going to hang up. So you can't say it that blatantly. You have to say it in a way that keeps them on the phone. Okay? So just, I want to throw that contingency in there. Don't just like run around saying, hey, I want to take your money. Okay? Anyways, there you go. That's that. So boom, that's that. What the process you're calling the mindset of sales becoming a new person. I made a video on this today. Okay? And I think this applies for everything, not just sales, but especially making money. The only reason why someone isn't making, and this is like for anyone, making, let's say, $10,000, that's the fucking benchmark number. Everyone talks about $10,000, is because of one reason only. Not really. Not true at all. That's a lie. But more often than not, the one reason is their mindset. They don't think that they're someone capable of doing that. I see this all the time with people that call, right? The people that think they're good, the people that think they're a G, the people that are like confident, book more meetings. It's not because the script is different. Like, dude, I've had teams where I give that whole team the same script. They all have the same script. And once we'll talk on scripts later. I give them all the same script. Yet one guy can book significantly more appointments than the other guy, even though they've all been trained the same. Why? Because this guy's confident that he can do it. This guy isn't. Like, that's the difference. And so when I say here the mindset of sales, becoming a new person, like, you have to literally look at yourself a different way. Because if you still view a guy who can't make money and who is a newbie at what he does, like, you're going to be confined and trapped in a mindset. Like, think about this. Do you think Jeff Bezos wakes up and goes, oh, I'm an idiot. I can't grow a company. I can't this. No. Do you think he thought that back in 1997 when he started? No. He probably thought, I'm the fucking man. I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to make millions of dollars. He probably didn't know he was going to make trillions of dollars. He said, I'm going to make millions of dollars. I'm going to figure it out. I might eat shit for a while, but I know that I'm going to make it work. And he did. Okay? Now, I'm not saying you got to wake up and think that you are, Jeremy Minor or Alex Hormozy, but if you still look at yourself as like, oh, I don't know anything, I'm not good, I'm not confident, like, you are your words. Okay? Like, you are your words. What you say to yourself is what you become. If you tell yourself you're bad, you'll be bad. Like, you reap what you sow. Okay? And so just know that whatever affirmation you give yourself, it'll become that. And so in a world where you have the choice to be either or, I would suggest you pick the positive one, which is tell yourself you're the fucking man. Tell yourself you're a fucking G, because all of you guys are. Okay? All of you guys are the fucking man. All of you guys are the fucking G. All of you guys are fucking savages. Okay? All of you guys are absolute legends.
I'm the G, man. I'm the G, man.
And I want you to actually internalize that and wake up and look at yourself and go, I am the fucking man. I am the fucking man. And these people do need my help. Okay? Because that's the truth. Is the people you're talking to do need your help. They're there because they need help. And you are the gateway to them getting help. And so it is your duty to it is your moral, your ethical obligation to serve them and help them in any way, shape, or form possible. Okay? And so just know that they're there because they need your help. All right? And I'll say this, I think I mentioned this yesterday, but I'll say it again. Sales, and when I say sales, like, that means like sales calls, cold, it's all the same, right? It's all under one big umbrella of sales. Is helping someone make a decision. That's all it is you help somebody make a decision, yes or no. Okay? That's it. Like, you're just helping them make a decision. And if you want to help somebody make a decision, you have to give them certainty, which starts with you. You have to be someone that is certain. You have to be someone that's confident. You have to be someone that people can rely on. You have to be someone that people can make a decision with. Right? A lot of people, the reason why they never get anywhere is because they can't make a decision. Like, that's why. Think about people that are fat. The only reason why they're not fit is because they can't make that decision to put the fat food down and to go to the gym. It's a decision, which is why they need personal trainers to make that decision for them and hold them accountable. Right? It's just helping someone make a decision, which half the time on an actual sales call, you're a motivational speaker, if anything. You know what I mean? But it's helping someone make a decision. And you can't help someone make a decision if you're indecisive, if you're uncertain, if people look at you and they're not sure if you know what you're talking about, right? You have to project yourself in a way that people go, oh, this guy knows what he's talking about. This guy's certain, because it gives them certainty, right? Imagine you're with someone. Imagine you're in a place you've never been and you're driving down a fucking road, okay? And you ask the guy, hey, man, where are we? He's like, I don't know, man. I'm trying to figure it out. You would be like, you would start freaking the fuck out. Oh shit, we're about to enter the cartel, we're dead. You know? But if the guy says, oh, yeah, we're right down from O Block, left here, boom there, and then right back to the hotel in 5.7 minutes, you'll be like, oh, whew, all right, sounds good. Okay? Whether or not it's true or not doesn't fucking matter. It'll just, if he's certain, you'll be certain, and you won't freak out. You ever be in a car with a bunch of people screaming? And you're like, oh, what the fuck? You start screaming too? It's just how it works. Okay? If you're in a bad situation, everyone starts freaking out, you're going to start freaking the fuck out. If you're in a bad situation, everyone's calm, you're going to be calm. It's just how the human nature works. Okay? Cool. So, let's do this. I want to review a call. And so, I have calls I could pull up, but I think it'd be more fun if any of you guys have a call you'd want me to pull up and we can just review it together and kind of talk about what was good, what was bad, and just give some feedback. And then, honestly, I'm going to do scripts and data tomorrow. And so we're going to talk about how to write, how to use scripts and everything in between. Data, right? How to use it, how to analyze it, etc.
after that, we're going to do objection handling, and then we'll probably be done the whole bulk of the training quicker, and then we can just get into listening and conversation and call review, because you're going to learn a lot of extra stuff that I've obviously missed right now, because like there's one thing I'll even just share now. There's a difference between listening to reply and listening to understand. Most people, when they talk to someone, they listen just to reply, right? Like you'll be listening just to give a reply, just to say something to them. Now, that is not what we want to do, because what happens is then you get caught up in one word they say, you're not thinking of what you're going to say back to them, you forget half the words they said, and now you're just hoping to say something that will, please them. And this is what happens with scripts all the time, is you say a word, you say your script, okay? You're listening to what they say, but not to actually understand it. You're just listening to wait to see what next question you should ask, okay? And so you're only waiting, you're only listening to reply. Listening to understand is different. What happens is you may pause. You may have to actually wait a second after they speak before you speak. You may actually ask more questions. Guess what? When you listen to understand, you do all the shit that all the sales guys teach you on purpose, okay? Because you actually give a fuck. You hear these guys talk about, have that caring tonality and probe and clarify with your prospects. Have you guys ever heard that stuff before on sales videos? Like, you need to probe and clarify, and you need to have a curiosity-like tonality. You guys ever heard that before? Some of you? Okay, cool. The reason why they say that is because that's how they would want you to be normally. And so instead of having to do all this fake bullshit, faking tonality, faking that you care, faking all this stuff, do it for real. And you do it for real by caring. You do it for real by listening. If you genuinely listen to the prospect, okay, you listen to their problems and you care about their problems, guess what you'll do? If something doesn't make sense, you're going to ask them to explain it more. And it won't come off in a condescending way. It won't come off in a weird way where it feels unnatural. You'll genuinely just want to learn more. And now, instead of having to fake all this tonality and fuck it up all the time because you're trying to look at your script and go, oh shit, how do I say it in this tonality? You'll just say it naturally because you care. And so the best cheat code I can ever give you guys to sales is, instead of trying to act a certain way, just genuinely give a fuck. And you'll do all the shit all the sales guys talk about just on purpose because you care. Right? Most sales guys don't give a fuck, and therefore they have to like act like they do, which becomes really hard. People can like tell when you're acting. Instead of acting like it, just actually care, just actually listen, and then probing and clarifying will come naturally, right? If you're genuinely listening and trying to understand the prospect and they tell you something about their situation and it doesn't make sense, you're like, hold up. Can you go more in depth on this? I didn't quite get it. And they're not gonna be like, what the fuck? Like, why am I? They'll be like, oh, this guy's actually like trying to understand my situation. He's empathetic. Okay, boom. And he'll like that. All right. So that being said, I want to cover scripts tomorrow, but I do want to review a call right now just to kind of show you guys, like, just like a live call review of like what a call looks like, what it sounds like, and give some feedback. Does anyone have a call they want me to review? Otherwise, I can pull up for one.
Does anyone have one besides Ibrahim?
I know two people who do. I can call them out right now.
Then why not volunteer? I'm trying to make eye contact with whoever it is. I'm making eye contact with everyone. Why not volunteer? I don't have any videos or recordings of my own. They were from a long time ago. I wasn't even thinking about recording them.
Bro, just use mine.
Jaden. Okay, let me go pull this link. Where is it? Where's a cold call? Where's this link? This doc?
It's in the drive. I sent you the link. I think yesterday or some shit.
You sent me so many links. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go to my Google Drive.
Nothing against you, Ibrahim. I was just honestly too confident in you. We needed to give someone else, a push.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up? I just muted you so I can focus on going through my library. I have a code ready, so shall I play it or what?
Well, can you send it? Can you send it to me? Cause I'm gonna pull up our Google Drive. We're gonna go through it.
I can just share my screen, or.
Okay, we'll do it after this.
Actually, yeah.
And if not, we'll do it then tomorrow. Okay. Can you guys see this? Yes, no, maybe so.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, cool. Hold up. Wait. What the fuck am I hearing? Sorry, Ibrahim. All right. Let me pull this up. Let me know if you guys can hear this.
Good morning.
Hey, Michael.
Yes.
Yes, this is
Cool. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. Okay, so actually, how long is this? This call is really short. Awesome. All right, I'm just gonna play it and let you guys listen to it, and then I'll review it live and we'll talk about good, bad, etc.
Good morning.
Hey, Michael.
Yes, this is him.
Hey, this is Jaden. How's it going?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Perfectly fine, man. I appreciate you asking. Well, you're probably gonna hate me, man. But I was actually cold calling you today. You want to slam the phone and just give me 22.2 seconds?
How may I help you?
Sweet. Reason I'm calling super simple. My name is Jaden. I work with over 12 realtors across the US. And in average, I'm able to get my average realtor 2 extra listings in the first 92 days of working with us. And don't believe what a single word I'm saying. I could be saying balloonies to you as well. But I want to partner with an agent in San Francisco because I like the market. And I'm giving you a quick call to see if that might potentially pique your interest, man.
I appreciate your solicitation, but I'm not interested. Take me off your list and have a great day.
The most passive aggressive thing I've ever heard. Okay, cool. Let's do this. I'm gonna review it in a second, but just out of curiosity, I don't expect you guys to have an answer. Does anyone have any pros, any things that went well, any things that you think could have been better, etc.? Just anything, just any feedback. You can unmute your mic. You can even text in the chat if you just want to do that. I just want to get a consensus of what you guys think could be better, what was good, and then I'll go over it.
I mean, when he said he was not interested, he could have just like said anything like that and got to ask him a question very quick before he like hangs up like that on you. This is just my suggestion. And yeah.
Okay, everyone else. So everyone, how about this? Everybody type something in the chat, a pro or a con. Everyone type one thing. I don't care what you type. Just everyone type one thing. Ryan, you can say something.
Hey man, see, I can tell the older guy gave you time of day. He was giving you a chance. But at first, I don't think the reason that he accepted the call or listened to you for 30 more seconds or even 5 more seconds was because he was genuinely interested. I think he was just giving you a minute because he could maybe hear that you were young or something like that. I don't know, man. But you were talking fast. I just feel like I've gotten cold calls before where I can tell where it's a really good cold caller or someone that's like, I don't know, needs a confidence boost. So, hey man, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say it, but you're young. It's not a problem, man. You'll get there. You'll definitely get there. I'm glad that you're going out of your way to take on challenges and stuff like that. But I think it was definitely a no from the beginning, if you get what I mean. But at least you got that minute of practice.
Okay, everyone else.
Yeah, I can say fine.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not an expert in this, but I can say I think he was like maybe talking a bit too fast, and the guy. I mean, I don't think like the guy was very interested from the beginning, but I think he kind of explained the thing he does and what's he about, like in like maybe a second or two. He was just like saying things. I don't think the guy didn't even listen.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay, Taha and Brian, you have to say something different than everyone else.
Maybe this is just something that I was thinking about. Like, he seemed very monotone, very disinterested. Maybe that's just the type of person he is, right? Maybe throughout the pitch or something, you could have asked him a question to reel him back in and get him more engaged in the conversation.
Okay, good. And then Brian, your last one. Anything?
Yeah, I have a question though. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's the part. I don't know if it's part of the script, but when he says is this is a cold call? Is that like part of the script or not?
Yeah, the opener.
Because I feel like that part makes them feel like not interested anymore, because I believe they get like a lot of cold calls like every day and all day. So like that part probably makes them not interested. So that's why they're not interested in hearing more of the call of like what they gotta say.
To be honest, I totally agree with that, man. I never
Yeah, 'cause
ever
they
use that
get
opener. Like it has been.
yeah, because they get like a lot of cold calls. So like just by saying this is going, you're probably gonna hate me, but this is a cold call makes
Yeah.
probably makes them not be interested in what
I think
what you gotta say. So that's why
You know why I love this? Is I disagree with all you guys.
Yeah, same.
And I'll tell you why. And then I'll review it myself. One of the things is people, more often than not, know they're probably getting cold called. Okay? And so if you try and hide the bad thing you're trying to do, and they can catch on that you're trying to do that, and you don't even have the balls to come out and say, hey, I'm fucking cold calling you, dude, they're not going to give a fuck about what you say. Okay? They really, really could care less, because now you've just tried to conceal and hide your actual true intention, which people hate. Now, granted, I will admit, you shouldn't just say, hey, I'm cold calling you. Can you give me 20 seconds? Because that just sounds like, hey, please, just please give me some time of day. That's not going to work either. Okay? And so you have to do a hybrid. And so what I'll do is I'll actually pull this up and show this, and then I'll review the call real quick. I've made this opener template, so you guys are getting access to all this stuff. As a matter of fact, I can share this in the chat if you guys want. Yes.
I gotta go in like 2 minutes. I got a call with the team.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna review the rest of this call. Yeah, I've already reviewed it for you, so you know. But thank you, Jade, and have a good one. Okay. So here's different openers I've made. There's a lot of them. There's 15 of them. Now they're all different, and different people will make different ones better. But most of these all go along the line of, hey, this is a cold call. Like, hey, this is my name. I'm cold calling you, and then asking permission to keep talking. Now, I'll tell you why. Like, this is actually, I guess we're going to break down the first part of the script, the opener. Okay? The opener is the most important. It's your first impression. It is what gives you the time of day or not. Simple as that. So if you nail the opener, you get to keep going. If you don't nail the opener, obviously you don't get to keep talking. All right? And so the goal with the opener is to make them understand that we're cold calling them, so they understand the expectation that they're going to get pitched, and then to try and make them laugh or make them view us as different than other people that have cold called them, which is difficult because a lot of people have been cold called all the time, right? Which is why we try and use different openers. But we want to at least let them know what's going on, because if they don't know you're cold calling and they say, yes, you can keep talking, you try and pitch them, it's not going to work because they don't have the expectation set, which is why we want to let them know on the front end. Like, hey, just so you know, right, I am doing this thing, okay, which is cold calling you. Now, I'll just read over a couple of openers, right? Granted, some of them you'll like better than others, alrighty? Here. Hey, name, I'll cut to the chase. I'm calling to ruin the day for about 30 seconds. If I fail, you can hang up after, guilt-free. Deal? Like, see how that's kind of interesting? It's like, you know what? Fair enough. I'll hear you out, right? And then now you got past the opener maids, you got them to listen, right? And the reason why we ask for permission is, well, one, if you just pitch without asking for permission, it's not really going to make any sense. Two, if someone says, yes, you can pitch me, they're mentally going to pay attention now because they've said yes. Okay, so now they're actually going to listen to your pitch instead of you just coming out of nowhere. All right? Let's do another one. Hey, John, this is Stefan here. I'm going to do something rare for a cold call. I'm going to make it enjoyable. Challenge accepted? Right? Like, it's just interesting. It's different than what people have done before. Now, I've made these all myself, and I've tried to make them different than anything you've ever heard before. So my hope is you've never heard these. Some of them up here you probably have because they've been overused, right? Like, hey, actually this one, I like this one. Hey, is this John? Yeah, it's John. I go, John, if I told you this is a cold call, would you hang up? Yes. Okay, great. I won't say that then. Okay? Once again, it's still, I'm letting them know I'm cold calling them, but it's different. And what I will encourage you guys to do is make your own openers that you like, right? Yesterday, I talked about a guy named Cameron Profit, Cameron Profit, Profit, on Instagram, TikTok, and I think even YouTube. Really good cold call. You'll notice he uses a lot of different openers, but he tries to make it funny. He tries to make it enjoyable. He switches it up, all right? And I encourage you guys to make your own. I made these by sitting in the shower and ChatGPT, both of them. Sometimes in the shower, sometimes in ChatGPT. And I will literally in my head just role play with myself, cold calling myself, and I'll just come up with new openers, right? So, hey, and I'll almost always start the call with hey, is this name, just to make sure. Unless they say, hey, this is John speaking. I go, oh, great. Hey, John. this is just Stefan here. I know cold calls aren't your favorite. They aren't mine either. But I wanted to talk about how I've been helping, people like yours with Service Got 30 Seconds. Once again, different openers are going to work better for different people and in different niches. Okay? So you're going to test and just see what works well with you. What is your kind of vibe? Are you more of a very straight to the point? Are you more of making someone laugh? What fits best with you? Okay? Let's see. Hey, name, this is your name, and yep, it's a cold call, but wait, before you hang up, I'm running a test, see how long someone can stay in line with me, care to break the record. This one's okay, but it's very needy, it's very beggy. So I don't like it, but maybe you guys will like it. Once again, okay? This one I got from Cameron, it's good. My name's Stefan. My mom wanted me to be a lawyer, but I thought it'd be a lot more fun to cold call strangers for a living. So the reason I'm calling is because insert. All right? Once again, unique, funny, different, to the point. Right, which is what you'll notice is the theme with all of these. I try and add more when I come up with more. I encourage you guys to use this as inspiration. But once again, feel free to kind of make up your own. Anyways, let me go back and kind of review this in all aspects. Obviously, just one quick thing. He's speaking way too fast and way too unclear. It's very hard for the prospect to understand him the whole way through, which is one of the biggest problems. But now I'll dissect it a little bit further, and then we'll skedaddle out.
Good morning.
So he's saying good morning on a pretty happy note. So I'm like, man, good morning. How you doing today? Right? I want to match energy of the prospect. If they're happy, he sounds like he's having a great day. I want to match that energy.
Am I cool?
Yes, this is him.
Hey,
He's like, hey, this is him. He's very almost like feminine. He sounds like, right? Like very happy and feminine. You know what I mean?
This is Jaden. How's it going?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Perfectly fine, and I appreciate you asking.
Okay, that was good. There's no problem asking someone how their day is going. I do it sometimes just depending on how I feel, if I give a fuck, right? If you're gonna ask them how they're doing, okay, make sure you, one, acknowledge their answer, and two, if they ask how you're doing back, acknowledge, answer the question, and thank them for asking. One of the worst things to do is ask a question and not care about the answer. So if you're gonna ask someone how they're doing, and they're gonna say, yeah, I'm doing great, you're gonna say, great. Anyways, the reason I'm calling is to pitch you. Don't even ask them how they're doing, because it's like a double negative. You're trying to do something positive, but they can tell you don't care, and therefore it's even worse than not saying it in the first place. So you might as well not ask. Because if you're going to ask, actually care. If you're not going to care, don't ask. Just a side note.
Well, you're probably going to hate me, man.
Why does he pause? You're probably going to hate me, man. Why the fuck are you pausing? You're probably going to hate me for what? Now, he says it in a second, but there's no reason to pause like this.
Bro, I was actually cold calling you today.
What the fuck is this laugh? You're probably going to hate me because I'm actually cold calling you. Please don't hang up right now. That's not an effective way about cold calling, right? You're not going to continually get people to say yes to this because you're just banking on hope, right? You're banking on hope. And guess what? We don't want people to work with us based on hope. We want them to work on us based on our skills, okay?
You want to slam the phone and just give me 22.2 seconds.
Okay, so I'm going to show you the opener that he's trying to use that could have been better. It's this one. Hey, name, you're probably going to hate me for this. This is a cold call. Would you like to hang up now? Give me 27.2 seconds, and then you can decide. Okay? So that's the better way to say this. Or here. Oh, no, this one as well. It's the same one, right? Different. Okay? That opener would have worked way better. Once again, opener is one of the most important things, because if they say no, you can't talk to them anymore. Okay? Making sure you triple down on your opener. And I'll be honest, you can pass through, right? I'll share what pass through and stuff means, about 70 to 80% of your calls, if you just have a decent opener, which is not that difficult. Okay? It really comes down to how you sound. Okay? Because most people are open to hearing a 30-second pitch if you frame it the right way. Okay? And let's go back to this. Why is it paused?
How may I help you?
Oh, wow. Okay. How may I help you? So he's a little confused, and he's a little confused because saying how may I help you is kind of weird. It's like, well, no, I'm the one helping you, right? So he's obviously a little bit confused, right? But he's basically giving us the go ahead. Like, how may I help you? I don't know if he knows I'm pitching him yet, or if that's his way of saying, sure, go ahead. But when he says, how may I help you? I want to acknowledge that he just said that. Let's see what Jaden does.
Use him calling super simple, man.
Sweet. How may I help you? Sweet. Is anyone else confused? Hey, man, how may I help you? Sweet. Huh? It doesn't even fucking make any sense. There's no conversation here. It's just reading off the script. We talked about this earlier. Listening to understand, not to reply. He was listening to reply. He waited for him to say something only to then reply. And his reply made no sense because he wasn't listening to understand. Okay.
My name is Jaden. I work with over 12 realtors across the U.S. And in average, I'm able to get my
Okay.
average.
And then here comes the pitch. Pitch is terrible. Why? Has nothing to do with the prospect. My name's Jaden. Why are you introducing yourself 30 seconds into the call? It should happen way down here. Okay. I work with 12 realtors across the U.S. and on average, my realtor gets this. They don't give a fuck. What can it do for them? What can you do for them is all they care about. Why are you calling me? What do you want? What can you help me with? Okay. So stating this stuff, while it sounds great, okay, doesn't do anything. And I'll share with you why he did this. And as a matter of fact, I've cold called and said the same thing. Okay. We do this to try and make the prospect believe us. I work with 12 realtors and on average they get this many deals. You do it to try and get them to believe us. Once again, like we talked about yesterday, belief and trust, right, is a feeling. It's not a logical thing. And so it's not what you say, but it's how you say it. And so you could say once you work with 1 million realtors, it doesn't matter. Do they believe you when they say that? Right? The way he says it makes me, 1, not give a fuck, and 2, I don't believe him. So not only do I not believe him, I also don't care. Because if I'm getting cold call, I'm thinking, why are you telling me this? I don't care who you work with. I don't care the results you get. I care why the fuck you're calling me and what it can do for me. Unless you're gonna tell me I'm not interested, which is exactly what happens. Okay, and the guy says, nope, I'm not interested, and hangs up the phone.
Because 2 extra listings in the first 92 days of working with us. And man, don't believe what a single word I'm saying. I could be saying balloon.
Man, don't believe what I'm saying. This is good to say if you can own it. He doesn't own it, right? Because people don't trust you, so you're just acknowledging the elephant in the room. But he says it in a way that makes him almost not believe it anymore. And he said, what I could be saying could be balloonies. I don't even know what the fuck a balloonie is. Okay, and neither do you guys, nor the prospect. So if you're gonna say something they know. Okay, otherwise, it just makes no sense.
You as well. But I want to partner with an agent in San Francisco because I like the market.
Obviously, talking too quick, but I wanna partner with an agent in San Francisco because I want to work in the market.
We're just gonna do a quick call to see if that might potentially pick you.
Because yeah, like I wanna work with an agent in San Francisco so I can learn the market. Why the fuck would someone pay you money when you don't even know the market? Like you're basically saying, hey man, I'm an idiot, I don't know what I'm doing, but please take a chance on me. We don't want people to bet on us and book a meeting based on chance.
Interest, man.
And he says, would that be interest of you? What is there to be interested in? Like, literally think about some of the prospects POV, right? If this is you getting called. What is there to be interested in? I have no idea. The fact that you work with 12 realtors, I don't care. What can you do for me? What can you do? What can you do for me? What are you offering? Doesn't know any of those things. So, of course, he's going to say, I'm not interested. Because there's nothing to be interested in.
I appreciate your solicitation, but I'm not interested.
Right? Because there's nothing to be interested in. He didn't give him anything to be interested in. All he said is, hey, I've done this for other people. What the fuck does that have to do with him? Right? Obviously, normally when someone says, I'm not interested, you can handle that. Okay? But in this context, the guy was basically half hanging up the phone. It wasn't going to work. Okay?
Also, his mood changed. His tone is different at the end of the call.
Yeah. He's kind of just like, oh my God. You know what I mean? Yeah. Good. Yeah. I didn't even notice that. At the beginning, he was so happy. Let's see if we can just listen to Happy Michael.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, Michael.
Yes, this is him.
This is him. Alrighty, let's go. Go to the end here.
I appreciate your solicitation, but I'm not interested. Take me off your list and have a great day.
Gotcha.
Right? Okay. And so there you go. The more we do this, the better everyone's gonna get. But you can I hope that just gives you some sort of baseline. Okay. And the first 200 calls you do are gonna suck as well, and you're gonna probably even more than that, right? And you're gonna have a lot of these fucking aha, hand on my head, face palm moments where why did I say that, right? But it's just bound to happen. And the more we review these and you just drill it into your head, okay, do this, you're gonna be so much better. Okay, my goal is that you guys can just start to get an idea of how a good call can look, right? And I'm gonna try and keep it consistent and simple, which is why we're gonna focus a lot on just tonality, right? Conviction, confidence, and keeping the call simple, right? There's no need to make calls super extravagant. We're not gonna be asking thousands of questions. The purpose is to book a meeting. Let's book a meeting. Okay, so that's all I've got in the books for today. Do you guys have anything? Anything you guys want to chat about?
Yeah, actually, I have a thing. I have a very, very good thing to chat about, which is the opener. So yeah, you're talking about using the hey, this is a cold call. Hey, you'll be mad at me if this is a cold call. that type of opener. And to be honest, man, like I have a different type of opener that still is permission based and still piques curiosity, but it's not like by saying this is a cold call.
Then use that.
Will you be open to hearing what I usually say is, hey, listen, man. To be honest, I'm just calling you to see if you'll be open to discussing the partnership. Got a second? Something like that. It's still permission based. Many people ask me partnership about what? Like they would be curious about what do you mean by partnership, and then I get into the pitch.
Yeah, dude.
And yeah,
like,
that's
there's
that's
no right,
that's
there's no wrong way, and there's no right way, right? Like, I want
yeah,
you to
like
know everything I teach, like, it's not right. Like that, dude. That's fucking awesome. Like that's amazing. You know what I mean? Like fucking use that. You know what I mean? Like that's awesome. There's
yeah,
no
like that's the script we used at Vachi's team. I gave them that opener, and all of them used it, and all of them got like a very great pass through rate.
Yeah.
Like 80%, something like that. I'm not kidding you. 80% pass through rate.
Yeah.
Not kidding you.
Well, that's what it should be. And no matter what opener you use. Once again, the script doesn't matter. It's how you say it. If you say it like a buffoon, you could say the perfect script. If you sound like a buffoon, they're not gonna want to continue talking. So yeah. But yeah, like sales isn't black and white. A lot of people try and make it black and white. It has to be this way or it's wrong. It's not. Which is why you'll hear so much like different and quote unquote conflicting advice. That's because there's no black and white. There's no right way to do sales. But if you notice, if you ever watch videos, Hermo sales a different way than Jerry Minor, which is different than Bill Walsh, which is different than Cole Gordon, which is different than Hunter Seroy, right? They're all the same. They all get to the same outcome, but they'll teach it a different way because there is no black and white, right? Like helping someone make a decision, there's so many ways you can do that, right? And different people have different methodologies. Rosie's is more logical based, Jeremy Miner's is more emotional based, right? And there's people that are kind of halfway in the middle. Like there's people that focus more on the discovery and some more on the objection. There's no right way. Right? There's just better ways for you, and everyone sells different, right? So that's why I encourage you to find what works for you, because what works for me, I could make a script for myself that you guys would hate it. I've seen that before, right? I've actually some guy once tried to use my exact script and he couldn't book a meeting. I'm like, that's because it's not you. Like that script I made, funny enough, was me in the shower over here, or like the one I'm referring to. I was in the shower for about half an hour, just role playing in my head different ways I could talk to agents. And so I made the script in my head with the way I talk, right? The way you think is the way you talk, right? Because you speak your thoughts. And so when I wrote it down, it made sense to me because that's how I talk. He didn't talk that way. He didn't think that way. And so it didn't make sense to him. And as a result, it didn't work as well, right? And so take everything with a grain of salt and adapt it to kind of your style, right? Because all of you are going to sell different and say things a bit different, right? You want to use the same frameworks, the same principles, the same foundations, but then you want to put your own little spin on it that fits best for you and the way you talk and the way you act, etc. Okay, so that's it for today. Tomorrow we're going to be diving into scripts, data, and then we'll do an entire day on objection handling, and then we're just going to be doing call reviews and role plays, which is going to be a ton of fun because it'll actually be way more engaging than me just sitting here talking the entire time. And I also want to do a team game night one of these weeks as well, which will be fun. We can play Pictionary or something. It might sound stupid. I promise you it's so much fun. All of us not talking about business. It's such a relief to play a stupid game. The Discord games are fun. I used to do this with my team every Friday night. We would play there's a shooting game in there. We would play that one, and we played Pictionary, and we made teams. So much fun. Okay, sometimes it's good to get your head out of business for a little bit. Okay. Before we leave and get back to our days working hard, making money, does anyone have anything they would like to chat about?
Do you have a minute so I can actually pull one of my calls?
How about, I can, but what if we do tomorrow when everyone is going to be here?
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
So actually, can you send it to me in a Google Drive? That way I have them.
Yeah.
Ibrahim, we could do a whole 3-hour special on your content, man. That's why I said skip you earlier. We really could, you know what I mean?
On Ibrahim's videos.
Yeah, if you paid us all 10 grand, we would do it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's it. That's all I have. So unless anyone has any last things, let's get back to working hard. Or for those of you that are not working hard, go back to not working hard. I don't know. Do whatever your mind desires. Go watch. I don't fucking know what you. Have a fun fucking day. Okay.
Yeah.
How about
Have
that?
a fantastic day. Have a freaking fantastic day, my man. Everyone here.
There you go. There you go. Everyone just have an amazing rest of your day. I'll see all of you guys tomorrow. For context, there's a couple people still not here. One of them chatted with me earlier. Dawson, that's fine. The other two, I'm basically going to message him and be like, yo, fucking pussy. If you don't show up, you're out. And we're going to boot him. Okay? So, I will chat with all of you boys later. And I'll chat with you guys tomorrow.
Thanks for everything, Stefan.
Bye. Thank you.
Love the energy, man.
You bet, bro. All right. See you guys.
See you guys. Bye.
Peace.
So you are not. So I came first.
And late.
You're the one.
Late would be anyone that joins after this.
Yeah. You're late, Jovan. Is it you?
No, I'm on time. Exactly on time. Right on time.
Yep. Fair enough.
All right. Is it pronounced Jovan, Jovan, Jovan? Like
it's Jovan.
Jovan. All right. Jovan. And Taha just joined. What up, Taha?
Hey, Rahim, how you doing, brother?
Yeah, it's all going very well. Taha, are you from India or something like that? Or
yeah,
are you in the US?
Around there, Pakistan. What about you?
Pakistan. Awesome. Yeah. And Jaden just joined. Hello, my man. Hello, my boy. Why aren't you in the office, bro?
Oh, I just finished class.
All right. Yeah, everyone is here, I think. All right.
We're missing
Ryan.
Ryan.
No, we still have Ryan and Brian. Ryan,
Ryan, yeah. he texted me. He's on the road, stuck in traffic, and his phone's about to die. So we're gonna give him a bit of a pass. That being said, we're still gonna continue on Taha, bro. Every time, where's your camera, bro? And watch, he's just gonna be like,
laptop is bugging out right now. Give me a sec. I joined on my phone. Just give me a minute.
Well, your phone has a camera too, you know.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to fix my laptop though.
Man. Just saying.
Let me set it. Just set it on my laptop.
Look, even Jaden got the memo, bro.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
He's walking, but he knows. What's up, Ryan? All right. Well. Look at that. See, people are joining. Don't matter where they are, what they do, and we're here. Okay. Today's call, I'm aiming to keep it a little bit shorter, but we're gonna see how long it takes to get through stuff. And then we'll go from there. So I guess without further ado, real quick, actually, out of curiosity, how's everyone doing today?
Solid. Good.
You're asking me how's everyone's doing?
I'm just
How
asking
am I
everyone.
doing today? Yeah, how am I doing today? I will tell you how am I doing today. I'm doing very, very fantastic.
Okay.
Should I get into the details?
What do the details entail?
Yeah, like, bruv, I was productive, blah, 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 blah. I worked out, done a lot of stuff. Like, I will not get into the details. It was just a fantastic day.
That's a lot. That's good. That's a lot of detail. No, I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Ryan, Joanne, what about you?
Yes, I mean every day here, since I told you I have like a small company doing like speedboat tours here with my brother.
Yeah.
So we just started it. I mean, it's kind of like in the beginning of April it just starts. So we had like a couple of those tours today. So it was pretty busy. Then I went to coach one person tennis. Then after that, yeah, I just took some rest and now I'm here.
Fucking right. Sweet. Jaden, I saw that raccoon.
What the fuck?
Yeah, chill, bro, dude. That's normal. I shot that mofo. I just didn't want to eat him, so I left him there.
Nah, you the guy who killed that guy. I feel like you're the guy. Nah, bro. My day's been alright. I gotta hit the phone right after this call, so I'll just go call, book some appointments. Yeah.
Sweet. Well, I might as well finish off round table, Ryan. What's up? Don't crash.
Hey man, I'm not driving. I'm in the passenger seat. I'm just stuck in traffic right now. Today's a pretty good day. Nothing much to report.
Sweet. Sweet. Passenger princess, love it. Had to take that chance while I got it. All right. let's rock and roll. Like I said, hopefully keep today a bit on the shorter side so we can go back to our amazing lives and not listen to me talk. This will be like the last intensive day, and then it should be more fun stuff because that's what we're all waiting for. Phenomenal. My whole charger just fell out of the wall. Okay. All right. As I mentioned yesterday, even though we're on day 3, we're actually gonna skip to day 4 because we're on pace. You ever for those of you that were in school, isn't it amazing when your teacher's moving faster than the curriculum? You just feel like, wow, we're getting shit done. We can get this thing over with. Yeah, cool. So that's where we're at. So we're skipping to day 4. Today I'm only gonna talk about scripts and data. Tomorrow we're just gonna do an entire thing of objections. And so what I want you guys to do tomorrow, I'm gonna give you this homework for tomorrow. So write this down. Remember this. I want you to bring any objection you've ever got or are curious about on the call, and we're just gonna try and go through every objection. Okay? We're just gonna talk about objection handling. Before we go through the objections, I'm gonna talk about how to view objection handling, and then we're gonna go through it and just handle the objections. And then Friday will be a bit more of a fun call. Maybe we can do some fun stuff. We'll play a little game or something, and then we'll get prepared for the next week and maybe get this thing rocking and rolling even a little bit quicker. But that'll be some call review and role play. Okay, cool. So today's agenda: scripts and data. I'm gonna talk about scripts. I'm gonna talk about how to write them, when to use them, and how to use everything in between. And then I'm also gonna talk about why they suck. So first, let me explain how to write scripts, and then I'll talk on why they're bad. So here's what a pitch what a script contains. A script contains 3-4 things in my opinion. The script has an opener, it has an offer and a pitch, it has objection handling, it has a booking process. These are the 4 parts of any script. Okay, you have the opener, the first thing you say. You have the offer and pitch, which is the reason why you're calling the thing you're calling for, the thing you're pitching them. You have the objections, because there will always be objections. It may not be like, no, I'm not interested, I don't want to get on a call, but it may be like, tell me more about what you guys do. That's an objection. They're deviating from what you want them to do. That's an objection, right? So that's what this encompasses. And then booking, right? So this is like the booking process, which would be how you frame the call, how you set expectations, and how you get off the call, right? So this is how I create all my scripts, is they almost always have these 4 components, okay? Not much else. As you can see, it's very simple. I don't have NEPQ, probe, clarify, and once again, that's because there's only one goal of this, and that's to book a meeting, which is why we don't need to have all this extra stuff. We just want to get to the point, which we do by doing this, okay? Now, I want to talk a little bit about, we've talked a bit about openers yesterday, right? Good openers constitute a bit of funniness, make them laugh, but let them kind of know what you're calling. There is no best opener. You test and see it works well for you. As for the pitch, here's kind of what you want to have in your pitch, right? And this is just me kind of sharing my thought process for when I make scripts, so you can see this. Your pitch should explain why you're calling, and it should be some sort of personal reason to them, if you can, okay? Because otherwise, they're like, why are you calling me, right? We talked about this, your reason for calling. What you can do for them. So instead of just saying what you do, what you can do for them, what kind of outcome you can get them, what you want from them. This is time, right? You want time to book a call to talk more about it. And if you can, some sort of proof or unique value, okay? Now, when you make a pitch, and granted, we'll be making pitches and scripts and stuff together, you're going to tweak your pitch till you hit all these consistently and get people interested with your pitch, right? A good measure for if your pitch is good is after you're passed through, are people interested to continue talking with you and booking a call? If yes, it means your pitch is good. If not, it means your pitch is bad, okay? And now pitch and offer go hand in hand, but they're not quite the same. The offer is the thing you offer them. The pitch is how you deliver it. And so while they're similar, they're not quite the same, right? So the offer may be, 3 deals in 90 days guaranteed, but the pitch may be like, yeah, so we're going to help you do this, this, and this without doing this to get you to this.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like with Vachi, we used to say the offer, ask them if they want to know more, and when they say yes, then we get into the pitch, like the actual pitch, how we do it.
Yeah.
And then ask them for the meeting. So offer and pitch.
Yeah.
Yep. That's all.
Kind of go hand in hand, but not always. They can be the same, and sometimes they can't. Right? Like it just depends on how someone frames it. Your pitch could just be your offer. Then in that case, it's the same. Alrighty. So this is very basic, and that's because of what I'm about to share here. So that scripts suck. They absolutely suck. And now I'll explain one reason why they're good, and then every reason why they suck. And so let me do this.
Okay. Yeah, because actually I'm actually a believer in scripts. So you tell me this, okay, why?
No.
Tell me why.
I'm about to tell you. So scripts are only good if you're a beginner and you don't know what you're doing. Because what it does is it gives you a baseline that you cannot fall under, and so you are at this certain level and you just say these words. And the script is hopefully being made with some sort of, I guess, common sense, and therefore it could get you towards a meeting, right? Like if you didn't use a script and you don't know what you're doing, you would call people and say like, hey, would you be interested in me running ads for you? That wouldn't work, which is why beginners use scripts to get a baseline skill level. And so that way what we can do is we can have everyone using the same script, everyone can be saying the same things, and if someone is doing bad, we know it's not the script, we know it's them, because everyone has the same script. However, I'll tell you why they suck. Scripts in and of itself, if you think of a script, like even think of like back when you were in school, when would you write a script? Well, you would write a script if you were going to give a presentation, right? Or if you're the valedictorian and you're going to give a speech to your class, right? Or maybe there's a ceremony and there's a script you're going to read off of, right? Scripts were made for someone to write something so they wouldn't forget it, so they could speak it out to a crowd of people and that crowd of people would listen. Here's the problem with sales scripts. Sales is two people, sometimes even more. It's a conversation between two people talking with one another. And so if you create a script, it doesn't work because you have no idea what that person's going to say. You have no idea. That person could say a bunch of stuff and your script doesn't account for what they're going to say. And therefore, if you try and create a script beforehand, it's going to feel very unnatural. It's going to feel very robotic. And if you have ever used scripts, I probably felt at some point in time it didn't feel right. It felt kind of abnormal. It felt a bit weird. And that's because you're not listening to the prospect. You're just listening. Once again, the thing we talked about on day one, listen to understand, not to reply. When you have a script, you're not even listening to the prospect. You're only listening to when they stop talking so you can say your next line. Think about that. That doesn't work well in sales, right? Because we have to understand the prospect. We have to listen to them. And when you're just listening to wait for them to stop talking so you can then say your next line, that conversation isn't going to go very far. And so this is why, at its core, I don't think scripts are good. I believe in frameworks, right? As you just saw, I showed you a framework, which is opener, pitch, objection, booking. I believe in frameworks. I don't believe in scripts in the long run. In the beginning, it's fine to use them. It's fine to have an idea of what you want to say. But I'll tell you another reason why I don't believe in scripts and why I think they're bad for everyone. The way you write, okay, the way you talk are very different. Very, very different, right? Like if you go type up an essay right now and you try and read that essay out loud, it'll sound very weird. And that's because the way we type and the way that we talk are not the same. Not even close, right? They don't have anything to do with each other. And so if you try and write up a script before saying it out loud, it's going to sound way different than you would actually talk. Like imagine if I wrote a script for this entire thing right now. I was like reading it off to you guys. It sounds super weird, right? Like when would I put my pauses and my ums and ahs, and when would I say stuff? It would be too perfect. Okay, Brian, it's okay. He messaged me. He was stuck in traffic, like Ryan. He's back. Okay. Anyways, that's why script. And granted, this is my belief. I'm not saying it's objectively true. I think for most people, once you get good, let me make this huge, star, highlight, bold this. Once you get good, scripts suck. When you're not good, scripts are a great guiding sort of indicator on kind of where to go, what to say when you don't really know what you're doing. But as you start to get good, as you start to understand sales, as you start to understand what makes someone book, holding your script is just holding you, using your script is holding you back. Because now you're not being able to use your full sales potential, the skills that you have to book someone in, because you're capping yourself at just the script. This is why when you have a good understanding, which my goal is all you guys will have this after a couple of days, when you have a good understanding, yes, you can make scripts and you'll be good at writing scripts because you understand what makes someone book. And once again, the whole point of a call is just to get someone to book. And therefore, when you write a script, it should be to get them to book. You'll know how to do that, and you'll be able to make scripts super easily because you understand what makes someone book, etc. You kind of know the word tracks, you kind of know the structure, but you'll be good enough. The goal is you'll be good enough that you won't necessarily need a script because you understand what makes someone book. And when you understand what makes someone book, you don't have to read off a script because you can just talk to them. That's the goal. You can just have a conversation with anyone, right? And this will also allow you to book way more meetings. Why? Instead of just spraying and praying and hoping what you say resonates, you can craft and tailor your messaging to the prospect based on their answers, which you can only do if you don't use a script. Because if you use a script, you say the same things. And so therefore you can't tailor your words to the prospect. Therefore, you're going to get way less meetings because it's not as personalized, not as customized, right? When you're already calling each individual person anyway, you might as well customize your calls a bit more so you get way more bookings for the same amount of calls, which you can do when you don't have a script. Okay, now, I will admit, you should be using the same sort of framework and stuff. Otherwise, if you say completely different things on every single call, like if every call is totally different, your data will be irrelevant, which is the next segue to this, right? And so you want to keep things consistent. But what you'll notice is things will be should be consistently the same and different. Let me make this clear. Your calls will always follow the same format: opener, pitch offer, objections, booking process. Okay, they're always going to follow that format. Now, granted, every prospect is going to say different things. Some will say, I'm not interested. Some will say, tell me more. Some will say, tell me the price. Which is why already as it is, whether you use a script or not, all your calls will be different. Okay? And so people that are like, oh, but your data won't be as good if you don't use a script. Dude, the data is already, you could argue, irrelevant to some extent because every call is different. Some prospects give you objections, some don't. Some hang up right away, some don't. Some are gatekeepers, some aren't. Right? Now, granted, we'll track certain data to try and figure out where the problem is, but to try and say that, oh, the data is irrelevant if you don't use a script just isn't true because every conversation is already different. Go use a script, call 100 people, and you'll notice you probably can't even get through your script even once. Fully. Like you probably couldn't get through it fully once exactly perfectly. Right? Every call is already different regardless. And that's another reason why, once again, the scripts, I don't think for most people when you get good are the most beneficial thing because you are holding yourself back from how good you could be. Right? Which is obviously like, why would you want to hold yourself back when you could be booking more meetings? Like if you could book more, why would you not want to do more? Okay? That's a simple way to see it. Okay? Now, like I said, data. And so I want to, actually before I go into data, I want to talk about booking and expectations. When you book the call is literally the biggest indicator whether someone will show up or not, is how you frame the call. Super simple. How you frame the call is one of the biggest indicators into whether the person will show up, whether you have an indoctrination sequence or not. Like none of that stuff matters. It's how you frame the call. And so when you frame the call, this is why listening is so important. And we've talked about this before, but I'll make this clear. When you book someone in, okay, the most key thing you need to do is make the call seem valuable to the prospect. Now, there comes a question. How do you make the call seem valuable? It depends on what the prospect has said, right? If the prospect has said that they've struggled with, I don't know, generating leads, then telling them that you're going to show them how you're generating X amount of leads per customer right now might be valuable to the prospect. This is just one example. There's a plethora of more examples, right? But you want to relate the call to be of some sort of benefit to the prospect so the prospect is excited. Like, oh, this seems kind of cool. This seems kind of fun. All right? This seems like something that might help me, which is why if you ask them some questions, if you talk to them a little bit, right, and if you've made a good pitch that sounds, curious, then when you go to frame the call, you have a better chance of booking them and them showing. Now, last thing before going to data is booking and expectations. When you book someone in, no one talks about this. People think the job is done, you booked them in. It's not. Setting the expectations for what's going to happen next is so important. And so what I do in every call is I confirm they got the Google Calendar invite. So I say, hey, go check your email. Like I'll literally on the call be like, go check your email. See the Google Calendar event, add that to your calendar. So they have it on their calendar. I do that live. Okay. The next thing I do is I set the expectation of what's going to happen between now and the call. Between now and the call, you're going to get a couple emails from our company that are just going to share you some proof, some results, and share some more information so you can be informed. I take it if you're ever going to work with us in the future, even consider that, you're going to want to do some research. We'll send you all information so you can have access to it, and then you can do any more research you want on top of that, right? On top of this as well, and then here's where you can do a tie down. You don't have to do this. I like to tie down my prospects just to confirm that they are good. Jaden.
Yo, my guy just booked his first call.
Nice.
Let's go. Now
nice.
Let's go.
I hope he did what I'm about to share, which is tying down. Which is when you book a call with someone, you don't just want to let them go. Once again, confirm the Google Calendar event, right? And then I like to do a tie down, which sounds something like this. John, got this on your calendar, got this all set up. One quick question I have for you. Can you do me a favor? Yes. I've just set aside time on XYZ calendar, on my founder's, my assistant, my whatever's calendar, right, to speak with you. I don't want to look like a fool. So can I count on you to show up on the time that you've selected? Yes. Okay, cool. John, I trust you. Now, when you do this, it adds an extra sense of responsibility on the prospect that like it makes it, granted that people will still no-show, but it makes it harder to no-show because now they're like, fuck, someone's counting on me. And people don't like to let other people down, right? They really don't. Okay? They really, really don't like to let other people down. And so having this tie down, you can do a tie down in many different forms. That's just one way I like to do a tie down to make them commit again verbally that, yes, this is a good time. Yes, I will show. Yes, if there's anything that comes up, I will let you know. And then I say, great. Make sure you check those emails. They should be coming in the next couple of hours. If you have any questions, you can reach out to my number here. And then boom, away you go. Okay? That's booking. Cool. Let me go into data, and then we'll basically be done. So here is data. Okay? Here's what data. Hello?
Yeah, I mean, so what I was saying, that's exactly how we used to do with Vachi. Like,
Yeah, because I trained him, bro.
Yeah, duh. Duh. Yeah, and that's how he trained us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how he trained us as well. Like, just all what you said right now, exactly word to word.
I know, because it works.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Anyways. So here's a data tracker. I'm going to give you guys all access to this. Anyone, when you work with any of my agencies, guys will have this. I can just send you guys this as well in the chat if one of you remind me after this call, so you guys can all have access to this as well. Here's how I track my data. So I just want to show how to track the data and then how to use it, because there's no point in tracking data if you're not going to use it. And for context, you should track every call you do. Otherwise, it's like driving, it's like driving with the blindfold on. You may feel like you're moving, but you have no idea where you're going. Okay? And that's like calling with no data. You're like, oh, I feel like I'm doing something. I'm making that. You have no idea what's going well or what's going wrong. Okay? So make sure you track your data. This is what data looks like. Outbound and inbound is almost relatively the same. Same data. So I'm just going to talk about what the numbers are and what they mean. Calls made. I don't think I have to explain this. Anyone have any hesitation on what the fuck this means? Hopefully not. Pickups. How many people picked up the phone? Okay. Pass through. This is how many people agree to continue talking to you after the first initial 5-10 seconds, aka the opener. Okay. Offers made. This is basically how many people of the pass through did you actually get to pitch, right? Because there's a drop off. Now, you could change this to people interested and then meetings booked, because technically everyone that passes through you should be pitching. So what you could do is you could say people interested and then meetings booked, because you might pass through. You might pitch someone their offer. They might say, yeah, that sounds interesting. Tell me more. So they're interested, but they may not book a meeting, right? You could also do it that way. It just depends on what, they both, to me, mean the same thing. It just depends on what you'd rather track. They mean the same thing. Meetings booked, how many meetings you booked. Yellow is everything that's automated.
Good question. When it comes to the offers made, I think I've kind of maybe even been doing a little bit wrong. Because sometimes, while you're pitching the offer, they'll just hang up on you. They hear the word ads, or they hear the word some sort of word that they've heard multiple times previously. They hang up on you in the middle of your offer. You don't count that, right?
I don't have that happen very often. If someone says yes, you can pitch me on the cold call, they usually don't hang up mid-pitch.
I think it's my industry, yo. These guys are weird.
I'd want to listen to a call. This is why call recording is so important.
Got you.
Right? Because maybe they said yes to yes, you can pitch me, but maybe they only said yes because they're confused, or maybe they said yes because they felt bad, or maybe they're already agitated. I don't know, right? There's could be other underlying reasons. Now, granted, if this happened on every single call, this would be concerning. If this happens once or twice a calling session, not too big of a deal. But like I said, you could change this to interested, right? Instead it would be like people that pass through. Out of the people that passed through, how many were interested? Other people that were interested, how many booked? Right? So you could do it this way as well. As a matter of fact, I kind of like this better. Now, this is how you track the data. Okay? So once again, pick up people that pick up, pass throughs people that picked up the phone and then said yes to your opener, aka they continue to let you talk. Okay, that's a pass through. Interested is of the people that passed through, how many were interested in what you do? How many continue to talk with you? How many showed interest? How many, let's say for example, your offers, like we work with realtors to generate them extra 5 listings a year. Could I share a bit more on how we do that? Yes. Okay, they're interested, right? Or could you take on more deals? Oh, yes, we could. I take that as a form of interest because they're still talking to me. You can kind of gauge this, right? And then of the people that are interested, how did you book? Okay. And so what this does is it starts to calculate all these numbers. We can see where the drop off is. For example, 60, anything over, honestly, at this point in the game, anything over 20% pickup rate, I'm happy with. right? So anything over that, phenomenal. Anything under, if it's under 15, then it starts to get concerning, but even 15 is not that bad, okay? One thing to notice is there's something called statistical significance in science. If there's not 100 sets of data, the data means nothing. So if you do 10 calls and you get 0 pickups, don't go crying that, oh my goodness, I have a 0% pickup rate. Fuck off. Go to 200 and then we'll see. And if you still 0 pickup, okay, now it's a problem. But with 10, 20, 30 calls, like I've done 30 calls and got 1 pickup. I've also done 10 calls and got 10 pickups. Like you just need more data, right? You need it to average out, to aggregate, so you can see the real data, okay? Pass through. You should be able to have a pass through of over 70%. Like realistically speaking, if you have an okay-ish opener script, right, and you have decent enough tonality, most people will be like, fine, have 10 seconds, give me your pitch. Most people will say that. Now, if you're in a niche with like a lot of gatekeepers, this will be different. Okay, but if you're going direct to the person you're calling, talking to the owner, you should have a pass through of over 70%. Because like all you're really getting them to commit to is, yes, I'll listen to you for 10 more seconds. It can't be, it's not that hard, especially if your opener is kind of funny. Okay, of the people interested, this is pretty like ambitious, I will admit. But if you can get over 50% of the people that say that are on the phone with you to be interested, that's phenomenal. I'd argue this number could realistically could probably be a bit lower, more like 30% of the people you talk to will be interested. And then of the people that are interested, I want to be booking at least 20% or like 25, so like 1 out of 4. So 1 out of 4 people that are interested, I want to be booking. Okay. And so in theory, if you hit these KPIs, which let's see, let's just do some math here. 32. If you do 200 dials, interested, let's say there's what, 16 people interested. Let's call it 14 to make the data good. And then you book, what would this be? Sure, good enough. Right? 4 appointments, 200 dials. I would say this is average at best. Okay? Once again, these are average numbers. We want to be doing more. And ideally, where most of your work will happen is in these 3. Okay? Now, I'm going to pause and explain what to do. Like, I'm just want to explain this a bit more, what to do if these numbers are low. So if these numbers, okay, are lower than what they say they should be, and you have enough data, okay, if you have a pass-through problem, it means your opener sucks. If you have an interested problem, it means your offer sucks. If you have a meeting book problem, it means your objection handling sucks. Do you see how the script, how we talked about the script is 4 parts, goes into show here, right? Like, it's the same thing. Right? Your pass through, if it's low, it means your opener sucks. If your interested is low, it means your pitch sucks. If your meetings booked is low, it means that your objection handling sucks. Now, there can be outliers where maybe your meeting book sucked because, I don't know. No, that's always objection handling. Whenever your offer sucks, right? But once again, we'll go through the funnel. And so this is, I know it's kind of confusing, so let me try and make this make sense. Let's say your data sucks. I'll give you an example. Okay, and for context, all of you guys always have me to call review for you and explain this to you and help you out. But let's just do an example of what shitty data would look like. Okay, this. Or you know what? Let's do this. 0. Okay. You might be thinking, oh shit, I booked 0 meetings. My objection handling sucks. I would argue no. Your objection handling might be perfectly fine. The problem is you have 10 pickups. Now, granted, that's something that's a little less out of your control. We can do things to fix that. So I'll give you another example. Let's say you have 30 pickups, only 5 pass-throughs, and 0 meetings booked. A lot of people will try and go, oh man, I didn't book any meetings. I must suck at objection handling. I'd argue no. You didn't suck at objection handling. You didn't get nowhere near enough pass-throughs to even get a good enough chance at objection handling. You only had 3 people you had a chance with. If we booked 1 out of 4, you didn't even have 4. Okay, and so when it comes to fixing data, always fix the number closest to the left. Reason being, okay, is that this number, imagine if this was 0. Like, it wouldn't matter what everything else is, it's all going to be 0. And so you want to fix the number that's closest to the left because that's the one, if you think of like a funnel, that's the one at the top. And if the funnel is closed off at the top, like, imagine there's a funnel and there's a lid on it. And you're wondering, why is there no water going through my funnel? Because there's a fucking lid on it. Remove the lid and then we'll figure out what's happening at the bottom of the funnel. Okay? Boom.
I got a meeting, so I got to cut straight now.
All right. See ya. That's it. That's what I wanted to share. I wanted to say to be quick, and I've done a mediocre job at best at doing that. But I just wanted to share that because a lot of people don't track the data and they don't understand the data. And so I want to show you guys that so you can understand what the fuck is going on when you call. Because if you call, we don't know what's going on, how can you get better? Now, granted, that's why I'm here. And that's why I'll be reviewing your calls. We'll be looking over the data together, but I want you to at least know yourself. Okay, because I don't just want to give you fish. I want to teach you how to fish so you can be good for the rest of your life without me. So that is how you write scripts, why I think they suck, and you can write them. And if you're going to write them, I recommend write them in your head. What I mean by that is oftentimes if I need to write a script, I'll go in the shower and I will just role play with myself. Like I'll literally just role play until I find a word track that I like. Then I write the word track down. I try and break it down to a framework with a bunch of questions, and I go from there. One last thing I'll mention, super important. Every time you're on a call, every sentence should end with a question. Okay? Every sentence should end with a question. If it doesn't end with a question, you do not have control over the call. And so what I see a lot of people do is they don't end their sentences with questions, end it with statements, and it makes it really hard for the prospect to continue the conversation because the prospect doesn't know what to do, right? You want to book a meeting, so you have to be one controlling the conversation. You do that by asking questions because when you ask questions, they're following your lead. When you're leading, you can lead them to an appointment. Boom. That's all I have for today. Class is dismissed. Fuck, I remember the teacher saying that.
Thanks for the energy today, Stefan. I want to say real quick, Jaden, I came at your life yesterday. I'm sorry for that. You taught me a lesson, man. I did a lot of thinking, and you're farther than me in this process with cold calling and everything. So, hey, man, I'm learning from you, even though you're younger than me. Everyone else here, I've been thinking about you guys. You know, we're brotherhood and stuff, and we're building a mentality together. Today, there wasn't much about the mentality, but that's my favorite part of this group so far. I'm going to be along your ranks sooner or later.
Sweet, bro. I fucking love that. And that's honestly, like, you made such a good point, which is the mentality. Half this game is mental. I'd argue more. And probably more than half the game is mental. And I'll teach you guys the skills to be good, but the reason why I picked you guys in the first place is I believe all you guys have a great mentality, which admittedly makes my life 100 times easier because I talk about this all the time when it comes to building setter teams. Number one thing I look for is culture fit and mentality and work ethic, because I can teach you the sales stuff like what we're doing here. I can teach you how to build scripts. I can teach you how to objection handle. I can teach you how to track data. I can teach you how to interpret data. I can teach you all that stuff. That's not a problem, right? What's really hard to teach you is how to work hard. What's really hard to teach you is how to not give up. What's really hard to teach you is how to be, outgoing when you've got 100 no's in a row. That's hard to teach. And so, yeah, you made a really good point. The mindset is the biggest thing, and that is why all of you are here, is because I think all of you guys have great mindsets, and you guys are ambitious and savages. For context, I booted two guys out of the group today, Hernando and Oliver. Fuck those guys. Fucking pussies. Couldn't even show up to a call. Before this whole group, they're all excited. Man, I can't wait. I'm so excited. This is going to be so much fun. I'm really excited. Can't even fucking show up to a call. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Right? So, if you're in, you're in. If you're out kind of vibe. Anyways, yeah. No, mindset is a huge part of this. Anyways, that's it. That's all I have. Unless you guys have something else, we can sit and chat. I'm done.
Yeah, actually, I would like to chat with you a little bit, Stefan. So, if the guys leave, I'll just like to chat with you, you and me only.
So I have 5 minutes before 7 minutes before I gotta hop on a call. So.
Yeah, so I was just asking you about getting me to work with that agency.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm chatting with him. We're just trying to set up a dialer and then get you rocking and rolling. So we're just setting up the dialer right now.
All right.
That's it. And then
Joven, what do you got to say?
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, actually, yeah, that's it.
Me? Did you? Sorry, did you ask me something?
It looked like you were going to say something, man.
No, I want to share an experience I had. I worked maybe half a year ago with some guy. He was actually doing cold calls, but I didn't do many of them. But I kind of was very lucky because I just started doing it, and that was my first time ever doing cold calls. And I needed 1 hour to prepare to do my first call. I was so nervous, and the first 2 cold calls I had, I booked both of them. Like first two ones I had. So I thought I was like I was a god at this, you know,
You're
like
lying.
I had some
Bro,
secret.
you're lying,
Keep
bro.
it
You're
going,
lying,
man.
bro.
No, I
Keep it
had
going.
like I thought I was like I had some superpowers, you know. The guy was like so surprised. I don't know how I did it, why
Yeah.
I did it, or I didn't have any script. I didn't do anything. Like I was just like talking to people, and I was kind of trying to connect with the person I was talking to. So I just didn't.
We can be happy. Obviously, like we discussed yesterday, today is going to be just objections. All the fun stuff, all the stuff people care about, sexy stuff, right? And truth be told, probably the better part of most of your calls, and almost always the reason why you don't book is because of objections. So this will be good. It'll also be fun. I guess the first thing I want to share the screen, and I want us to all collectively write down every single objection that you might get or have heard of or etc. Okay, so we'll scroll through this. All right, let's go. Rapid fire. Someone just say something. We're gonna list them all off.
Cool, I got some. All right, here's the first one. I don't have time. Can I call you back later?
Holy shit, your mic is wild, but okay. Don't have time. Call me back later. Okay, and just for context, because objections at different points in the call mean different things. Are you saying this from the perspective of the beginning of the call, at the end of the call, middle of the call, like whereabouts is this? Opener, pitch, objections, etc.
So let's use Jaden's call if we remember from the other day. He opened it up. The guy gave him a minute to listen. And then let's just hypothetically say the guy said, instead of, no, I'm not interested, he said, no, I don't have time.
Okay.
What would you respond with?
Cool. End of call. All right. What else? By the way,
Too expensive also. It's too expensive, for example.
What did you say?
For example, if it's too expensive, like if we are offering, or for example, is this a sales call? They would ask. Would that be kind of thing?
Okay.
Let's say they're already working with a competitor and they say, sorry, I already have that service. Like we already pay for something like that.
Okay. Cool. What else?
I get these calls all the time.
Yeah. Or we are fully booked. Like we can't take on more work.
That one's the most classic one. It's just like initially, even when you ask them like, oh, can you take on a few more jobs? They're like, yeah. And then you're like, you offer them a service. They're like, oh no, we're fully booked. Like they're just lying.
Yeah.
And then another thing, actually, one more thing as well. It's like, what catches me off guard kind of? It's just like, how can I help you? I don't know why that alone throws me off.
Yeah.
They always say like, sorry.
Sometimes people tell me, all of you promise all of the same BS and none of you deliver. Something like that. Like they heard the same offer over and over again. Say all of us offer the same BS and none of us deliver. So that's an objection.
Yeah. They sometimes say like, can you send me an email? Like, can you email me all this? Like,
good. Like that one.
Send one. Yeah, another one. Another one. I'm not interested just after hearing the opener. Like, duh. He didn't even give me a chance.
So right after Ibrahim, go.
Yeah, so this is an objection one of my team members got, like the team that I was in. He got, are you trying to molest me? Just after hearing the opener. So
That's
maybe you can add it.
His fucking fault. He's just a shit caller if someone says that to you, or you're getting fucked with.
So after you explain what you're calling for, what if they say, sorry, I'm not the person who handles these kind of decisions. That's something my boss does.
Okay.
Or business partner.
You say, wait, what did you say, Brian?
I said, like, I have to talk to my business partner.
Okay. Anyone else? Anything else?
I mean, bro, that's already
I don't make decisions over the phone. I'm like when they say I don't make decisions over the phone, I'm already pretty booked and my calendar's full. I don't know if I can get you. I don't know if I can. They're basically just saying like, I'm busy. I can't confirm a time with you right now. I'll check my calendar later and then get back to you. In the meanwhile, can you text me, email me, whatever they say.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay. Obviously, you're probably gonna get a lot more objections than this. Just if you make a lot of calls by nature, right? You're just gonna get other objections. Obviously, these are probably some of the more common ones, as these are the ones you mentioned. Some of these are way more common than others, right? Like, for example, can you email me what's the price and I'm not interested and don't have time are probably the most common. Too expensive. How can I help you? Already have someone are less common, but still prevalent and worth mentioning. All right. So this is good because we're going to go through all of these. But before we do, I figure it's important for us to understand what objections are. Okay. So what is an objection? Like everyone talks about objections. What even is an objection? Well, I looked up the definition. An objection is an expression or feeling of disapproval or opposition, a reason for disagreeing. Okay. So it's a expression of disapproval, like saying like, no, I don't want to do that, right? Like, hey, do you want to buy this thing? No, I don't want to buy that thing. That's an objection. Okay, like it is an expression of disapproval. No, I don't want to do that, right? Or a reason for disagreeing. So here's the cool thing. A lot of the times on a cold call, that's very rare that a person actually gives you a real objection. It's mainly smoke screens and shit tests and little things. Because think about it. Oftentimes you'll call someone, right, and you may say something like, hey, this is a cold call. Do you have 20 seconds? And they're like, I'm not interested. Not interested in what? I haven't even said anything yet. And so it's not a real objection because they're not disapproving to anything other than giving you time. So you could argue the objection is for time. But they don't say that, hey, I don't want to give you time. They say I'm not interested. Which is why, once again, a lot of objections are really just smoke screens hiding something else, right? And so I would argue if you call someone and say, hey, do you have 20 seconds? They say, oh, I'm not interested. What they're really probably saying is, I get a lot of calls like this. Normally all the calls go shit. So I just assume by nature, right, as we do, that you're probably shit as well, and I don't want to waste time. That's really what they're saying, but they won't say that. And so if you take the objection at face value, you'll never be able to handle it. Okay, now that being said, there's two frames in which I view objection handling. One I call bulldozing, I made this up, and one I call dancing. I also made it up. I made both these up myself. And so what bulldozing is, when I refer to bulldoze the objection, I literally mean fucking bulldoze it. Whatever they say, get a bulldozer and just roll over as if they didn't even say it. It's like if someone says, you know, like, oh, can you send me an email? Yeah, for sure. Can totally send you an email. What do you want me to put in there? Like, and you just agree and say, yeah, for sure I can do that, and then you just completely bulldoze it and just go right through as if they didn't even say that. And you just carry on the conversation. And more often than not, this will work because once again, the objection they're giving wasn't real. It's not like an actual thing. It's not like they wanted you to actually send an email. And so therefore, if you bulldoze it with confidence, you can typically get right through it. Now, that's not always going to work, but more often than not, bulldozing, when I say bulldozing, what I really mean is you just acknowledge their objection and then just carry on the conversation. So if you're not acknowledging it, you're not, acting like an idiot, but you're also not taking it seriously. Okay? And I'll show kind of what this looks like and we'll do some kind of stuff later on in this call to kind of show you this.
Actually, the second one's dancing. Yeah, that's what we did with Vachi as well, because you trained him.
I know, because I trained him. It's called dancing. And when I say dancing, a lot of people view objection handling in the wrong way, and they view objection handling as a fight, which you could argue bulldozing is not really a fight. It's more just like you don't even care, right? It's like if you're Chris Bumstead and some fat guy, like some fat little 3-year-old says like, hey, you're doing the workout wrong. You just kind of like laugh and like, haha, yeah, for sure, and then just go on your day. You just don't care. You don't pay attention to it. That's kind of what bulldozing is like. Is you're like, haha, I don't give a fuck. Okay? Same kind of concept there. What dancing is where you work with a prospect to solve the issue. I actually made a really, really good YouTube video. I'll pull it up and show you guys it. If any of you guys, especially if you actually take sales calls, where is it? this. How I force bosses to give me money on the sales calls, objection handling. Like I explained this for 21 minutes in depth to the point where like you will understand objection handling better than anyone else. And to summarize that whole video, people view objection handling as I'm sitting here, the prospect is sitting here, we're fighting to try and make something work. They're saying this, I'm saying this, etc. What I'm saying is, hey, move your chair from over here to this side of the table. Tell the prospect you're on their team, actually be on their team, and try and solve the issue together. Okay. Now the reason why dancing doesn't work as well in cold call is because usually the prospect doesn't give you a real objection. And so if you say, hey man, that's not a problem, how can we figure this out together? There's not going to get anywhere because there's not a problem to solve. Okay. And so I just want to share it so you know that style of objection handling, but it's not as common in cold calls because there typically isn't a real problem you have to solve. There's not a real objection to handle. It's more just bulldozing through it with their fear and whatever the case is. Okay. Now, with that being said, I want to go through some of the most common objections, how to handle them, and then we're going to go through all these list of objections and talk about handle these individually. Now, before I go into this, I want you to know one thing. You can't handle every objection because sometimes people think something is an objection when it's just a truth. For example, if someone says I'm busy, now they could be lying and then that's an objection, but if they're actually busy, okay, and like when I say busy, I mean like work, like I'm already booked up for the next 3 months, right? If they're actually busy and they're actually full for the next 3 months and you help them, unless your service is like, hey, I help you hire and recruit so you can scale more. Most of us are, in the realm of like marketing, hey, we'll get you more clients. You can't help them. That's not an objection. That's a truth, right? Once again, objection is a feeling of disapproval or opposition, a reason for disagreeing. If you say to someone, hey, I'll cure your cancer, and they say, hey man, that's awesome, I don't have cancer though, would you consider that an objection? No, they just don't have cancer. Like they're not someone you could have helped in the first place. Now, that being said, more often than not, people are lying, and they're not telling the truth. It's some sort of smoke screen to not want to continue talking. Okay, so you have to be able to sniff that out so you can understand when to push and when to pull. Okay, when to pull back. Hey, dude, you're doing great, awesome. Have a good day. Right? Write my name and phone number down. I'll share with you some sauce here. I like to end every cold call positive for a very good reason, reputation being one of them, and also just long-term relationships, and also my morale. If I end a cold call off bad, my morale shot. If I ended off good and they're happy, right, then I'm like, oh, I didn't feel too bad about that. That person ended up smiling, having a great day. So did I. Whatever, on to the next. Couldn't help them. It is what it is. Okay. Now, one other tip I'll give you guys, and I recommend you do this for whoever you ever call, whatever you ever call for, it doesn't matter. It's something called networking. Haha. Wow, look at this fucking crazy term. Which is where every single person I call, I try to make an effort to connect with them. So long as they were interested in some shape or form, right? Even if they're not, you still could. But what I mean by this is very simple. You call someone, they talk to you. They're like, hey man, we love what you do, or this is awesome. I'm just busy, or we're already full right now. Okay, now granted, if that's the truth, if it's an objection, you're going to handle it. But if it's the truth, you can say, hey, no problem. Let's stay connected. What's your Instagram? What's your LinkedIn? What's your whatever? Stay connected, because guess what? Over the course of days, months, years, you probably talk and call a lot of people. Okay? Now imagine if you connect with all these people on one particular platform. What would happen after a few months? Well, maybe you make a post sharing like, hey, we're looking for a few extra of these people, and all of a sudden you got 1,000+ followers now of people in that niche who are interested because they kind of remembered you, and now you're making a post about it. Okay? That's one thing. The second thing is people always come back. Like I once followed up with a guy for 6 months, and for context, when I say a guy, it wasn't some random Joe Schmo. He had 400,000 Instagram followers. He was an 8-figure entrepreneur. I followed up with him for 6 months. At month 7, he texted me and said, hey man, I need your help. And then he bought. For 6 months of staying connected. If I didn't stay connected, if I didn't reply to his stories, if I didn't touch base with him somewhere else, this was on Instagram, I was chatting with him and just responding to his stories, etc. Just normal human connection, he would have forgot about me. And when he did need my service, he would have went to someone else that was more top of mind. But I understand that just because someone says no now doesn't mean they're saying no tomorrow. And so I don't take it personally when someone says no. I say, hey, that's great. Not a problem at all. Let's stay connected. And the way I frame it is, hey, that's not a problem at all. I'm actually really happy that you're super busy. I work with a lot of guys in the space, and I love getting connected and just hearing different people's stories and whatnot. Let's stay in touch over LinkedIn. What platform do you use? Instagram, LinkedIn. Right? Oh, let's connect on Instagram. What's your Instagram? I'll follow you right now. All right? We'd love to share some stuff we're doing. Maybe you've got some stuff that could help me out as well. And I frame it as networking now. So now instead of me trying to sell them, I go back to the networking thing to try and build up my own reputation, my own network, right? Because just imagine this. You call in one niche for 1 year. Let's say you're lazy, you do $100 a day. $100 for 365 days. No one would ever do that because, Christmas, whatever the case is, right? But let's just assume let's say 300. Let's say you take 2 months off. Okay, 65 days off. You make 300. You call for 300 days of the year, $100 a day. That's what, 30,000? That's 30,000 calls. With a 30% pickup rate, we can assume we talk to about 10,000 people. Let's just automatically cut half those people off. That's about 5,000 people that you had a decent chance to network with. Imagine if every conversation you ended with it doesn't matter what their objection was, what they said no to, what they said yes to, you followed them on Instagram and they followed you. After a year, you have 5,000 people in the niche you're in that follow you. And so now, let's say you start to get kind of big, let's say you kind of have a brand, a reputation, right? Not only could you go and just sell these people yourself whenever you want, you could say social proof them, and there's an infinite amount of things you could do, right? So that's something totally out of the blue that no one ever does. And if you do, you're already on the phone with them. You're literally already calling them. You already scripted the lead. You already dialed them. You're already talking to them. You might as well get something out of it that can make you money in the long term without you having to do more work. You already did the initial phone call, right? Just connect with them now. They're going to remember you. They're like, oh, that was the guy that called me. And he was the only guy that ever called me that actually connected with me somewhere else. And now when I do need this service, instead of waiting for a cold call, I'll go to him. Boom. Now you start getting clients passively. You make a lot more money. Cool. That being said, let's go to this objection handling document, as that's what we're actually here for. So some of the most common objections are, I'm busy. Can you send me an email? I'm not interested in what's the price. I would argue these are probably the most common and really what a lot of these other objections kind of fall into. Now, what I'm going to share here is not an end-all be-all. I'm not even saying this is perhaps the best way to go about it. Once again, you got to feel out the prospect. Are they talking the truth? Are they not? Etc. So take this with a grain of salt. Take this merely as a guiding sort of framework you can use, right? And rather than trying to try and figure out the exact perhaps framework that is being used to handle the objections, and then apply it yourself. Okay. Whoops. Just knocked my charger out the wall. Okay. So let's go through this. I'm busy. Now, as you can see in parentheses here, if they say this before the pitch. So if before you pitch them, they say I'm busy, here's what you can say. I'm glad. Those are the people I want to talk to, the busy ones. One quick question, I'll be on my way. Now, granted, this is a script I made for actually my setting team back when we were calling real estate. So our question was, are you perfectly happy with the amount of deals you're closing? Do you just go to bed saying, I hope I don't get any more deals tomorrow? Now, this is crucial. This part right here. Okay? Because if you just said, are you perfectly happy with the amount of deals you're closing now? Most people say yes. But what we did is we added a bit of a reframe. Do you go to bed saying, I hope I don't get any more deals? And most people go, well, no, I don't say that. I wouldn't mind more deals. It's okay, and I understand you're busy, right? But if you knew that we could, and then guarantee, get you X amount of more deals and Y amount of days, would you give me 30 seconds to explain myself? And if it says yes, great, you go on from there. Once again, our goal with this is just to get ourselves a bit more time, right? They're busy. Fine, give us 30 seconds, then make a decision, right? You could even just say this, I'm busy right now. I say, fair enough, give me 20 seconds, and you can make a decision. There's so many different ways you can handle this. There's not a one way. You don't this isn't end all be all, right? You can start to test and see what feels more natural for you, what starts to work. Okay, this is just what I built for my setting team, what we liked, what worked for us. Okay, once again, all of you are different. You're going to want to do your own little way, and that's fine. I'm merely just trying to give you my frameworks, my thought processes, share it to you, and then you can tweak it based on that yourself, so you can become proficient yourself and not be reliant on some person being me.
One thing that's actually worked very well for me, and when they say they're busy, they mainly say, can you call me back? I was like, first of all, obviously I agree with them. Yeah, I definitely can call you back. But then I say, or if you give me 30 seconds, I can let you know what I do, and then you can let me know if it's relevant for me to call you back. And then from that, honestly, 9 times out of 10, I get they give me more time, maybe even more than that.
There you go. Look at that. Yeah, that's great. Right? It's fair. It's you know what? Fair enough. It's you give me 30 seconds, I'll tell you what we do, and then you can see if it's even relevant to have a callback for. It's like, okay. And then guess what? If they're actually busy, now they kind of know what you do. And so when you do call them back, there's a higher chance to pick up and continue talking to you. So yeah, great point. Okay. So that's where I'm busy if it's before the pitch. Okay. Now, if you pitch them and then they say I'm busy, first know this, you probably fucked up your pitch. Because if they say, yes, you can talk to me, and then you pitch, and then they say, oh, I'm busy, I gotta go, you probably said something they didn't like. Instead of saying no to your face, because people suck at that, they're trying to give you some sort of objection. And so what we do here is say, hey, of course, no worries. I've got to run in 30 seconds anyway. Do you mind if I ask you one last question? And then what you do is you just ask them anything that's easy to answer, okay, and leads to them booking a call. So, for example, like, hey, like, if we, like, just hypothetically speaking, if we could get you 2 extra deals in the next 30 days, and it was written in paper that it was guaranteed, and you believe that, would you at least want to look into how that could work? It's hard to say no to that. It's hard to be like, no, I wouldn't want to look into how I could make more money guaranteed for free. Like, it's hard to say no to that. So it's like, I guess, it's like, okay, well, listen, I know you got to go and I got to go too. So what if and here's where you got to be smart, okay? This person, if you book them in on a sales call, probably won't show. So what I do is say, what if we pencil in a 5-10 minute chat later today or tomorrow where we will just jump on the phone. I can kind of share a bit more information on what we do, maybe answer any questions you have, and then take it from there, if all sounds good. How's that sound? Less commitment, because once again, they're probably going to no-show if you try and book them in right here because it's kind of uncertain. So I'm going to book them in for another phone call where I can just get them a bit more sold on the idea when they don't have to go. And then if I've done my job, book them in for the real demo call. Okay, because a lot of people do is they'll try and book them in straight to the calendar, which I'm not saying is horrible. It's not bad. It's like great. You're trying to book a call. That's the whole point of this. However, you got to read the room. That's a big thing with calling is reading the room. The person sounds like they're kind of on the edge. You're not really sure. Don't book them in for a 40-minute demo presentation. That's 3 days away. They're probably not going to show. Right? Book them in for a 5-10 minute phone call later that day. Right? You tell them, hey, let's just do later today, 5-10 minute phone call. I'll call you back. I'll share a bit more about what we do so you can understand. And then if that kind of sounds good and it's in alignment with what you want, then we could chat about perhaps a different call, whatever. Well, let's first just see if this is something that you're even looking for and could work for you. Okay? And then on that call, you can actually build a bit more rapport, share a bit more about what you do, talk to the prospect a bit more to kind of build a better connection, and then book the call. Okay? So that's the 2 I'm busy. Oh, I'm busy. Okay? Can you send me an email? Now, there's 1,000,001 ways to hand this objection. This is just the one that I have written down here, which is, can you send me an email? Yeah, for sure. Right? I'll also shoot you over my website a couple videos. And like, I guess just so I know what to send, what specifically are you looking for so I know to put that in the email? And then literally whatever the answer is, you just go ahead and then handle and just talk to them. Right? Oh, I'd love if you just, shared what you do. It's like, oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I can send you an entire kind of breakdown. But just out of curiosity, I take it you're probably gonna have some questions, right? Yeah. Okay, so would you be opposed to perhaps we can even do later today a quick 5 minutes, even we can just jump on the phone and I can share with you what we do here verbally, so that way you can hear it in a couple minutes and then you can make a decision to see if it's for you or not instead of wasting time going back and forth on email. Okay. Now another way to handle the email, granted, once again, depending on what kind of mentality you have, is you could just say no. No, I don't do emails. Too slow for me. Right? People that are in emails are too slow. They don't move quick enough. I don't like to work with them. Right? Now, most people I talk to don't actually want to email. Right? You ever have a problem with your Amazon? You go emailing them? No, you want to call them, right? You want to get someone to call you to figure the issue out. Okay? So with that being said, I understand that right now you're probably not interested because I haven't even given you a reason to be interested. So how about you give me 30 seconds? I'll explain what you do, and then you can make that decision for yourself. Right? Once again, that's more of a bulldozing method. It's just like, no, not going to send you an email. Right? Too slow for me. Most people I talk to don't actually want an email. Right? They just want to know what it's about, and therefore they'd rather get sent an email so they can read it. But what ends up happening is now half the details get left out. They're a bit confused. They're not really sure what's going on. They have some questions, but they're busy and they get caught up, and then they don't have time to call to email back, and then it goes under the radar. Right? So, and then once again, a bulldozing. Not saying that you got to feel it out. Right? You got to feel what you're confident with. If you're confident saying no, I'm not going to send you an email, then do that. If you're not confident saying that, then say this. Be like, yeah, for sure. That's not a problem at all. I can send you over email. Matter of fact, I'll even send you case studies, our website, everything else you want, right? So you can do research into us, right? And I guess just to know what specifically to send. What are you looking for? And then boom, you just handle it right there because they're going to tell you the thing. Well, I guess I just want to know what you do. And it's like, oh, what if you give me 30 seconds to tell you right now? And then you can know for sure after this call if you even want to look more into a website or not instead of wasting a bunch of time on your computer. Okay, fair enough. And then boom, you have 30 seconds. You bought yourself more time, right? And then you have another 30 seconds to try and continue the conversation. And then you hope that what you say in that 30 seconds is sexy enough to have them want to continue talking to you rather than end the call. Okay, but once again, we're just trying to buy ourselves that next bit of time to continue talking. And then in that next bit of time, if you're talking, hopefully it sounds good enough for them to want to book a call. Okay? Instead of keep you, we'll do I'm uninterested before the pitch. And this is a huge, like, make sure you understand this. If they say I'm uninterested before the pitch, if they say it after, it's totally different. But sometimes you'll get someone, you call them, they're like, oh man, I'm uninterested. Okay, here's how we handle it. I'm glad. If not, it'd be kind of weird that I'm the one calling you and not you calling me. Okay? But jokes aside, my job is to put the information in front of you and see if it makes sense. I'm not here to say anything, but I just want to ask you a quick question. Now, I'd word this a bit better. I'm realizing this now. I wrote this in a very weird way. So how I would say this is like, oh, I'm not interested. It's like, yeah, of course you're not. I'm the one calling you out of the blue. If you were interested, I would expect you to be calling me. And I haven't even given you anything to be interested in. So give me 30 seconds. I'll share with you all the information, and then you can make an informed decision based on whether you're actually interested or not. Does that sound fair? Fine. It's like, how can you, like, it's hard to say no. It's like, okay, fair enough. Like, fine, I'll give you 30 seconds, and then you can decide. Right? Because once again, if they say I'm uninterested before the pitch, you haven't pitched them. What are they not interested in? Oh, I'm not interested. Not interested in what? What you have to offer. What do I have to offer? Well, you're probably just another marketing company. Well, how do you know that? Well, you kind of sounded like them. I've actually gone down this exact word track. And it's like, well, I haven't even told you what we do. I was like, we sell roofs. She's like, really? I'm like, no. But you would never know if I didn't tell you. Right? And so it was like one of those weird moments where I was like, I wanted to go down that to see what would happen. And I actually said, I didn't say I sell roofs, but I said something weird like, oh, I forgot what I said. I said something weird. She's like, wait, really? I was like, no. But you would never know if you didn't give me the time of day. So give me 20 seconds, I'll be out your way. Okay, fine. All right, and then it's up to how good your pitch is to see if you get them to continue talking to you. Okay? Last one. What's the price? There's two ways to handle this. My favorite one, and the one I've been harping on lately, and the one I think I invented, I've never heard anyone say this ever before, is what do you want it to be? What's the price? What do you want it to be? And they don't know because they didn't think about it. So they're probably going to stutter because they don't know what the price to be. I don't know, like, what's your price? And well, what do you want it to? I'll make it whatever you want. Right? And they say, free. Yeah, man, I could totally do that. I could do for free. I'll just do nothing for you. Right? But if you want our service where we're going to generate you X, Y, Z, and I would ask them, and once again, everything you do is a question. So let me just ask you a question. Okay? If we were to come into your business, take care of all the work for you, and make you $100,000, do you think it would be reasonable for us to charge $10,000 for that? Well, is it guaranteed? Yes, you make the $100,000. You make the $100,000. Would it be reasonable for us to charge $10,000? Yes, it would. Okay, great. Good news for you, it costs way less than $10,000. And even better news is we will guarantee the $100,000. Do this with your actual numbers that you're guaranteeing, right? Okay. Now, granted, you haven't seen any of that. That's just why I'm calling you, is to show you this, so you can see how that could work, and if it's in alignment with what you could be looking for. So would it be appropriate for us to set up a chat where we could talk about X, Y, Z, and go from there? It's like, yeah, sure, boom. It's my favorite way to handle the objections. What do you want it to be? Right? Because they never know. I've never had a prospect say, oh, well, I want it to be $100. I go, yeah, it's great. And then I just say, yeah, it's great. I'll make $100. I'll just do 1/100th of what I was gonna do. Right? I'll make you $200. You pay me $100. Does that sound fair? You make an ROI. You just won't make much. Okay. Now another way to handle the what's the price objection is this one. I don't like it because everyone uses it and people hate it. Right? People want a fucking answer. But what I do is I put it back on them. Like when someone asks me a question, I just put it back on them. This is just really good advice for objection handling in general. I learned some from Hermosi. He said, he was like, if anyone ever asks you a question about, oh, do you have this? Do you have this? Ask them what they want it for. So for example, one guy was like, oh, do you guys offer personal trainers, like one-on-one coaching. And Himoji was like, well, what do you want it for? Why do you want the one-on-one? And the guy's like, oh, well, I just want someone to answer my question. Like, oh, that's what the group calls are for. We have daily group calls. You can jump on and ask any question. And it all goes one by one so your question gets answered. It's like, oh, okay. More often than not, people ask a question they don't even know the answer to. They don't even know why they ask. Okay? And so you can literally just counteract it by asking why. Put it back on them. Well, why do you want this? What do you want that for? Right? And now you make them have to explain it instead of you having to explain it. So now you're putting them on the back foot instead of you being on the back foot. Because if they start asking you questions, you're on the back foot, having to fight and be like, well, what? Yeah, gone. Okay? So anyways, the second way to handle the what's the price objection is great question. It's $1 million. Okay, jokes aside, it really depends on a lot of things, like how many deals you're closing. So it's hard to even like guess a number. And I don't want to waste your time, but I guess I have one last question to get a better idea to see what we could do and maybe even work for you. How many deals are you doing? Okay. Now, I don't like this one. Personally, I don't like it. It's not me. Maybe you guys like it. I don't like it. Because I know if I'm calling and ask someone what's the price and they just completely neglect, which you should do because you shouldn't tell them the price on the initial call, especially not after sharing any value or any information, probably not going to go well. Right? But I know that it pisses people off not getting an answer. And instead of trying to deflect it, I just say, well, what do you want it to be? And then I can just joke around and make and just take that conversation wherever I want it to go. Because I put them on the back foot. They have to now answer to me instead of me answering to them. Which gives you the dynamic and makes you control the call again. Well, what's the price? What do you want it to be? See, now I'm putting it back on them. You have to follow my framework, my script. I'm not following what you want, kind of thing. Okay? So those are the main objections and how I handle them and a bit of, I guess, the reasoning behind so you can see them. Is this cool? Did I explain this okay? You feel like you can go handle these objections?
Absolutely.
Okay, fucking awesome. So let's do this. Let's go back to this document. Let's take a quick little pause. Based on anything I just said, does anyone have anything they want to ask? Anything you want me to clarify? I know that sometimes I talk fast since I might be bad at explaining things. There's no harm in telling me that. So anything you want me to re-explain, just recover, or do you guys just want to get into this?
Yeah, here's an idea. Each time we hear a new objection, we should write it down, right? And then we should share it with each other and then see what works and what doesn't work.
Yeah, that's super solid. Super solid. You guys should do that. Boom. I love that idea. Okay, let's do this. We're going to go through a couple of these. And I'm going to kind of share how I'd handle them. And then I'm just going to call on someone and I'm going to ask how you would handle the objection. Now, once again, there's no right or wrong way. Well, there's a wrong way if you just say nothing or completely like stutter and, fuck up. That you could argue is wrong. But there's no specific right way. I would argue the best way to handle an objection is the way that you sound the most confident. Okay? Because then that's just going to make the prospect trust and believe you the most. Okay? So I'll do a couple and then I'll call on some people and then we'll get out of here. Alrighty? So don't have time, call me back later. If they say this at the end of the call, what I would just say is I can totally call you back later. What is it that you want to discuss when I call you back? I'm putting it back on them. What do you want to talk about? Why do you want me to call you back? And I'm asking this because if they're, oh, I just want to learn this and this and this, I go, well, listen, that's what the call is for. So why don't we pencil something in for later anyway, and on that I can show you and answer all those questions for you. Okay? That's how I handle that, right? Because that's at the end of the call. If you're saying I don't have time at the end of the call, also it's kind of weird. How would you get through the whole call and them say, oh, I don't have time? It means you probably said too much shit. Like literally, it means you probably said too much that you said something that disinterested them. So I'll review that call and look back. Once again, a lot of this stuff is contextual, right? Like an objection you get, like this is why objection handling is difficult to be like, hey, just say this, because there's so many different contexts in which you can get an objection, right? I don't have time, call me back. What if they just got in a car crash? What if they're literally just drove to the appointment they're about to get to? What if you said something that turned them off? Like there's so many different things that could reason a certain thing, which is why you'd handle it different ways. And this is why call reviews are so good. Okay. Anyways, too expensive. We kind of touched on this, which is like, what's the price? If you get too expensive, you fucked up horribly because you should never tell someone the price. So like this should in theory never happen. If it happens, it means you messed up because you shouldn't tell them the price. Okay. So you shouldn't in theory get this. Is this a sales call at the beginning? I would go, it depends on the context, once again. But I open up all my calls saying it's a cold call. So everyone already knows. So like there's not, it's like, yeah, it's what I just said. Right? Now there's a different way you go about this. You could say, no, I'm not selling you anything on this call. I'm merely calling just to get an understanding of what you're doing and see if what we do can help you. And if it's in alignment with what you're looking for. You give me 30 seconds, I'll share my pitch and you can make a decision. Does that sound fair? Okay, fine. Once again, contextual. There's so many different contexts in which someone can give this objection and you'd handle it very different ways. Okay, which is why it's contextual. Already have someone. I would say, great. Now I'm not looking to get you to fire anyone. I just merely want to share what we do to see if it could help you. Right? If you're doing 5 deals now, we get you an extra 2. Right? I'm not saying you have to fire those guys. Heck, if they're doing good, keep them on. But if you get an extra 2 and it would take you less time and cost you less money, wouldn't you at least want to look into it? Right? I don't try and throw rocks at the competition and say, oh no, fire them, fuck those guys. I'm just saying, listen, you can keep those guys on board. That has nothing to do with us. I'm just saying, can you take on windows? Yes. Okay, so if we could bring you extra, wouldn't you at least want to look into that? Once again, if you guys looked up that Cameron Profit guy, he once actually got this objection. He handled it perfectly. He said something very similar. Which is like, listen, like I don't need you to get rid of those guys, but can you take on more deals? So yeah, well then wouldn't you want to look into ways to add some more deals on top of what you're already doing? Why not do some more? Right? Boom. The guy's like, okay, fair enough. And they continue talking. Once again, it's just about continuing the conversation. Okay. I get these all the time. This probably means your opener is overused. Switch it up. I would say if someone, or you could say if someone has got, oh, I get these all the time. I would go, yeah, and except I'm not them, and I'm the best one you've ever heard. Give me 20 seconds, I'll prove it to you. It's like, okay, fine, 20 seconds. Right? I get these all the time. Yeah, but none of them are me. That's what I would say. I get these all the time. Yeah, but none are me. Give me 20 seconds, I'm the best one you've ever heard. Promise it. And then boom, sure, go ahead. And then boom, you go from there. But if they're saying this all the time, I would look back at your opener, because this is probably happening in the opening, and be like, okay, maybe I need to switch something up because maybe I do sound like every other person calling them, which is the goal to not do that. You want them to like have a breath of fresh air when you call to some extent. At the end of the day, it's still a cold call. They're still going to be like, ah, fuck. You know what I mean? But you want to at least give them some sort of, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, one objection that I get a lot from my industry, I don't know if it's like around everywhere, everyone gets this, but obviously these guys get a shit ton of cold calls too. One of them is these guys are very like they're so straightforward, and a lot of them are again like so stupid when it comes to marketing. They have no idea what it is, and they think like shit runs for free or something. So they literally just frame it on the call. They're like, look, we are not gonna pay anything up front. If you can get me a deal, I'll pay you. If you can't give me a deal, I won't pay you. Get me leads, I'll pay you. If the job goes through, I'll pay you. I'm not paying $1 up front. They literally just straight up say that even if you don't pitch, literally you might do your open. That's the first thing they'll say, or at the end of your pitch, they'll end up saying that. So I don't really know how to go about that.
So probably they've been fucked in the past. Is like the most likely thing here, right? Is like if someone's saying, I'm not paying anything, this is bullshit. Unless you get me deals right now, I'm not paying you nothing. Probably you're not going to be the best client anyway, right? Is the first thing. The second thing is there's probably be burned. And so what I would do is I would try and take a bit of a different approach. Instead of being, hands on, like push. I would honestly ask them, let me guess, you've been fucked over in the past by one of those shitty marketing companies. And then they'll be like, yeah, fuck those guys, they did this, this, and this. And I go, listen, I don't know what happened, right? And for all I know, you'll probably never trust anyone again. Okay. And I would say the truth. I would say, here's what we do, right? Now, it's not free, but that's because we're actually good at what we do. And that's in the contract, and I can show you all that. Right now, if you completely don't trust it and you don't want to take a chance and at least just see, I'm not asking you to commit, I just want to show you, that's totally fine. I'll be out of your way. Okay. But I wouldn't, way to frame this is like, I want to show you this opportunity because I think it could help. And so I would feel morally wrong if I didn't give you the chance to see what we did. All right, those people, you gotta be more soft with them. They've been fucked over, they've been hurt a little bit. Right? Be a bit more empathetic with them. Right? Kind of connect with them on that human to human level. Like I would literally change my tone. Right? I'd be like, damn. Let me guess, you've been fucked over by a company before. Like, yeah, they did this and this and this and they did that. And I go, dude, I have no idea what it's like. But a lot of people that I've worked with and talked to have said the same thing, right? And obviously makes my job a bit more difficult because everyone assumes I'm the same person. And fair enough, I don't blame you. Okay, but the same way when my 7th grade girlfriend broke up with me, at first I thought I would never ever find another girlfriend again. But 3 years later, I found the love of my life, and then she broke my heart again. Okay, but the point is, you never know unless you try, right? And so I'm not asking you to commit. I'm not asking us to put a ring on a finger, right? I just kind of want to show you what we do, right? Just so you know. And if you don't like it, that's totally fine. If you think I'm a scammer, that's totally fine, right? But I figured it would be at least worth a shot to show you what we do because I know what we have is good. And then let them make a decision, right? Context is everything with objections. Okay, because most of those guys probably have been burned, and so trying to be like, like I'm different, I'm way better, probably won't work because it's just going to trigger more of that PTSD of someone scamming them. Okay, getting them fucked over. Alrighty, is that good? That makes sense. Did I explain it okay? Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Sweet. We were fully booked. There's 2 parts to this. Number 1, if they're telling the truth, I go, dude, phenomenal. Right? That's my goal, is to make sure everyone I ever call can say that. Right? Because you guys deserve to make more money, which is why I got into this niche. You guys are some of the hardest working fucking people I've ever met. You deserve to make more money, which is why I'm packing all these people's calendars. But hey, if your calendar's packed, I can't help you. Let's stay connected. Do you know one? Is what I would say. Is I would say I love chatting with guys in the industry. I fucking love what you guys do. Right? And this is especially good if you actually like your prospects. Right? Fucking love what you guys do. You're some of the hardest working people out there. What do you want? Instagram, Facebook. Let's stay connected. Right? I love to stay in touch. Right? Just to meet someone else in the space. I love the space myself. Work with a lot of guys as well. And perhaps maybe you know someone else that I could help out that isn't as fortunate as you. Now, if they're lying, it's a totally different story. But this is where you have to sort of decide, are they telling the truth? Are they lying? Which is where reading the room comes into play. Because if they're lying, I'm not going to say that. If they're lying, it's all fully booked. I would say, great. I take it you're not just going to sit here and be satisfied. I take it you probably want to do more. Now, obviously, that entails hiring and whatnot. And so, I guess, why haven't you hired another squad? Well, we don't have consistent work. Okay. So if I was able to get you more consistent jobs enough so you could hire another team, would that be something you'd look into? Sure. Okay, cool. Contextual. Depends on the context of the objection, which is why it's hard to just sit here and give you an end all be all. Here's how you handle this objection. Okay. How can I help you isn't really an objection. This is just something to say in the opener. Just get straight through opener and go through it. Okay. But let's do this. Even though we've talked about all these, have we not? What have we not covered? Can you email me? What's the price? I'm uninterested. I'm not a person to talk to. Okay, who is? I've talked to a partner. I don't understand how you get this objection. I just say this. What do they talk to the partner about? To book a call? Let's say book a call and get your partner on the call. That's where I'll share all the information. I can't choose a time. Email me. No. I have to listen, man. If it's not important enough for you to pick a time, that's probably gonna work. And now, granted, that's hard to do for most people because they operate in a scarcity mindset of, I need to book this meeting. It's the only one I'm gonna get today, except yada, yada, yada. But if you come from a place of abundance where you're booking 100 meetings a day, if someone says, oh man, I can't choose the time, email me like, no, I'm good. Right? If you can't sit here and pick a time that's to help that, for something that can help your business grow, you're probably not the kind of person we work with. And I don't want to say that in a disrespectful manner, right? But if this isn't important to you, that's totally cool. I'm just saying it probably wouldn't be worth both of our time then. And then either you hang up the call or they get their act straight. Okay, but you have to come from a place of abundance where you're not afraid to call people out on their stuff, because otherwise you just sound needy. Well, I'll accommodate to your time. Well, what time would work for you? And now you sound needy and pushy. People don't like that. Right? Imagine if your doctor was the one chasing you to book an appointment. You'd be like, what the fuck? Right? It's not that way. When you're hurt, you go to the doctor. And the doctor's there. Right? He's not chasing you, begging you to book a time. Okay? Which is also why you trust him a lot more. Right? If you think of a lot of people, just think of a lot of different companies. At the end of the day, like hospital is a business, right? And like I think they have such a good business model because it's obviously a high demand. The doctor doesn't go chasing you, you go chasing the doctor. And so by nature you trust him more because you're like, oh, he didn't have to come get me. It sounds so stupid, but it is the way it is. Okay? So let's do I want to do something fun. I want to do like we're already 15 minutes over. Wow. I knew these were never going to be 30 minutes. Should never lied. Put 30 minutes on my calendar. Should have made an hour. Okay, real quick, show of hands. Who feels more comfortable handling objections right now than they did 45 minutes ago? Like, just show your real hand. Okay, everyone except for Abraham. Awesome. Okay. Cool. So let's do this. Can everyone just unmute their mic, or is it just gonna be an absolute shit show if everyone does this? Oh my goodness, I'm so scared. Someone's bound to just have like a terrible mic and rip. I'm turning the audio down preemptively. Okay, awesome. Okay. For tomorrow, I really want to do two things and two things only. I want to review a call together, and I want everyone to give input, and then I want to play a game. Because I think that'd be fun.
What?
And it's Friday. And so it's like leading into the weekend. Okay? So, here's what I want from you guys for tomorrow. I'm going to find a call to bring. Okay? All of us together are going to review the call. And so what we're going to do is we're going to listen to the call, and all of us are going to go turn by turn sharing, our kind of thoughts, our pros and cons of the call. You can write them down as you go so you don't forget. Okay? And each of you are going to have to say something differently to it. So we can get used to looking at analyzing different parts of the call and not just repeating the same things that are super obvious. Okay? So that's number one. Number two is I want to play some sort of game. 5, 10, 15-minute fun little game for us to get to know each other a bit better and bond on a bit of a different level. So everyone in the chat after this, share something you think could be fun for us to do. Maybe we could do like Pictionary in Discord. Maybe some of you know like some cool like telephone game. I don't know, something like that. Share in Discord so we know what we're doing before the call tomorrow. Okay, and we'll end the call off with that, and then head into our weekend and all have a fun weekend doing that kind of stuff. Okay. So yeah, that's it. Those are only two things because tomorrow I want to view the call and then I want to do that. That's what I want to do. But does this objection handling stuff we just went over make sense? Because this is admittedly one of the biggest things because you're again getting objection on almost every single call. And like I said before, the objection handling process really comes down to just your tonality, which is the entire thing in the first place. That's like the whole moral of this entire thing is just being your tonality, how you talk. You could literally say like someone could ask for an email and you could say no, which in theory doesn't sound good and normally wouldn't work, but will work if you have the confidence. Right? So like, no, I'm not going to send you an email because I'm not going to waste your time and I'm not going to waste my time either. Right? So, yeah. If you just have that conviction, you can handle objection almost any way you want. Like you can just have fun with it. Okay? But I just want you to know you're going to get objections. You're going to get them a lot. And so get used to it. And you should be able to handle any objection like this. Okay? If you even stutter or you pause or you and you ah when someone gives an objection, you're done. Right? If someone says, what's the price? And you're like, John, I mean, it really depends on a few. You're done. Right? But if someone says, what's the price? You're like, well, what do you want it to be? Like, they're honestly caught off guard at how fast you reply. Okay? So just know that there's so much more important than the exact words you say. Okay. That's it. That wraps up day number 4, objection handling, which I think was fun. I like this at least. I hope you guys liked it. Otherwise, you probably would have left by now. But I appreciate you guys all being here. I really do. I know I probably don't say it enough, but I really do appreciate every single one of you being here, staying longer than the intended call, being attentive. I don't see many of you, if ever at all. Maybe it's because I don't pay attention. Maybe you guys are sneaky, but like doing a bunch of other shit. Seems you guys are pretty locked in and focused. I really, really fucking appreciate that. That's super cool. Good on you guys for not being monkey brained fucking TikTok addicts and like sitting here and playing like 8 different video games. For all I know, that's what you're actually doing, and I just am clueless. But whatever. I'll just pretend that that doesn't happen, and that I somehow have your somewhat undivided attention in this crazy TikTok brain world. So thank you guys, truly. Like it means a lot to me to have all of you guys show up here every single day. Counting on you guys to show up here at 2 p.m. and not have one person on the call and be like, where the fuck is everyone? So really do fucking appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome. I'm really excited.
I appreciate you for training us. I am the one appreciating you for training us, man.
Of course, bro. Dude, I love this. It's so much fun. So once again, super, super thankful and appreciate you guys jumping on here. Excited for tomorrow. We'll do call review and then we'll do a game. That's all that's on the agenda for tomorrow. And then next week, we're really going to just be doing role plays and call reviews. So review what we've gone over. If you guys want me to send the recordings, I know I haven't actually. If you want, just ping me in the Discord and let me know what day you want the recording of, and I'll send them to you guys on the chat so you can watch them back. So you can review this weekend, so you can practice. Because on Monday, we will be doing role plays. And so one of you, or multiple of you, all of you, at some point, will get put on the spot and we'll role play with someone else. And I will say one last thing. When we role play, or at least when you role play with me, it won't be easy. Okay? And I'll tell you why. There's no reason to make role plays easy. Because our call's easy. Our prospect's easy on you. No. Okay? It's like practicing hockey but not hitting each other. That doesn't happen. Like people don't they're gonna fucking hit you. You gotta have your head up. Okay? And so it's the same here. Maybe you guys will be nice on each other. I won't be nice on you. That's only because I want the best for you. And so I will give you objections. I will be that hard ass prospect. But my goal is to make it, and then here's what I want it to be. The practice should be the hardest part of everything you ever do in any sport. Like it should be harder than the games. When you get to the games, you should be relieved. You're like, oh, this is so easy. The practice is the hardest part. Okay? Because if the role plays are the hardest conversations you have, think about how easy it'll be to talk to prospects. You're like, oh, man, this guy only gave me 3 objections out of 8? Whew. Walk in the park, book them like no tomorrow. Okay? So be prepared for Monday. It's going to be a ton of fun. Alrighty? But more or less, or more so, be prepared for tomorrow because we will actually have a bit of fun of doing a call review and then we'll play a game. Okay? So the only 2 things I need you guys to do is share in the chat what sort of game we can play as a team tomorrow, and that's really it. And if you want calls, let me know and I'll send them to you guys. Other than that, go have an amazing rest of your day. Okay? Do whatever you guys are doing. Those of you going to bed, have a great sleep. Those of you still have some life left in the day, go enjoy it. Go enjoy the sunshine. It's been pissing rain here. Doesn't mean we can't enjoy it. You can still enjoy whatever is going on. But I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Have an amazing day. If you guys need anything, just message me. Otherwise, that's it.
Have a fantastic day.
You bet.
See you guys. Bye.
It doesn't even make any sense. Like what? I have no idea what's going on. Well, we better get that sorted. And the mic you're using before, I don't even know. Anyways, so day 5. Today, I just want to do 2 call reviews where all of us give input, and then we're going to play a game. Because why would we not want to play a fun game together? It's a Friday. For some of you, it's Friday night. For some of you, it's Friday afternoon. For some of you, it's Friday evening. None of you, it's Friday morning. So this is a great way, I think, to end the call. So we'll do the call review first, and then we'll do the game. So for context, for the call review, here's what I want. We're going to listen to the call, all of us together. We're all going to write down. We're all going to write down pros and cons. Write down as many as you can because I'm going to pick on you. And one by one, we're all just going to go and just list off. Like, Ryan, go. Jaden, go. Taha, go. Ibrahim, go. And just list something. You can't repeat what someone else has said. So write down as many things as you can. We'll go through the pros. We'll go through the cons. And then I will do a final just call review where I just go through it myself and just kind of give you my thoughts on it. And we'll play the game. Okay? And we might actually get through 2 calls. The 2 calls I have are Ibrahim's and Taha's. Are you guys cool with that? Okay, I read. No, I can read mouth. I know. I can read when you said that. Cool. Then let's rock and roll. For context, I don't know if I should share this. Brian texted me personally while he's not here, and it's okay. So just so that you guys know, because I know he didn't mention in the chat. Anyways, let's go through. We'll do Ibrahim's first, and then we'll do Taha's after if we have time. Okay. So we're gonna listen to it once. Write down on a notepad or on a Google Doc somewhere, whatever works better for you guys. Write down pros and cons. Okay, things that went well, and just do it in bullet form. We don't have to write a whole paragraph, just bullet form. Things that went well, things that could have been better. Okay, and just note little small things, right, or anything. All right, let's listen through this. I was actually listening through a bit of this. So let's rock and roll. You guys ready? Everyone got their notepad and stuff out? So I'm gonna be calling on you. All right, let's rock.
No.
Hey, hello.
You know.
Hello. Yeah, man. Do you do painting at all? Yeah, do you do painting?
What you do?
Awesome, man. Yeah, my name is Abraham, by the way. This might seem random, but I'm actually calling you to see if you'll be open to doing a simple partnership where I can get you an extra 2 painting jobs every week. Like, will you give me a minute to explain how?
Sure.
Upgrade it, man, for you. So listen, instead of doing what everyone's doing, just running your Facebook ad and getting you a bunch of leads that never respond, what we do is we target high-income areas. And in the ad, we ask them tons of qualifying questions and verify their budget and book them straight into your calendar so you don't have to go through the hassle of contacting the leads and all of that. And yeah, all what you got to do right now is to just attend those meetings, give the quotes, close the deals, all of that good stuff. I hope this makes sense.
Well, yeah,
Sorry, can you repeat that? I think I'm breaking up.
yeah, if it worked, it would work. You know, the concept.
Awesome, man. So listen, I mean, I think you're already set up, but would you be opposed if we have like show you the system later this week, show you how we are doing it for other painters and like the results we're getting there? Will you be open to do that?
I'm actually out of town. Won't be back for another week or so.
Yeah, I mean, when will you back? When will you be back?
Mid-March.
Mid-March. Mid-March. Okay. All right. Hey, listen, man. I will call you back later. Not later. I mean, mid-March. See if we can like have a time to talk. Is it cool?
All right, sounds good.
Sounds good, man. And yeah, it's just so you know, like if we like actually find the time to talk, it's gonna be an online meeting, meaning like a video call. If you get me, you can do it on the phone. Yeah, it's just gonna be a video call. You're gonna see my face or my business partner's face. Yeah.
What's the name of the company? What's the name of your company?
It's Vace Ventori Media. I can send you the name in the text. Is it cool?
Sure.
Cool, man.
Sure.
So yeah, I will send you the name. You can do your due diligence about us, and yeah, man. So I'll call you mid-March. See if we can like get to talk to each other. So wishing you a fantastic day.
Bro, I wanted to pick so hard on me, please.
Chill.
Pick so very hard.
I have one question. Did you call him back mid-March? Yes or no?
No, I didn't.
Okay, fine.
I didn't at all.
That's fine. That doesn't matter. I was just curious if you did, if he even picked up or even talked to you guys. Okay, cool. So let's do this. All of you guys should have some things. I'll give you 20 extra seconds to remember what was happening and write your things down. We're going to go through pros and cons, okay? There's good things and also a lot of bad things. Nature of picking a call that isn't the best call. Okay? So I hope you guys all have something because we're just going to we'll go through until everyone has exhausted their list. Okay? So I'm just going to start with the bottom of my screen. Javon, give us something. Let's do this. Let's do pros. Let's do pros first. We'll do pros and then we'll do cons after. So give us a pro.
Can I say cons that I?
No.
I mean,
no.
Okay. No, because okay, I think that because I don't know, I actually focused mostly like on bad
He
things.
didn't even
To
write a
be
pro. He's
honest,
like,
I mean, no,
give me
I'm not
something
like
good.
I
trying
could go first.
to be like.
Like seriously, I don't even have pros for my own call.
There
No,
is
I'm
It's
not.
like
Oh,
you have
It
a
come
sounds
pro.
on.
like I know I'm not. I'm probably much worse, but I just that's what I like. That's what's in my head. Like some things
Yeah, we'll come
I don't
back
know
to you.
what to say. Yeah.
Ryan, you start us off.
Great. So I feel like you went into this judging him, but he kept persevering. Like maybe it did sound bad, but he kept going, and I feel like that first of all is the pro. But I'll give you a real pro that I have. The good opener, the straight off the bat, you got the yes straight off the bat. So you got him to stick on the line for like 60 seconds, and that's half the battle. Maybe I don't know. I'm not the pro here. Um, and then cons, I'll do two quick ones. You said hello twice. I feel like if you're gonna say a simple word, you should nail that shit. Um, and then you said, do you do painting? That should be a simple, obvious question, but you could mix it with, um, you do painting, right? Like, let's have a partnership. Would you be open to that? You could mix those two things together. Another pro, Stefan, you can interrupt. You said we're gonna run through all of them, right?
Well, one by one, but sure, you're on a spree, so I'll let you empty your
Okay.
bag.
So a pro here. You got him to ask about the name of the company towards the end of the call, and like Jovan said, he like maybe there aren't that many pros, but like if we're counting them, you got him to keep asking, and he started probing you, and you replied with like, hey man, you can do your due diligence. Here's the thing, can I get your phone number and send you a text? You didn't ask for the phone number, you just said like, let me send you a text, and that was good. But here's a con, and this is the serious one. I guess there's two. When you explained kind of right after you said Facebook ads, you explained how you make the Facebook ads and specifically what you do. But maybe, look, I don't know shit, but maybe you could save that for the actual booking, the Zoom call, and then you could just say, I make Facebook ads for people, and here are my testimonials. And then you can have a chance to build the trust earlier in the call. And then one sentence you said, I hope this makes sense. Like kind of after you explain the Facebook ad things, and according to Stefan, you should ask questions. You should only ask questions, and especially when you ended the explanation with a statement, it kind of left him like he paused. He definitely paused there. And then objection handling when he said I'm going to be out of town. Maybe you could lay off and do the softy approach or something. Do some objection handling and just give some human touch. I don't. Did you ask for his name? I don't know. I didn't hear that. Maybe we could play it back. But it sounded like it was all business. Like you could have added in a joke or something like that. Give it a little human element, make him laugh, and then it eases the tension. Okay, like I said, I don't know shit. That's all I got.
Damn, well, this can make it a lot harder for the rest of you guys because you cannot say what he just said. Jaden, you're up.
I would say the biggest thing, I couldn't fully understand when he explained, so I was kind of getting confused. Good thing, I like the tonality. Like he was speaking with good tonality, like even like slowing down, fastening up, and it just emphasized on like ads, which you can understand better. If you got him on the phone, like you said, for 1 minute, that's a good thing. What else did I put into? Um, I would say for cons, really just about the follow words, a lot of them. Stefan talked about it earlier on the other calls, but you have to make a great first impression. You cannot just having some kind of like slip out where you sound unconfident. And on that call, he can feel like you weren't certain about what you're saying. If you called him like, man, this is what I do. I do Facebook ads for painters. I know I can get you X amount of deals in X amount of days. Man, you can just get on the call, man, and he'll be like way more confident because you're gonna be leading by example. And the biggest thing with sales is about you're transferring beliefs. You have to transfer that you know what you're talking about. You're going to be able to help him. Even if he gets on a call with you, because of that first impression, he's not fully sure that you're going to be able to provide actual results for him, if that makes sense. Like you just said on the call. That's it. That's an ended question. I would have pretty would have said like, okay, man, like let's crush for you, man. Like how does it sound to get on a call, pencil something later on this week to potentially do something similar for you, man, and get you X amount of paying jobs in X amount of time.
Okay, Taha, give us something different.
Yeah, and one thing I think that was super solid with Ibrahim was his confidence throughout the entire pitch. Maybe just in the beginning he seemed a little bit unconfident when he said hello, hello. It seemed like a little bit confusing more than confidence. Aside from that, it was pretty good. Pitch was clear, maybe a little bit over explained, maybe. Just I think Ryan already touched on that, but the pitch was clear. It was super clear exactly what he was saying and what he was portraying through that pitch. I like the opener. Opener was Sashi. I can't even say that. That's already said. But actually, a little bit of feedback on instead of saying "will you be back," that's something I want to say too. But instead of saying like pointing out the fact that, hope this makes sense. Instead of saying hope this makes sense, you probably could have said like, I know Stefan's the one that told me this too. He's like, would you be open, or saying would you be able to take on a couple more jobs? That's super simple. Or you could have said something like, what was the one Stefan told me? I'm really been pitching this right now, and I already forgot.
Do you have any questions? Maybe.
Yeah, that could be solid.
No, I would never ask them that.
Or, I think would be good. Like, are you able to take on a couple more jobs? One, or, Stefan, man, what's the one that I literally was pitching this right now? How am I?
Are you at full capacity? That's like
no,
my
not even whatever. I'm gonna just skip over that then. I mean, I guess that's one of them. And I feel like there was a little bit of confusion throughout the pitch though. I feel like some parts were confusing, some parts were really clear. So it kind of just created like a dissonance. I guess something was super super clear, something was very unclear. So I guess he like understood parts of it, understood like and completely didn't understand other parts of it. And yeah, aside from some of the pauses also in between were a little bit long, especially in the beginning. There were a little bit long pauses, a little bit like just dead space in there. And yeah, I know you're Ibrahim, you're gonna go crazy on mine now. Your mine is so shit, but it's cool. It's cool. You guys can go at it.
That's the whole point to get better. Okay, last but not least, Javon and Ibrahim. I would say you, but you've probably looked at your own calls 100 times. So.
Yeah, I mean, this guy. This guy that he was talking to. I think I felt like he wasn't really that interested. I mean, the thing he was saying was like, I felt like he just wanted to get this over with and just go. Like he was just saying, yeah, let me like, we can talk. I'll be back. Like I don't know what he said, like mid-March or like sometime in March. We can talk then. And yeah, he probably forgot it in like the next minute. So that's what I actually felt. Yeah, and some things like the way he was speaking, I think I actually agree that his opener was good. There were like also like some unnecessary pauses, and he was talking to when he was pitching him. It was like actually too fast and wasn't like I couldn't really understand what he said actually. So the guy, yeah, as I said, like the whole point is that the guy wasn't really. He was like, yeah, let's move on, kind of.
Okay. Cool. Awesome. No, you guys all brought up, each one of you individually brought up good and unique points. I'm glad some of you brought up some things that we've particularly covered over the last couple of days specifically, like, for example, leading and ending every sentence with a question, right? That's a big one. I'm glad you guys are picking up. Here's what we'll do is I'll go through and just give my thoughts live and just share. Admittedly, I will probably only do the cons because I'm an egotistical piece of shit that only wants to roast other people to make myself feel good. No, but realistically, you know what you did good. At least I think so, because you've done enough calls in your life. And so we'll talk. If there's specific things that you do really good, I'll mention it. But we'll go through, and I'll just give my kind of review so you can see like my different perspectives and some of the things you guys mentioned and how I review a call, so that you guys can start to understand a bit better. All right, let's go. There we go.
Here comes the hoop.
Oh.
Okay, bro, what the fuck? You fucked me up.
Oh.
Hey, hello.
Okay, if he says hello, why are you saying hey, hello back. Like he's saying hello to you. Like it's just like I get if it's a formality like hey, but he's saying hello with a question mark. Okay, like if this were a text message, he just said hello question mark, and you said hey hello question mark. It's like one of you has to initiate, and since he said hello first, you have to then take the conversation. Okay.
Yeah,
And
actually,
Ibrahim,
the
I
reason
love
I
you,
do this
bro.
is the
Go on, say
the
this.
reason
I'm
I
gonna
do
mute
this
you.
is I actually act like line is breaking up, kinda, just so I can get him
That's
to.
stupid.
It's just
Why
to
would
feel
you?
like yeah,
Why would you want
exactly,
me to
man.
think
I
that
told you this
phone
is
isn't working?
something.
Okay, I muted you just so you know, because otherwise we're gonna be here for the next hour talking back and forth. Because every time I pause, you're gonna say something. Okay, let's go.
Hello.
Like, and then okay, that one I get. Like you were saying hello as did how can I help you? Okay, you mess whatever, right? Fair enough.
Yeah, man. Do you do painting at all? Yeah, do you do painting?
Do you do painting at all? You should know if he does painting. So a better question is like, hey, do you run the show over at XYZ company? And then you know right away if you're talking to the owner. And also like, do you do painting at all? Can come across as like customer like, and so could throw prospects off a little bit. I just don't personally like what the question. Doesn't mean it can't work. Just me. Right? Reading the room. We talk about this a lot. Read the room. He sounds like he's having a bad day. He sounds like he doesn't give a fuck. And so I want to read that and sort of not emulate that energy, but him being down here, you being up here is going to clash a lot, and people buy from people they like. And so I would tone it down a little. Therefore, you're more on his page, because otherwise, like when you're mad and you're angry and someone is just like super godly, like it almost just pisses you off. It's like, why are you so fucking happy? Like just stop. You know what I mean? So read the room is a big one here.
Awesome, man. Yeah, my name is Abraham, by the way.
Awesome, man. No point for that.
This might seem random, but I'm actually calling you to see if you'll be open to doing a simple partnership. Like,
okay, we haven't touched a lot on tonality, but if you notice your tonality, you have a lot of upward inflections. Upward inflections come from people who are not confident. And I guess the best way for me to explain this, if you listen to the way I'm talking right now, you'll notice when I end my sentences or when I end a word, I have a downward inflection. I did on purpose there. Downward inflection. That's upward. That's an upward inflection. Down. So here we'll do this. Upward inflection. Downward inflection. Do you notice the difference between those two? Even though they're both the same word, or actually I guess they're technically different. It's different but the same. And so when you have an upward inflection, that's a question, right? Partnership, partnership, partnership. Do you notice the difference in confidence when you say it with a downward inflection? And so there's times where you want to have upward inflection. There's times when you have downward. It's just understanding where to use both. You're using too many upward inflections, which makes you sound unconfident. It's so small, and this is like getting nitty gritty, but we're trying to get more advanced. I figure it's worth pointing out. And that's why your voice is going up like this. Like if you were to look at this on like a chart, like an audio chart, you'd see like the inflections going up.
can put you an extra 2 painting jobs every week. Like, will you give me a minute?
Every week. It's almost like a question. We give you 2 extra jobs every single week. See, that's more of a statement. It's more like, hey, here's what we can do. The way you said it was almost more question-like, which we don't want when we can tell them, here's what we're going to do for you.
To explain how?
Have, right? Once again, same upward inflection.
Sure.
Reading the room. Sure. Like he doesn't, like you can tell at this point he really doesn't really care. I guess he cares enough to stay on the line, but like he doesn't want to sit and have an entire rundown. Like he's not in the mood for that. He's like, if this guy's about it, maybe, right? That's why with this guy I would lower my tone of voice. So instead of talking like this, I'd be like, hey man, yeah, like what we do is we work with like painters and like you want to emulate that kind of energy. You don't need to bring it down that low, but just lower.
I appreciate it, man, for you. So this.
I appreciate it, man, for real. You're basically saying, hey, I'm worth nothing. Thank you so much for giving me the time of day. Power dynamic, just you'd have thrown it to him. He already has it starting the call because you're calling him, but you've just made the levels go from this to this by saying, I appreciate it, man, for real. Like,
instead of doing what everyone's doing, just running your Facebook ads and getting you a bunch.
So this is the whole pitch. I too much talking, too quick, too fast. You explain the concept clearly, but you didn't explain it clearly, right? There's like you kind of drag the words into each other, and it is a little confusing. Also, explaining the entire process isn't very sexy. He kind of wants to know more so how can it help him, what can it benefit for him. And so you say, you know how we do ads without this, this, and this. You don't know if he struggles with that. Now, granted, you can just be playing a guessing game and hope that he resonates with it, but not the best bet. Not the worst pitch I've ever heard by far.
Never respond. What we do is we target high income areas, and in the ad we ask them tons of qualifying questions and verify their budget and book them.
The reason why I don't like this is it's like if you go to your doctor and you're like, hey doc, what's up? And he's like, hey man, so I've got this medication, this one, and this one. Do you want any of them? You would be like, you don't even know my problem yet. Like, how do you know what to prescribe me? And so what you're really doing here is you're just spraying and praying. You're hoping what you say resonates with him enough for him to continue talking. There's no there's not no skill here, but there's way less skill than if you were to ask him questions and then continue the conversation that way, because then you have control. Now you're just hoping what you say resonates with him. Imagine if he had a bad experience with ads. He'll just immediately say no because you said you were on ads. He has a bad experience with ads, therefore I don't want ads. You're like doing yourself a disservice by jumping straight to the chase.
Them straight into your calendar, so you don't have to go through the hassle of contacting the leads and all of that.
Like that's good.
And
Let him know
yeah,
what he
you
doesn't
can
have to do.
Now, it's just attend those meetings, give quotes, close the deals, all of that good stuff. I hope this makes sense.
I would be confused. I'd say no, it doesn't make sense. But if you're gonna say this, ask it as a question. Don't say I hope it makes sense. How you're putting it to hit. I would say did I explain? Okay, does that make sense? And then he's gonna give me an answer. Yes. Okay. Now he doesn't have to think. He just says yes. I go okay. And can you guys even take on more jobs? Right. And then you can be like, and what are you guys doing now to get deals? How many are you doing? This. Okay, cool. So if we get you an extra 2, would that be worth looking into? Yes. Okay, cool. Let's book a call. Right. Have control over that conversation. But when you do this, it's open ended. So then he says, yeah, it makes sense if it
sorry,
works.
can you repeat that?
Is what he said.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah, if it worked, it would work. You know, the concept.
Awesome, man. So listen.
Yeah, if it worked. Awesome, man. So listen. Like you just didn't even acknowledge what he said. I'm like, fair enough. That's what everyone says. Is everything sounds good on paper, but when it comes down to it, it's like, does it work? Right? And then you can go into this. Let's do this.
I mean, I think you're already set up, but
I think, right? I'm being over critical, but that's good. I want you to, I think, right? It makes it sound like you're not sure. I think. No, I know. What do you say here?
Would you be opposed if we have
I think. Would you be opposed if we have
show you the system?
I think. Would you be opposed if we have show you the system? You could have a perfect call. You talk like that. I'm like, no.
This week, show you how we are doing it for other painters and the results we're getting them. Would you be open to do that?
Why would he want it? What's the benefit for him? Just to see what other people are doing? What's the benefit for him? Once again, relate it to them. Be more personal. What is it to him?
I'm actually out of town. Won't be back for another week. So.
Yeah.
I would just be like, hey man, you don't have to be in town, right? It's a quick 10-minute call just to kind of chat about how we can get you more deals for your business. Wouldn't take up more than 10 minutes of your time. I don't give a fuck if you're out of town or not. I really don't care. You know what I mean? If you're on vacation with your family, okay, fair enough. I'll give you the pass. But I would say, hey, you're clearly still able to answer the phone. Means you're probably still doing some form of business. But why not just get it in while you don't have a bunch of stuff on your schedule?
I mean, when will you be back?
Mid-March.
Right, and then the conversation's just done here. Mid-March, it's oh, okay. I'll call you back mid-March. He's not gonna pick up. It's just done at that point, right? But a lot of stuff obviously to go through here earlier. So, boom, that is how I review the call. My kind of takeaways. I know we haven't talked too heavily on inflections and tonality, but big one there is tonality, right? You can speak with all this passion, which is amazing. I'm all for it. I speak with a lot of passion, But if you speak with a lot of upward inflections, then people just aren't really sure if they should trust you because you end every sentence with a question. Right? You'll notice, I'm pretty sure because I'm pretty conscious when I speak that I don't say that. I don't talk like that. Like I end with a pretty downward inflection. And that's for a reason. Right? I don't want you to second guess what I say. And if I do an upward inflection, you're going to start to guess if what I'm saying is correct. You're like, oh, is it? I don't know. This guy doesn't sound very sure. And then there's times to use both, right? There's times where you want to do upward and times you want to do downward. It's just knowing when to use which one, not overusing one of them. That's getting really like advanced into it, but I figured out, eventually you guys are going to learn that anyway, so I might as well point it out now. So yeah, that is that.
Emotional damage.
Good, because that means you are going to get better. Think about like going to the gym. If your muscles don't hurt, you didn't like.
I gotta go.
Hey,
Gotta take care.
Bye. No, if you go to the gym, if your muscles don't hurt, did you really work out? Like probably not. Okay, probably not. All right, let's do this. Let's play a game. Okay, why is Jaden joining back?
Why not? Why not pull out the call from Taha? I wanna hear Taha as well, man.
Let's do it Monday because I want to play a card. I want to play a card game with you guys for a little bit before my next meeting. I have a meeting in 15 minutes.
Man.
Okay.
And
So
I think I will go also because listen, man, I will have to go also because bro, I usually sleep at 10.
We'll play a round of this.
My sleep
It's
time
weekend.
to attend this.
It's the weekend. All right. How
Huh?
do I invite you guys in? Okay. Go to here. If I put this in the chat, I think you guys can join. Click this link and tell me what happens. Does it does it let you in or does it tell you to search for our name? Because this is the team name. Setter Team IG.
It wants me to log in with like a Google account.
No, don't do
Did
that.
you log in with a Google account?
No. Anonymously. And I just type like a random name. Like look at my name. This is my username I logged in with. Stefan GHGHGH. There you go. So yeah, everyone get in. And if it tells you to search for a game, type in Setter Team IG. That's the game. That's like the thing you have to search for if it tells you to do that. Oh, there we go. Okay, boom. We'll wait for you to get in here. There will be 5 of us total, so 3 more of you to join.
How do I know if I'm in?
I've never played this game, so I have no idea what is going on, but I guess we're here to learn.
I don't even know how to play a game, but we're just playing it.
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the whole fun of learning it.
It was fun in like 2018 when, I don't know, jokes weren't that advanced, but these days they updated the cards, kept putting out new packs, and now it's just who knows what to expect at this point.
Well, it showed me like 100 different packs I could pick from. One was like packs 19 for other, bro. What am I even doing?
Ryan, are you a setter or you have your own agency?
Pardon me?
Ryan, I was wondering, Ryan, like
Neither.
Not.
I'm working on finding an opportunity to start cold calling.
No, you're not working on it.
But I have a lot of. I have experience
there.
doing VC research. Thank you. I have an internship with a VC. It's specifically just to raise capital for one company, and I'm doing it for free at the moment. So the work for free mentality is kind of ingrained. I've been doing that for a long time. Last year, I was booking cruises for I was calling people, booking Zoom meetings, and sending a lot of emails, like thousands of emails to millionaires. And I was trying to sell them cruise tickets.
Javon,
and we would
get in
book
here.
like
How do I join?
suites, not just rooms. We would book them like
Sorry.
$5,000, like.
Sick, what the hell?
Click the link and then join.
Yeah, I joined. I opened the game, but I don't know how do I join the same party where you are.
Play anonymous. Click the play anonymous button. Then it'll take another screen and it'll say play more of our games. Press not now and you're in.
There you go.
Okay, just wait.
Sorry, Ryan. Go back to your cruise talk.
Yeah.
Man, I'm trying to figure it out. I've been talking to AI, looking for options, looking for ideas. I'm building a lot of like confidence and mentality and the tonality. Like I didn't even think about inflection, but I've been doing a lot more bookings than starting with cold calls. I mainly started with bookings, so I'm trying to find a way to start incorporating cold calling. And Stefan, you said you have an agency and you need callers, right?
All of you guys are have jobs, like all of you. That's the whole point. Is all of you guys have that. Like that's what I'm creating. I just want to make sure you're good first, because if you're not good, you won't have fun. All right, let's play. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay.
How does this work?
I don't know.
Should I stay on my screen or should I stay in the split screen?
Oh, should I stop sharing screen? Did I just pick? Wait.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I probably should share my screen. All right, hold up. Let's get Fathom out of here, because I don't know if this is about to be like R-rated or whatever this is called. Fathom, see ya. Wouldn't want to be adios. Did you get a haircut, or is that just the way your toque is? Okay, it's just the way your toque is. I just partnered and started a new agency with one of my buddies in the UK. I'm thinking to put one of you guys on that offer because it's gonna fucking rip and it's gonna be a ton of fun. Anyways, that's some free whatever. So yeah. All right. Let's do. Wait, were you guys all here yesterday, or am I tripping?
I was not here.
Okay. So I'm gonna tell you what to do because I gave them some homework. Basically, yesterday we did a live role play of cold calling, like a little mock call, and then the homework for the night was homework, whatever, right? Was go make your own script for a realtor that you're gonna like, and the realtor will be me that you're gonna call, and we're gonna role play again live today and just see how you kind of made the script, etc. And how well you do at handling the objections. Okay, so Javon, I'll let you think for a couple minutes and go do that. And while you do that, you can even listen in. Ryan, Brian, and I will go ahead and do some little role plays, and that'll give you some time to create a script. So make it however you want. For all you know, you're calling a realtor. You can make the offer, whatever. Just you can make it like 2 listings to keep it simple, a month, and then the rest is up to you. Okay. That being said, for the other 2 of you, Ryan and Brian, who would like to go first?
I'll go first.
Oh, okay. Look at that. All right. Okay. Call me. Call me.
I bet. Ring, ring, ring.
Hello. Who is this?
Hey, this is Brian. Is this Stefan from Realtors Club?
Yes, this is Stefan. What's up?
Listen, man, I'm not going to take a lot of time here because I also got to go in a few minutes. But if I were to tell you that this was a cold call, would you want to punch me in the face?
I get a lot of these every single day, you know.
Well, so let's not say that then. But let me tell you this, though. If I were to tell you that I could get you from 1 to 2 clients in the next month, would that be something that will help your business out?
If you could do what for me?
If I could get you an extra 1 to 2 clients every month, would that help your business out?
How are you going to do that?
So what I do is run meta ads for you with a proven strategy that has worked for many other realtors. And I have generated them an extra 20K with closing clients, and I will look to generate the same results for you. Would you be open to book a quick strategy call just to show you how everything would work?
I'm not sure if I'm interested.
Hey man, listen. So you know nothing in life is guaranteed, right? But what I could promise you, is that if anything that I tell you here makes sense and works for both of us, you may be able to qualify for a 2-week free trial. I'll be running your ads for 2 weeks at completely no cost to you, right? Is that something that you'll be interested in?
No, I'm not interested.
Well, you know, I'm running your ads for completely no cost to you, though. Why wouldn't you be interested in this?
People pitch me this all the time, and it's always bad leads. It doesn't work.
Well, I know that's them, but that's not me, though. I'm not them. So what I know I can't guarantee you this, but what I could promise you is I could just run your ads for 2 weeks for free. You see the results that I generate for you, and if you like it, we could continue working on after those 2 weeks. But if you don't, then we could just stop there. But I'm willing to work with you for 2 weeks free, just a free trial, just so you can see if it's something that will work for your business and help your business out.
Better, but the problem here is we'll just cut it there. It's you seem like you're trying to get me more than I'm trying to get you. Now, granted, that's the nature of a cold call, is you're trying to get me. But when you're so adamant and so pushy, the prospect's almost wondering, why does it feel like he has to close me for him to live? And when you give people that kind of like thought where they're like, oh, it feels like he needs me, that's when you create this like kind of weird dynamic where it creates a very weird dynamic where the prospect's like, this feels weird. Like it feels like he needs me, right? Which doesn't make them want to say yes, because then it's almost like they feel like they're doing you a favor instead of you helping them. Also, on a total side note, other than slowing down, the one thing I want you to do, and this is something I learned because if all of you guys didn't know this, my first language is not English. Yeah, a lot of people have told me that, Stefan, you speak pretty good English. And obviously, when I grew up, when I didn't speak English, I had an accent. I don't think I have an accent anymore. Maybe I do. Maybe I have a Canadian accent. I don't know. One of the things I learned is that the English language has very like exaggerated syllables, if you will. And so if you notice when I speak, like my mouth is literally going like this, like up and down, up and down, up and down, like I'm yapping, like actually yapping. What I noticed with a lot of other languages is the way they speak is with their mouth very closed. Like very, very close. Like their mouth doesn't move a lot. Like it's kind of like talking like this, right? Now, I don't speak fucking Spanish, Brian, so I have no idea what that's like. But I do know if I look at your mouth when you speak, it doesn't open a lot. And that's also a byproduct of being shy. Like think about people that are shy. They talk like this. They're a little bit scared. Their mouth doesn't open a lot. And what happens when your mouth is really closed, not only do you speak shy, but the words can't get out in the way they should. And so I know this sounds stupid. You can do it by yourself. You don't have to do it here because you'll feel like an idiot. When you talk, slow down, talk louder, and talk with your mouth like way more open than you think it needs to be. I'll give you an example. This is me talking with my mouth looking like an idiot. You'll feel stupid and you'll look like an idiot, but you'll notice you speak so much more clearly and also slower because it's hard to talk really fast with your mouth wide open. Right? People can talk really fast when the mouth is like this, and they really mumble, and they talk really fast because their mouth is barely moving, so that they can really talk really fast. Right? And so if you're focusing on making your mouth really big, it's harder to talk a lot faster because your mouth can't move as quick. And so you also talk slower, which will make you way more clear. Which, what happens is when you're more clear, when you're more articulate, you sound more confident.
All right, yeah, I'll work on that.
Yeah. But like literally like every time you're in the Discord, like or not in Discord, I read the message and it said Discord. Every time you're just even in the mirror, like just talk and like look at the difference when you talk with your mouth really far closed and wide open. You will notice the difference and you will be able to hear it. And it'll be like whoa. Because a lot of people I argue don't even have like a lot of people don't actually have that bad of accents. They just never learn how to speak English properly. And don't get me wrong, all of you guys speak English properly very well. Same with Ibrahim, right? It's funny because all of you guys, with the exception of Brian, have different accents. It's kind of cool, actually. Right? But like I promise you, I've even done this with Indians. Okay, and Indians have the worst accent, and they're the hardest to understand. I've done this with them, and we've done this live on call with them, and made them practice speaking with their mouth really wide open. Their accent just went away by like 20%, and it was easier to understand them, right? Because like Indians speak really fucking fast. And when you speak really fast and you don't know what you're saying, you tend to mumble because you're not as confident saying it, right? And that makes it harder for the prospect to hear, and then it makes them not believe you. And then, once again, it's not about what you say, it's about how you say it, right? That's why, like, even though you're saying the right things, like, oh, you're not, like, you were saying the right things, you just weren't saying it in the right way. Like, that's the thing is, like, you said all the right words for the most part. Like, the pitch could have been a bit better, but like, we'll talk about that later, right? But it was just like the way you said it is what matters. Okay, because the words were good. It's just the way you said it sounded like you're kind of like you're like trying to say it to like salvage the call. Like no, wait, but just like I'm not them and like I'm different. You know what I mean? It sounds a bit different. Okay, otherwise good, better than yesterday, which is all we care about. As long as you're better than you were yesterday, who could complain? I can't. Ryan, you're up.
Ring ring.
Hello.
Hi there. I'm looking to speak to the owner of X Realtors to sell you B2B shit. Is this Stefan?
Yeah. What are you selling?
Hey, I'm selling a service. Let me explain. My name is Ryan. Can I ask you how you're currently finding leads or new clients?
I just rely on my network.
That's interesting. Would you be open to a quick chat next week to see how I can double lead flow for you?
Not really.
Look, I improve marketing for companies to get them clients, and I'd like to know, do you do marketing in-house or do you outsource that to another company?
My brokerage does it for me.
Are you happy with the amount of conversions you're getting, or would you like more?
It's okay.
In that case, I'm glad you picked up the phone. If it's only okay, we can make it great. We got lots of clients by we can get lots of clients by working together. You think we could sit down this week on Zoom and talk about the details?
I don't know if I want to do that.
Not interested? I totally respect that. Stefan, just out of curiosity, is it because you're already set with your new leads, or is just the timing not quite right?
Bye. Hang up. I would just hang up if I were a realtor.
Shit, where did I go wrong, Stefan? I thought I was killing it.
So like you said the right things and you're able to like push through and handle the objections, but you came off so like the opener's fine. Like I've ever used that exact one. I liked it 'cause it's creative. But like saying like so let me ask you a question. What do you do to get your leads? Oh, I'll double it next week. Let's sit down. Is like you're just like you met the girl. You're like, hey, what's your name? Oh, my name's Sarah. Sarah, what's your favorite color? My favorite color is blue. All right, do you want to fuck? It's kind of like the analogy of what you just did, and it's kind of just like whoa, like I don't even know what I would be booking the call for. Like I would have no idea. It's like I'll double your leads. One, no one wants double leads, and two, it's like double leads how? Like it's kind of just like people automatically have this like radar of just like yeah, no, I'm good because they're just like they just don't even like understand because it doesn't make sense because it doesn't really make sense. You know nothing about them. Yeah, I'll double your leads. And the last thing is just the the way. Okay, let me ask you a question, Ryan. What's your favorite color?
Black or blue? I don't know.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna ask you to do something. Okay, let me think. When was the last time you went on a camping trip?
Shit, 10 years minimum.
So it's been a while. Okay. I know that made no sense at all, but what I was just doing there is I was trying to have a conversation with you to see if you sounded different than on your cold call, and the answer is you did sound different, right? And so I don't know. This doesn't happen to you. It happens to a lot of people. They have this like different persona they put on when they call, and I want you to like to know like fuck that persona. Like you don't need to like you sound too perfect when you're calling. And when you sound too perfect, you sound like a robot because robots are perfect. Humans, like, and I know it sounds counterintuitive to what we just talked about with Brian, but humans stutter and they and they and they slur and they sometimes say like a word that doesn't make sense. But like your sentences are so perfect, it almost is like you're reading off a script. Oh wait, you might just be. Right? But that's the problem. And I know we just talked about making a script, but this is why once again we have to make a script if we're gonna make one and use one with the context of how we speak, not how we think, because how you think will sound different. And so I remember the one time where I said, what did I say? I think I said, what did I say? I said I'm not interested, and you're like, listen, like it just sounded, it's like it just sounded too scripted, like it was it wasn't meant to be. And so I think the big thing is whatever this persona of calling, just put it out the window and just talk, right? Like just have a conversation where you're like dude, you can stutter, you can you can you can like not say the word perfectly. Like even right now, like I'm not talking perfectly. Like this isn't like grammatically correct. If you transcribed how I spoke and you put it in a Word document, you would see so many red underlines. All of us would. because none of us speak properly, like grammatically, because it doesn't make any sense. Like right there, it doesn't make any sense. Like even that, like that would be red underlined. But in talking, it feels natural because naturally speaking, nobody talks perfectly. Everyone has like different cadences and like a bunch of things they mess up. And so that's a big thing because otherwise people like, I'm so serious, people that won't know you and can't see you will think they're talking to a robot. I know that sounds like brutal, but I swear, like I could actually envision that.
You think just more reps would help me practice that?
100%. But also being aware of it. Right? Let's do one more role play and just like ditch the script and just talk to me. We'll see what it's like. So just call me. Say whatever.
Hey, is this Stefan? I'm calling to sell you B2B shit. How you doing?
I'm doing good. What are you calling about?
I want to sell you business to business shit. Are you interested? Do you have 60 seconds?
Well, what is there to be interested in?
So I can bring more leads to your company by improving your marketing. Are you currently happy with the amount of leads you have?
I don't really want to pay for marketing.
Okay. So let's say I could get you 10 new leads in the next month. What would you pay for that?
Okay, so I think you got to be more like related to the prospect. I'm not interested. Okay, if I get you 10 new leads in the next month, what would you pay for that? Like, I don't like if I were someone, I would just hang up. I would be like, no, I don't want to answer.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm asking AI right now how to handle the not interested lead, and it's helping, but I've exhausted my options.
Okay, so maybe I need to send you guys a cold call objection handling because when someone says I'm not interested, like give me the I'm not interested objection. Ryan, we do this, this, and this. Give me the objection.
Just one sec. I was muted. One sec. Oh. I totally respect that. Just out of curiosity, is it because you're already set with leads, or is the timing not right?
No. Give me the objection. I'll show you how to handle it.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, man, I'm not interested. Sorry about that.
Dude, of course you're not interested. I'm the one calling you. If you were interested, I'd expect you to be calling me. Now listen, I haven't even shared anything for you to know what to be interested in, what not to be interested in. And I get you get called all the time from a bunch of shit companies promising you the world but can't deliver anything. Give me 20 seconds just to share what we do and why it's different, and then when you have the information, you can make a decision. Does that sound fair? That's not perfect, but it's way better than like, okay, so tell me now, because like AI doesn't talk like we do. AI doesn't feel emotion. And that's why it doesn't make sense. That's why when someone says they're not interested, more often than not, it's not that they're actually not interested. Like it's not interested isn't a real objection. It's just they're like basically like shit testing. They don't really want to be on the call. They're trying to like find like some cop out way to get off the call. And so they just kind of say that. Which is why if you try and handle it logically, like objections most of the time are not logic, right? In sales, there's 3 objection buckets which everything falls into: fear, money, and logic. And I'd say most of them are fear based. And fear isn't logistical. Fear is emotional. Fear is like I'm scared. Well, why? Well, I'm scared. Well, why? Because I think I might die. I think. Right? Fear is all emotional. And so if you try and handle an emotional objection logically, you're not going to handle it. And so when someone says I'm uninterested, especially before you pitch them, they're like logically, like doesn't even make sense. You haven't pitched them yet. And so if you try and handle it logically, well, if I was able to make you 20K and you only pay me 10K, would you want to do that? It doesn't work because you're not handling the objection at its core. It's like if you get shot in the face and someone's like, "Oh, here, let me wrap your arm in a cast." It's like, what is that doing? It's like, okay, cool, you're trying to help me, but you're not fixing the right thing. I got shot in the face. My arm's fine. Right? And so you're just like, you have the right idea, it's just the wrong execution. And so that's why when someone gives you, and especially on cold call, almost all the objections are non-logical because they don't even know. Right? Someone's like, oh, I'm not interested. It's like, well, of course. How could you be? I haven't told you what we do yet. Like, how are you supposed to be interested? It doesn't even make sense. So, yeah. Right, but like, dude, I would just say ditch the AI because the AI will never know emotion. Like, AI is good for like writing headlines and like YouTube titles and stuff like that. But like, especially when it comes to conversation, like AI just doesn't understand to the extent at which the human brain does.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. All right, Javon, you are up.
Okay. I'm so nervous.
Of course you are. You're supposed to be.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Let's do.
Call me.
Ring ring.
Hey, who's this?
Hey, is this Stefan?
You bet. Who am I speaking to?
Hey, Stefan. This is Johan here. How are you?
I'm doing good. What about yourself?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Yes. So actually, the reason I'm calling you is that I'm looking to partner with one realtor and get them 2 listings in the next 90 days, and to see if they would kind of yeah, I fucked up.
So keep
Sorry.
going. You
Can
were
we
going
go?
good.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So the reason I'm calling is because I'm looking to partner with one realtor, and we yeah. Sorry.
That's all good, bro. That's why we're here. You're not gonna get good at swimming unless you get thrown in the fucking pool.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So let's continue. So the reason I'm calling is because I'm looking to partner with one realtor and get them 2 listings in the next 90 days with no risk on your end, and just wanted to take some time of your calendar, show you and share what do we do, how does it all work, and see if that could potentially fit your business.
How much does it cost?
So what do you want it to cost? What?
Well, could it be free? I don't like to pay for things up front.
Yeah, I mean, sure, we can do free and you would got nothing out of it. I would work for, yeah, so I'm kind of very nervous.
That's fine. Okay. So at least you said the first part right. That was good. When I say I don't want to pay anything out of it, I'm like, well, fair enough. You don't even know what you're even getting, and so why would you pay for something you aren't even sure if you're what you're gonna get in the first place, right? Now, with that being said, like, let me ask you like an honest question. Like, let's pretend we go to Fairyland and you work with some random company, and this random company generated you 100K in GCI over the next 90 days. Would you have a problem paying, let's say, $10,000 to make that if it was guaranteed, right? This is hypothetical, right? They're like, oh, okay, fine, I guess I would. It's like, okay, well, we have the same guarantee in writing, and it won't even cost you near 10K. And so, like, is how much it costs more important to you, or what you get out of it more important to you? Okay, and then you can go from there. But a big thing for you is you gotta, like, 1, shorten the pitch. 2, you have to end everything with a question. Otherwise, you put it on me, and I'm gonna start giving you objections, right? You just kind of say, like, yeah, we can do this, this, and this, and this, and this, and boom, 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 and then you stop talking. You just let me talk. And I don't know what to say because you're like, I'm not sure what you want me to do. That's why you have to lead and guide me. Okay? Let's do this. We've got 7 more minutes. Who wants to be a realtor, and I'll call you. I'll just off the spot. Okay. I'll just do the same thing. Okay. Ring ring. Hey, is this Ryan?
Yeah. Who's this?
This is just Stefan calling. Not sure if we've actually spoken before. Are you still a realtor down in that Arizona area?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Because I'm one of the 17 guys calling you today to sell you something. If I told you that was true, would you hang up?
Definitely got 17 calls today. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll be the best one. So the reason I'm calling is we actually partnered with a few agents down in Florida, a few in Phoenix, and we're just working with them, doing some simple stuff, getting them an extra, just couple of listings a month. I guess, can I ask you a question? Do you work with sellers at all, or just buyers?
Yes, we work with both.
Okay, you work with both. And do you have like a preferred, like, would you rather have more buyers or more sellers?
No preference.
Okay, no preference at all. Okay, so if I was able to bring, let's say, hypothetically, 2 sellers to you over the next 30 days for you to work with and close, would that be something you would be able to take on?
How much will that cost me?
Well, like, can you even take it on? Because if not, I've got other agents I can send it to.
Absolutely. We just hired a new agent.
Okay, sweet. So, okay, how do you know the average home price in the area by any chance? Off the top of your head?
50,000.
Okay, so that's like what, 15K in GCI?
Sure, let's pretend it's that. Sure.
Okay. So if I brought you 2 listings, you make about 30K. Okay, hold on. Let's pause and go to Fairyland. If I made you 30K in the next 30 days, would you be comfortable spending a couple grand to make that happen?
That's a great way to phrase that.
Thanks, realtor. Yeah, and then I would hopefully book you in if you liked me enough.
So you're really quickly getting to the point of the logical appeal, and you're skipping past the emotional appeal.
It just depends. Like, you want to ask for the price. I don't want to tell you the price, and so I just want to be like, well, listen, if I made you this, and you only had to pay a little bit, wouldn't that be like something worth looking into?
So you framed it as value for the customer. Like, what is $30,000 of revenue valued at for you? Like, what does that mean to you?
What's 2 listings worth? Well, 2 listing average home price is $450K. You make what, 15K GCI? That's $30K for 2 listings. Right? If I did all the work, and then I frame like, if I did all the work to get those 2 listings on your doorstep, the only thing you had to do is what you do best, which is be a realtor, which is what you signed up for, not to be a marketer, not to be a content creator or a newsletter writer or an ad manager, okay? And do what you do best, do what you went to school for, just be a realtor. Would that be something you want to talk about? It's like, it's so hard to say no. Because, and the objections you get is like, well, I'm not sure if it's going to work. Like, those are the objections you'll get because they want to say yes, but they're just scared. And then I just do hypotheticals. Because hypotheticals, I'm not asking for commitment. I'm not saying this is real, this is going to happen. I'm saying if this did happen, right? If we could make this for you, would you want to talk about it? That's like, you notice I do all the time with hypotheticals. Because a hypothetical is so much easier to buy into than a logical statement. I will double your leads next month. Want to talk? I don't know. Hypothetically, if you went out to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, because it also has humor, right? And Willy Wonka gave you his magic wand, okay, and he doubled your lead flow next month. Could you do that? Well, yes. Okay, now listen, I'm no Willy Wonka. I don't know if I could double, but I can guarantee we'll get you 2 listing appointments next month. Would you at least just want to see the system we're doing, see the system we're running for our current realtors and how we're getting that result? It's like, it's hard to be like, no, I don't want to see the system you're running for your realtors now, even though you just told me that you can't guarantee me, whatever I said, can't guarantee the double your leads, but you can guarantee the 2 listings. Like, I use damaging emissions too. Like, if we went to the Willy Wonka's chocolate factory and you made 50K next month, like, or you got 10 new buyers, could you take them on? Well, yes. It's okay. Now, I'm not as good as Willy Wonka, and I probably can't get you 10, but our average realtor gets 3, and I guarantee 2. If I even got you 2, would that be worth a chat? And you see, it's like I said the number 10, and then I went down to 3 and 2. It's like so much easier to buy into, and therefore they believe it way more because subconsciously, like, the human brain only knows things by comparison. And so if you tell someone it's going to be $100,000 and later to $1,000, like, it just doesn't even sound like a lot anymore. Versus if you said it's $100 and then $1,000, it sounds like a lot. It's not that $1,000 is a lot; it's just comparative to what they thought it was going to be. It's going to be a lot. Which is like one of my favorite things to do is tell them, hey, by the way, what I sell is really. I don't do this on the cold call, but on the sales call. By the way, what I sell is really expensive, and most people can't afford it at all. And now, guess what? Expensive is up to everyone's own interpretation. And now thinking like, fuck, how much can this be? Right? And they're kind of like scared. And then when I pitch them less than they thought, they're like, oh, huh, that's not actually that bad. Right? And therefore it's easier for them to buy. Okay? But once again, I'll cold call 100 times and say things 100 different ways. Because like things just like change in my brain. Right? And depending on what the person says, I'm also going to say different things. Right? And that's, there's no one way. Because like, imagine you call someone and within the first 20 seconds, they give you some weird objection. It's like, well, what do you say? It's like, well, if you have a script, you're going to have no idea, right? You're just going to be like kind of confused, like, I don't know where to go from here, right? You're kind of be like, pause. But if you understand like how we formulate these sort of conversations in the first place, when something happens, you'll be able to handle it. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
Such a long pause. Sweet. Okay. So we've just about hit our time here. And I take it all of you guys have some things to do in your life.
Can I ask something?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yes, so let's say if you, for example, you gave me the objection before you asked what's the price, for example. Would it be okay to say, for example, if I could guarantee you, let's say 2 or 3 listings in the next 2 months, would you even consider investing like 2 to 3K or something like this in that thing?
No, because they're just gonna immediately say no because only because there's no guarantee of these three listings, and so they're just gonna assume that those 3 listings don't happen, and therefore like they're just gonna attach to the idea of paying 3K and go, oh no, I wouldn't pay 3K, right? But the thing is, if the person truly knew 100% guaranteed they were gonna make 30K, would they pay 3K? Everyone would. It's just a matter of getting them to believe that. The problem is you just saying that doesn't make them believe. And that's why I'd rather go for what do you want it to be, and later I can pose them. Well, listen, imagine if like some company came out of nowhere and got you 2 deals in the next 30 days under contract, yada yada yada, right? And if that actually happened, would you have a problem investing a couple $1,000s to make that happen?
I get
right? And I'm not saying me. I'm not even saying me. I'm just saying a company. I'm not saying me because I'm trying to take the pressure off and just get them to answer the question truthfully, right? Which I do by removing all bias. So if I don't say me, like they don't have that bias there.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, you bet.
And Stefan, real quick, I just put a message in the Discord with a reminder about 2 documents I want you to send.
Can you send transcript from today's call and chat? I'll send this whole call recording. You can take this transcript, do whatever you want. Yes, you also told us to review the document, how to cold call. Did you send this to us already? I think I did. Did I not? Here, yeah, this one. I'll just up arrow it. That's the cold call document. In there, like, dude, you go through that. There's so many. There's YouTube videos that you can kind of watch to get a better understanding. There's trainings. There's scripts, objections in there. There's everything is in that document. If it's not, you let me know. But it should all be in there. Yeah.
Any plans or topic for tomorrow to prepare for?
I really just want to do maybe like role playing call review. That's like the biggest thing because like I want you guys all to start calling like soon, like end of this week, starting next week. And like it'll be, nervous as fuck the first little bit, but like you're only gonna get better by just doing more, And one little mindset shift I'll give you guys to not be as nervous is just don't give a fuck. Like when I call someone, I really just don't care what happens. Like they could say no to me in my face, I just really could care less. And when you have this I really don't care mentality, your tonality becomes better because you sound a bit more calm, a bit more laid back, and you're also so detached that you don't feel like you don't try to be so perfect, right? Which causes you to just be more natural and have a better conversation in the first place, right? So like the big thing is just don't give a fuck. Like who cares? And this even for like sales calls. Like you gotta make the prospect feel like on the sales call, you gotta make them feel understood and cared about. But like you can't care about the sale. That's what I mean. Right? It's like care about the prospect, that's fine, that's amazing. But you can't care about the sale. If you care about the outcome of the call, you'll never do good because you'll be too attached to the outcome, which you don't have entire control over. Right? That's why like I just like when I cold call, I don't care about the outcome. I don't care if the person books or not. I really don't care. Especially like if you sell a service you know is good, it makes it so much easier because like, well, it's them missing out. Like one of my partners with one of the agencies I run just did 16K last month, and like literally, like my partner who was the one taking the sales calls was so bad at sales until I told him the same speech. Like, dude, you just gotta not give a fuck. Like you are so much better than these guys. And he ended up literally not caring about the sale at all to the point where he did some of the stuff we talked about, which is like he tried to get people off calls. Like, listen, why are you even here? Like, I don't even know if I can help you. Like he would just like have that mentality of like he'd even be like laid back and he would just be like this. Like why don't you just keep doing what you're doing? Like it's working. Like you're still here, your business is still running. Like what do you need me for? Could you imagine someone saying, what do you even need me for? And then the prospect goes, well, we just really, like, we need someone to run our ads and this and that. And then it's like, but why, though? Like, why would you spend money on that when you could do it yourself? Well, we don't know how, and this and this and this and that. And it's like, I guess I can maybe, like, share with you what we do and how I can help you. please do. Like, because it's just dynamic, right? Because he just doesn't care about the outcome of the call. I mean, people can feel it. You care about the prospect, just about the outcome. Okay? Care about the prospect, not about the outcome. All right, that's all I got. I'm gonna head out of here. I'll chat with all you guys tomorrow. So yeah, tomorrow just a bit more role play, and maybe I'm gonna do a call review. I'll take I have some new calls I think we can review. So we'll do a call review because that'll just once again just give you guys more insight of my mind how I think about these things. Right? Not only do I want to give you fish, I want to teach you how to fish so you can forever be successful and understand the concept. Like I don't want to just like give you a script, say, hey, here's the script, use this because it worked. I want to tell you why it works so you can make all the scripts yourself. Okay, that's the goal here. So that's it for today. Appreciate you guys being here. Hopefully Ibrahim feels better tomorrow.
And in 25 minutes, I'll be on the Discord with Taha. We can do call review if you want to keep this going.
All right, there you guys. You guys should all go there. I will not be here because I'm getting groceries. But woohoo, how fun, how adult-like of me. But yeah, you guys have fun with that. All right.
Thank you, guys.
I'll chat with all you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. Peace.
Bye.